I have a sweet at the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51. 500 million US. See you again, if we are destined to meet again. Jiang Chen extended his right hand. Nick grinned, shook it with a smile, and said in awkward Chinese, "See you again." Looking at the dark vans driving away, Jiang Chen took a deep breath slowly. 510 million US. Jiang Chen had no idea about US dollars, but if converted into RMB, it would be more than 3.1 billion RMB. Jiang Chen took a breath of cold air, and then his face showed an uncontrollable ecstasy. Damn, I'm rich. 3.1 billion RMB. This is a number he never dared to think of before. Even if it is deposited in the bank, the annual interest will be tens of millions. Jiang Chen took a breath of cold air again, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. The annual interest is more than tens of millions. He really has a plan at this moment, which is to simply deposit the money in the bank and live on the interest and become a rich man for life. However, this idea only appeared in his mind for a moment. He took a deep breath. One breath was not enough. He took several deep breaths in succession, and then he suppressed his restless heartbeat. If he wanted to be a local rich man, then this 3.1 billion yuan would definitely be enough for him to squander for a lifetime. But if he wanted to build an empire spanning 2 worlds, thinking of this, the ecstasy in Jiang Chen's pupils gradually cooled down, and then a spark of ambition began to ignite. Desire can make people crazy, but it can also make people stronger. I don't know since when the spark of ambition in his heart has been ignited. Rich man. Not enough. I can get more. Haha, not enough. 3.1 billion yuan, not even a fraction of the future market value of future man technology. Regardless of the surprised eyes of others, Jiang Chen walked to the side of the road with a laugh. I not only want to be a local rich man, but also the biggest one. 3.1 billion yuan in the pocket of an ordinary person may be an astronomical figure, but that is for ordinary people. Am I ordinary? Since the money for the mansion has been earned, why not buy a golf course? What? You said I can't play golf. So what? If I can't play, I can pretend to be cool. My brother is just so cool. Why does he have to pretend to be a grandson? As for whether it will attract other people's attention, when he comes up with holographic computers, virtual reality, or even something more awesome, will others not pay attention to you, even if you keep a low profile? Anyway, Jiang Chen asked himself that he had not done anything illegal, so he was not afraid of any relevant departments coming to invite him for tea. The country can't be so imaginative that, after reading a novel, it thought that there are time travelers in the world, and then allocated a budget to set up a department for this purpose. Every day, it holds this unrealistic fantasy and waits diligently for the time travelers to appear, and then gets slices of them. This is called persecution delusion in medicine. Not to mention, being invited for tea. I'm afraid the country won't be able to treat him as a treasure. For companies that master cutting edge technology, as long as the people in power are not stupid, they will not do stupid things that kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Even if some technologies may be helpful to the military industry, it will take at least 10 to 20 years from theoretical implementation to military deployment, and even after deployment, the equipment is mostly used for show. Even if the research is done, there is still the risk of causing an arms race and being leaked overseas by a bunch of wastes who eat and drink too much. However, a technology giant that can rank among the best in the world can bring tens of billions of tax revenue to the country every year, as well as fundamental changes in national strength and status. Even if someone covets Jiang Chen's industry in the future and attempts to seize Jiang Chen's company by mobilizing the power of the system, forcing him to buy shares, etc., he is not afraid. With the jump bracelet, Jiang Chen is confident that no one can catch him. He really can't do anything about the system, but if the system can't accommodate him, he doesn't mind moving to another place to develop. Of course, he hopes that this day will never come. Or, when he grows to a large enough size, that even the system can't do anything about him. This is absolutely possible. Jiang Chen raised his hand to stop a taxi and went directly to Zha Xiao's apartment. "You are finally back." Zha Xiao, who put Jiang Chen into the house, suddenly blurted out this sentence after a long while. I ran into some trouble." Jiang Chen scratched his head and replied with a smile. Looking at Jiang Chen's indifferent expression, Zha Xiao sighed. She had not slept well in the past few days. Seeing that Jiang Chen was safe and sound, she finally let go of her worries. As for why she was worried about him, she had not thought about this question carefully. "If you have any problems in the future, just call me. You don't have to come to my house every time," Zha Xiao said casually. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows with a playful smile and said, "What? Are you dating a boyfriend?" Zha Xiao looked directly at Jiang Chen's playful eyes and said calmly, "No. But you always come to me in your private time. Although it's to discuss work, it's a bit inappropriate in many ways. It's already 8 o'clock in the evening, and letting a man into the house feels a bit subtle from all angles." Although Zha Xiao always looks calm and indifferent, this girl actually cares about what others think of her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so angry and retaliated for a joke and fired Jiang Chen. "What is this called?" "This is the legendary stuffy and coquettish. It must be the neighbors gossiping." Jiang Chen naturally saw through her easily, but even if he saw through it, he always felt uncomfortable if he didn't tease this stubborn girl. "It's okay, the overtime pay will be calculated until tomorrow morning." Jiang Chen laughed and said this without thinking much. However, Zha Xiao's face did turn red, and she looked so ashamed and angry that she almost wanted to throw Jiang Chen out. "Did I say something wrong?" Jiang Chen scratched his head in confusion and asked with a wry smile. Seems to have teased too much." Although Jiang Chen always couldn't restrain his desire to tease this sensitive lioness, he still made her angry. After all, if she suddenly quit, he, a layman, would not be able to handle so many troubles. Zha Xiao's chest rose and fell violently for a few times, biting her lower lip lightly, but she finally calmed down. "Overtime pay will be calculated until tomorrow morning. Are you planning to stay here overnight?" "What overtime?" Secretary is a very sensitive job. Although Zha Xiao is the CEO, she always feels that what she does is just like the work of a secretary. However, Jiang Chen did not seem to notice the deep meaning of his words. With her thin skin, she could not say it directly. Looking at his frivolous look, Zha Xiao sighed again, took the document she had studied an hour ago from the coffee table, and then turned off the TV. "I have submitted the relevant materials and client programs of the mobile game developed by the company to the Cultural Bureau and the Radio and Television Bureau for approval. There is no sensitive information in the subject matter, and I believe the results will be available soon. However, given that the current supervision in this area is very loose, even if we put it on the market for a period of time, there will not be any big problems. This is also the practice of most companies at present. Recovering the development costs as soon as possible can also ease the financial pressure." Zha Xiao put on her black framed glasses and explained the progress of the work to Jiang Chen in a calm tone. "Not bad. I recognize your ability. As for putting it on the market ahead of time, there is no rush. We can't give others a chance to find fault, and everything should be done according to procedures." Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. On the other hand, the company's decoration has been basically completed, including the cost of purchasing office equipment and 1 year's office rent. The total cost is 70,000 yuan. I have handed over the relevant bills to the accountant. This is a statistical table. You can take a look. Not bad. Jiang Chen flipped through it a few times and nodded with satisfaction. Although she got the affirmation of her boss, for some reason, Zha Xiao just couldn't be happy and instead felt more and more tired. Sighing, she paused and continued. "According to my research and field investigation, we need to recruit 14 employees to maintain the minimum operation of the company. This is the conclusion drawn considering that we do not need to undertake the development of the game. The technical supervisor needs professionals to serve with a general starting salary of 6,000 yuan. Other related server maintenance technicians, legal advisors, manual customer service, salesmen and other positions employ ordinary undergraduate graduates." "Wait, you can just show me the tables for these things. You don't need to read them to me." Also, pick out the key points, Jiang Chen said with a wry smile. Employee salary expenses are estimated to be 68,000 yuan per month, and the cost of purchasing related equipment is estimated to be around 100,000 yuan. If we cannot develop a profit channel as soon as possible, the company will face the risk of bankruptcy. She took a deep breath and spoke slowly. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Even if Xia Xiao's management and operation capabilities are outstanding, she can't make money out of thin air. What's more, mobile games are difficult to recover investment costs in the short term. Without a period of hype and operation, it has not accumulated a large user base. Even if you open a mall and sell dragon slaying sword and ancient artifact at a marked price, there have to be people willing to buy them. Bankruptcy? Jiang Chen laughed for some reason. What are you laughing at? This is your company. Xia Xiao glared at Jiang Chen. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, this look had no killing power. Ahem. Capital injection. Thinking that he was still talking about business, Jiang Chen stopped fooling around, so he waved his hand and said with a tyrant air, "This is the only way to get the company through the difficult times. We don't have assets that can be pledged in exchange for loans, and neither banks nor Feng Tao will easily lend us money. I wonder how much the chairman is going to inject?" Xia Xiao was relieved when she heard this. Although it was Jiang Chen's salary, it was also related to her job. After all, she still owed Jiang Chen, the big boss, more than 400,000 yuan. Even if Jiang Chen didn't urge the debt, the borrowed money would have to be repaid after all, and this was also her stubbornness. Is 10 million enough? Jiang Chen said casually. With a crash, the documents were scattered all over the floor. Xia Xiao stared at Jiang Chen in amazement. What's wrong? Not enough. Jiang Chen frowned. What about the 100 million? Are you kidding me? Xia Xiao gritted her teeth and glared at Jiang Chen fiercely. She would never believe that Jiang Chen was so rich. It's only been half a year. What kind of business can make so much money? In this case, there is only one explanation. That is, Jiang Chen is joking with her again. I'm not kidding you, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Tomorrow you just accompany me to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to handle the relevant procedures. Hearing this, Xia Xiao was silent for a moment, and after a long time, she spoke faintly. Since you have so much money, why do you still want to open a company? Who said that you can't open a company if you have a lot of money? Jiang Chen was stunned and then spread his hands helplessly. However, she was obviously not satisfied with this answer. After another moment of silence, Jiang Chen didn't expect Xia Xiao to suddenly say such a thing. Are you trying to chase me? Well, some book friends have asked before whether they would be arrested if they suddenly received a large amount of money. It should be noted here that the crime of huge property from unknown sources only applies to civil servants. You may be suspected if you have more money, but generally you will not be investigated. As for whether you will be sliced up, you can consult the relevant department, but if you ask, you will probably be looked at with surprise for a few minutes. Ahem. By the way, since it was moved to the science fiction area, I have to check a lot of information to improve the outline. If there are still technical omissions, I hope that all readers can tolerate it. While reading the information and thinking about the plot, the speed of typing dropped instantly. Of course, the minimum of 2 updates per day will not change. I won't open a separate chapter to say these. Please forgive me for talking so much nonsense at the end XD. Considering that I haven't played LOL for a month and have been typing honestly, please support me by voting. XD. Kidian Chinese Network welcomes all book lovers to read. The latest, fastest and most popular serialized works are all in Kidian original. Chapter 52 Falcon Down 2. Time connects to the end of the first volume. Chapter 29. Communication interrupted. Damn it. Chunan suppressed his anger and lightly punched the swaying steel plate. The orange characters on the shaky display screen on the side made him feel upset. The collapsed electronic equipment was flickering with weak sparks, and the slightly trembling fuselage made his heart suddenly tighten. After the fuselage stabilized, he gritted his teeth and moved the steel bar pressing on his body with difficulty. He glanced at the co-pilot next to him. The unlucky guy was in a miserable condition. The bent steel frame went straight through his sternum, and blood splattered everywhere. Glancing at the steel bar that passed through his armpit, Chunan took a breath of cold air. At this moment, except for feeling that he was lucky, he had no other thoughts. That was 1,200 meters high. Technology was completely put aside, and life and death were purely 50-50. Chunan had done his best. When the aircraft engine lost power, he immediately turned on the mechanical propellers of the circular vortex air accelerator on both sides of the fuselage. This is very important. If it is not turned on at the initial stage of the fall, it is very likely to be blown off by the high-speed airflow. Well, fortunately, this thing is still good. Then start the backup circuit, but the situation is still not optimistic. His deputy tried desperately to get in touch with the headquarters, but there was no response. Switching to manual driving, Chunan tried his best to stabilize the fuselage. The automatic balancing system has been damaged. If there is a roll or the tail is damaged and hovering, then God can't save them. The spare mechanical propeller rotates very fast under the drive of the airflow. The auto-rotation maneuver makes the propeller drag the helicopter like a parachute, and the nose begins to gradually move downward under the action of gravity. When the propeller tilts to a certain angle, Chunan pulls up the joystick suddenly and instantly increases the rotor pitch. With the help of the passively rotating rotor, a short-term lift is generated, and the kinetic energy of the rotor rotation is instantly converted into a pulling force for climbing. Specifically, the nose of the plane suddenly lifted up, and the momentum of falling suddenly slowed down, preparing to land on the roof of the building it was about to hit. Then it hit the wall of the top floor. Well, the operation is fine, but it is difficult to choose a landing terrain in the city. Then Chunan was splashed with the hot blood on his face, and watched his comrades beside him being pierced by steel bars. What a hell. That sudden EMP. No, it shouldn't be a simple EMP. The anti-EMP equipment built into the YANC-51 can be said to represent the most advanced military technology before the war, but it was completely paralyzed without being directly hit by the ray. What the hell is it? Chunan gritted his teeth, took out the combat dagger tied to his leg, and cut off the stuck seatbelt. He glanced at the dizzying height under his feet with some heartache, and began to slowly pull his legs out from under the twisted control panel and carefully crawled out of the cockpit. What is the state of this YANC-51 at this moment? In short, half of the cockpit smashed through the wall of the 12-story building, and was strung there by several solid steel bars that were exposed from the concrete wall. The tail and the cabin were hanging outside, or in other words, only the half of the nose in front of the driver's seat was embedded in the building. I have to praise the quality of this building. It can still be so intact after the nuclear bomb. The steel frame is obviously not cut corners. Every slight vibration of the fuselage made him tremble with fear, and the creaking friction sound made him clench his teeth nervously. The bulletproof glass of the window was completely shattered, which made it easier for him to escape. However, when he climbed halfway, he stopped with a little hesitation, turned around and stretched out his hand to tear off the military badge hanging on his comrade's neck and the magazine on his waist. After a struggle, Chunan finally climbed to the cold concrete floor. Looking back at the helicopter that had been hit beyond recognition, he silently looked at his open palm. The rough iron plate was covered with sticky blood. Carol Bellman. Turning to the back, there was a line of small words pierced by a needle. If I have the chance, I want to hang this thing in Arlington National Cemetery. The co-pilot is a Hispanic American, a former NATO naval aviation soldier. However, the concept of nationality no longer exists. There are many foreigners living in Liuding Town, basically pre-war expatriates, or former NATO soldiers. When the World United Organization led by PAC, NATO, and CCCP abandoned this devastated land and shot all the hopes into space, no one believed in authority anymore. After all, when facing zombies and alien species, in principle all humans belong to the same race. Of course, mutants and cannibals are excluded. After checking the equipment on his body, Chunan raised his hand and put his index and middle fingers on the back of his neck. It was a thing called dictator chip, but because of the addition of complex functions such as optic nerve access imaging and remote communication, although it was equally good in terms of anti-EMP effect, it was not as good as the slave chip produced in the 6th district. A flying Chunan tried many times, but failed to get in touch with Falcon 2nd and the Black Knight squad. Damn, it's broken. He found that the bomb hanging on the back of his neck was damaged. At this time, he couldn't tell whether he was happy or sad. The good thing was that he was free. The sad thing was that freedom was shit in the wasteland. In Liuding Town, there was food, drink, and people to sleep with, so who would care whether they were free or not? Liuding Town was definitely not going back. It was estimated that everyone over there had registered him as dead. There would definitely be no rescue. There was only scrap iron that was once worth more than 100,000 subcrystals. The value of the pilot was not as high as the chip that was broken on the back of his head. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. With a wry smile on his face, Chunan stuffed the military card into his pocket and then pulled out his pistol. Including the one inserted in the pistol, there were still 5 magazines of bullets, 2 doses of hematopoietic needles, a roll of hemostatic bandage. Ep has returned to normal, and there is also a dagger and 6 tubes of B-level nutritional mixture. Well, because it is the Air Force, the nutritional mixture used is also good. The radiation monitoring system of Ep was turned on. From the safe radiation value, it can be judged that this is a suburb, but he doesn't know which suburb it is. The map of this area has not been downloaded in Ep. Finally, after checking the equipment, looking back at the corpse with closed eyes and the scrap helicopter, Chunan lowered his head and began to walk downstairs. Although he has received land combat training, he has never encountered such a predicament. Who would shoot an airplane for no reason among ordinary survivors? It's not that there aren't aircraft Empire blast bombs, but they are definitely rare. That kind of thing would be blown to pieces during the war, and few people can repair it well. As for the anti-aircraft capabilities of the aliens, this is the first time he has heard that aliens can use EMP or similar pulse weapons. Maybe the former NATO airman had encountered this kind of trouble, but unfortunately he didn't survive. This time he was in the co-pilot's seat. The corridor is safe. Just like in training, Chunan muttered to himself, and then walked downstairs with his pistol pressed down. If it is a zombie, stab its eyes with a gun. If it is a screamer, use a stun grenade to cover. If it is a meat mountain or a death claw, well, I hope I don't encounter it. The elevator stopped naturally. This building should have been an office building before the war. The zombies were mainly concentrated in the lobby. The occasional zombies in the corridor were also killed by him with a dagger. For this kind of small trouble, it is natural not to use a gun. With his physical fitness, after injecting D-level gene drugs, it is easy to deal with it. The only regret is that he failed to unlock any hidden gene code, which is considered to be the type of ordinary injectors. When his feet stepped on the ground, Chunan breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up at the sky. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At around 5 o'clock, the streets started to become less safe. As for 6 o'clock, when it was basically dark, walking on the streets was tantamount to suicide. Wanghai City at night was the world of zombies. Well, we have to find a survivor base quickly, or find a place to spend the night first. Chunan stood on the street and looked around, glanced at the zombie with a dull look beside him, and then walked to the other end of the street. The abandoned cars on the street should have maintained the appearance when the war broke out, and the hotspots of the war were from the city center to the coastal area, so people should have fled to the suburbs. In this way, the direction most cars are heading should be the direction of the suburbs. Glancing at the cars on the street, Chunan wandered away from the city center. It doesn't matter where you go, as long as it is away from the city center. This is the consensus of all survivors. The sky gradually dimmed, and the sunlight falling to the west scattered a yellow, green and ominous under the radioactive dust. I don't know how long I walked, and the sky was gradually getting dark. Chunan glanced at the zombies beside him. They had already begun to whimper restlessly. Maybe after a while, these ghosts would start howling and killing living things. Should we find a place to stay for the night? Chunan pondered secretly, and began to speed up his pace. But just after he turned a street, he found a shocking scene. A woman was tied tightly to a telephone pole with several hemp ropes hanging in the middle of the street. She was wearing thin clothes, and there were zombies wandering around, so she didn't even dare to call for help. With his pilot's vision, he could even see the desperate expression on her pretty face. It was obvious that she was tied up. Damn, which bastard did such a cheap prank? Chunan cursed secretly, glanced at the surrounding environment carefully, and then walked towards the woman tied to the telephone pole. When he walked to the woman, he was expected by her pleading eyes. Chunan took out his gun and cut the rope on her body. As if she had broken free from the shackles of fear, the woman threw herself on him and sobbed, hugging his back. Woo, thank you, thank you. The voice was very nice. Okay, don't worry, you're fine. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He felt a little embarrassed and just patted the woman's back stiffly to comfort her. Could it be that the survivors in the inland were so cruel? Cursing the survivor who tied her up here, Chunan was about to ask where the nearby survivor base was. However, at this moment, a round tube-like object pressed against the back of his head. Hey, man, you're the first to take the bait this month. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Chunan moved his hand slightly, but found that a dagger was already against his back. The dagger was held by a slender hand. At this time, several men with mohawk-shaved heads and strange tattoos walked out of an abandoned shop nearby. They were holding some miscellaneous rifles, and one person only had a baseball bat. The group seemed to be led by the bald man with a cigarette in his mouth. He walked up to Chunan, raised his eyebrows, stretched out his hand to the woman's face and patted her, grinning and praising her, saying well done, bitch. She was really like a dog. Her face actually showed a perverted blush, and she looked at the man who humiliated him in a flattering way. This morbid reality made Chunan feel a chill on his back, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek. Even though he had lived in the apocalypse for so many years, this was the first time he encountered such a hellish thing. Is this still a human being? 2 doses of hematopoietic needles, a roll of hemostatic bandage, good stuff. 6 tubes of B-level nutrient mixture. Boss, it's a big fish. The man who consciously walked up to take away the pistol in his hand and searched him suddenly shouted with joy. The zombies next to him looked at this sight blankly, but there was no movement. There were still 2 hours before dark. The bald man looked at Chunan with interest. Name. Chunnan. There's nothing to hide, it's all on the app. Where are you from? Liuding Town. Air Force. Where's your plane? A glimmer of greed flashed across the bald man's eyes, and there was no trace of caution or scruples as Chunan wished. It crashed. Haha. The bald man smiled and said nothing more, then signaled his younger brother to tie up the man. If you're here to rob, your goal has been achieved. I'll give you everything. How about letting me go? Chunan said calmly. The bald man looked at him and raised his eyebrows, then suddenly punched him in the face, causing his head to tilt to one side. Suppressing the anger in his heart and enduring the burning pain on his left face, Chunan looked at the bald man. You're a captive, and you're still talking nonsense. You're asking for a fight. After swearing, the bald man poked the cigarette butt into his face and extinguished it, then waved his hand. Take him back. Looking at the good guy who fell into the trap like a asterisk, the bald man curled his lips in disdain, then raised his foot and kicked the woman who was half squatting in front of his feet, while her face showed a sickly flush and a flattering silly smile. This woman has no name, she is just a slave. She seemed to be a lone traveler before, but he didn't remember exactly when she was plundered, and he didn't bother to care about how she was trained. But he remembered very clearly how she came into his hands. Last month, Zaguaping had found a big fish, and it turned out to be a big fish in the end. The boss sent a whole looting team here, but was tricked by Lurengia. That asterisk. How confident must he be to bring everyone into a closed building to capture people? Didn't he check the map to see if there was a back door like a sewer? In short, more than 10 people came back alive, and there was only one driver. Fortunately, although the boss was angry, he did not blame him for providing the clue. He just took off the rice from Lurengia and the mistress of another leader to vent his anger, and then distributed the assets of the 2 unlucky guys to other subordinates. This is a deterrent, and also a motivation. Gangs like the Grey Goo mercenary group, which are a gathering of hooligans, can only be united by relying on such a rough method. Well, in short, this thing who was trained and taught like a dog was assigned to Zalguaping in this way. However, although the boss did not punish him, he still got rid of his lucrative position in the 6th block and let him do the job of robbing survivors. It must be said that it is even more difficult to catch a survivor in the wasteland than to catch a mutant rat. Those who can survive in the ruins until now are all smart people, and the only slightly stupid ones are those honest people who have rarely left the base. Their income this month is almost zero. Air Force. It's a big fish. Zhao Guoping curled his lips, put the rifle on his shoulder, and led his men back towards the base. Chapter 53 Purchasing a Villa. Do you want to pursue me? It was a very abrupt question. So much so that both of them were silent for a few seconds. What? Jiang Chen, who suddenly reacted, was almost scared to fall off the sofa, staring at Zhao Xiao dumbfounded. He couldn't understand the logic of this woman. How did she come to the conclusion that I want to pursue you? The existence of a business is to create profits. If you already have a profit channel that can make more than 100 million in half a year, why invest the hard-earned profits in the most risky technology companies? Zhao Xiao paused and said faintly. To be honest, although she was sometimes very angry about his playful attitude, she didn't hate Jiang Chen in her heart. It's better to say that from Jiang Chen. She felt a feeling she had never experienced before. A sense of security? A sense of ease? It's hard to say. This feeling made her very confused. To a certain extent, it was this inexplicable feeling that made her say that without thinking. She once suspected that the purpose of Jiang Chen's establishment of this company was just to seduce her with a reasonable reason. When did he start to like me? Did it start when we were in the clothing store and I seemed to have hurt him? Is it because of the pain I brought him that he turned into the man he is now? Zhao Xiao was very conflicted. She hated being a woman like a vase. She hoped to prove her strength through her own efforts and create her own value rather than being kept in captivity by rich people and treated as a plaything. When she was in college, many young men and rich second generations pursued her and even promised to let her enter a well-known company to study or even directly serve as a senior executive. However, Zhao Xiao rejected them all. She is very proud and has the capital to be proud. Although she was born ordinary, her ability is not ordinary. Is this era all about appearance? It is definitely not all. At least most people are still working diligently. However, when facing Jiang Chen, she hesitated for some reason. She had long guessed that Jiang Chen established this company just to keep her in captivity, not because of any lofty ideals or the like. As for those grand blueprints, they are just a pie in the sky. Because of debt. It shouldn't be. Because of something else? Zhao Xiao couldn't figure it out. It has to be said that women are stubborn creatures. Once they have made up their minds about a point of view, they will selectively ignore all factors that are not conducive to proving this point of view. For example, the value of the mobile game that Jiang Chen brought, and whether it was too ridiculous to invest 100 million yuan just for her. In short, all these doubts were ignored by her. I don't understand. 100 million yuan, if you invest in real estate, with the current rate of return. Because I want to stand on the top of the mountain and take a look. Jiang Chen smiled and interrupted Zhao Xiao. Confused by this inexplicable answer, Zhao Xiao stared at Jiang Chen blankly. 100 million yuan? Haha, compared to the future market value of Futureman technology, it's just a fraction. I have made a lot of money, but being a miser can't bring me the status I deserve. What's the point of keeping this money in the bank? More than 1 million yuan in interest a year. It will take decades to double. As for whether it's for you, haha, I can spend 100 million yuan on prostitution for several lifetimes. Without shying away from vulgar words, Jiang Chen stood up after saying this, walked straight to the door and left, leaving Zhao Xiao with a stunned face. Is that so? If that's the case, then there's no problem. Staring blankly at the direction he left, she didn't know where he got the confidence to say such dream talk from, and she didn't understand why she still believed it faintly. Isn't it because of me? For some reason, she suddenly felt an inexplicable loss in her heart. Closing the door, Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and glanced at the security door behind him. Did I say something too harsh? But this girl, to what extent does she feel good about herself to come to such a conclusion? Shaking his head, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and walked downstairs. However, even he himself did not notice that his heartbeat accelerated for a moment. The next morning, Jiang Chen took Aisha to taste the delicious Chinese dumplings. Seeing the girl wolfing down the food, Jiang Chen could not help but feel sad. He suddenly thought of Sun Jiao. How was she doing? How about Yao Yao? Is she feeling better? Thinking of the apocalypse, a smile of longing rose unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. Aisha stole a glimpse of the smile on Jiang Chen's face, and her heart was inexplicably warmed. Should I go back to see them? Jiang Chen, who was still thinking, did not notice the girl's sight, but just quietly looked at the white mist rising from the porridge. After breakfast, Aisha went to the Chinese crash course for foreigners in Guangmao building alone. Jiang Chen took a taxi to Xia Xiao's downstairs. He made an appointment with her to go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to handle the relevant matters of capital injection this morning. Jiang Chen was a little nervous at first. He wondered if there would be any awkwardness between them after they met because of what happened yesterday. After all, he just gave a vague explanation and ran away yesterday. Well, now that he thinks about it, there was indeed an element of running away. However, it turned out that he was worrying too much. Xia Xiao, as usual, did not show any excessive reaction after seeing him again. She just got into the taxi silently and sat next to Jiang Chen. How did you sleep last night? Jiang Chen didn't know how to start, so he asked casually with a smile. Xia Xiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and didn't respond. She just reached out and stuffed a document into Jiang Chen's arms. There will be a job fair next Wednesday, held at Wanhei University. I applied for a job booth. I hope that as the chairman of the company, you can come with me. No problem. Do you have time in the afternoon? Jiang Chen agreed very readily and then asked another question. Yes, what's the matter? Accompany me to look at houses. Jiang Chen shrugged and said shamelessly. Is this a business or a personal matter? Xia Xiao asked with a sigh. You promised me. Well, it should be a personal matter. Xia Xiao glanced at Jiang Chen's profile and bit her lower lip unconsciously. The words of refusal had already welled up in her throat, but she didn't say it after all. Why is it like this? Xia Xiao herself didn't quite understand. Last night, Jiang Chen transferred $100 million from a Swiss bank account to a domestic account according to the special method instructed by Roberts. Of course, before entering the domestic account, the money had been converted into RMB according to the current exchange rate and a small amount of handling fee was deducted. It's an interesting channel, and the price is also very cheap. Roberts patted his chest and guaranteed that there would be absolutely no legal problems. Looking at the string of zeros displayed on the mobile banking account, Jiang Chen laughed at the screen for a while and then turned off the screen. He ignored Xia Xiao's curious gaze and leaned back in the back seat to close his eyes and rest. Is it a Lamborghini? Or a Bentley? It's really a dilemma. Xia Xiao is a good hand at doing things. She is born to be a secretary. Oh no, CEO. Jiang Chen is the one who is good at being a secretary. The word can be pronounced with an accent. Xia Xiao had already prepared the relevant procedures last night, and she was familiar with the legal documents. Jiang Chen just glanced at the document and signed it. The registered capital of Wanhei Future Technology Co. Limited had an extra string of zeros. Jiang Chen noticed that when he filled in 100 million in the registration column, the saleswoman's eyes at the service window had completely turned into stars. This evil money society is so funny. He might have despised it before, but now he just wants to laugh. 100 million yuan in working capital. Unbelievable. Xia Xiao looked at the document in her hand with trembling fingers, still not recovered from the shock. Although she had worked as a store manager and had seen a certain amount of the world, she was still too young after all. This is just a preliminary plan. I plan to make this mobile game a world-class mobile game, so this layout is destined to make us unable to recover the investment in the early stage. Jiang Chen opened the car door for Xia Xiao very gentlemanly and said with a smile, I didn't expect that you don't know nothing. Xia Xiao glanced at Jiang Chen with a little surprise. She thought Jiang Chen was going to be a hands-off boss to the end. For mobile games, pursuing short-term capital returns will inevitably squeeze its vitality. If you want to make it big, it's best not to consider profit and loss in the early stage. You have to understand the difference between an emperor and a marshal. You are responsible for fighting, and I'm only responsible for telling you where to fight. Jiang Chen stretched out his finger and shook it in a pretentious manner, which caused Xia Xiao to roll her eyes. I always feel that I have been doing the work of a eunuch recently. Haha, that's your illusion. But speaking of it, you seem to be more cheerful, and you can even make jokes. Jiang Chen looked at Sun Jiao with some surprise and teased. Where are we going next, Mr. Chairman? Sun Jiao inadvertently avoided the topic. Master, let's go to Wanhu Real Estate, the one in the city center. Jiang Chen said to the taxi driver, who looked at the two of them with a strange face. If you want to buy a villa, you naturally have to buy it at someone else's headquarters. It's too shabby to rent a hotel all the time. Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen, said nothing, and silently obeyed his arrangement. Wanhu Real Estate, the leading company in the real estate industry in Wanhe City, has a total market value of 132.7 billion and is one of the world's top 500 companies. The reason why Jiang Chen chose to buy a house from this real estate company was purely because he didn't know the real estate industry at all, and he didn't know which real estate company had villas. It was just that he had heard the name Wanhu Real Estate several times in the news broadcast, so he chose to buy a house here. After getting off the taxi, a magnificent building appeared in front of him. The marble floor was covered with a clean and tidy red carpet, and the unique carved railings stood on both sides of the stairs. The luxurious feeling of both classical and modern atmosphere lingered over the entire building. Just looking at it, there is a feeling of daunting. Occasionally, pedestrians passing by would inadvertently bypass the bright red carpet. It is just like a palace, without a trace of friendly atmosphere. Why is it designed like this? Because they want this effect. Highlight the dignity of those who come in and out, and make irrelevant people stay away. Simply put, it is to prevent those who can't afford a luxury house from coming here to play soy sauce. Ahem. To be honest, Jiang Chen was a little intimidated before he stepped on the red carpet. But then he thought, I'm also a rich man with hundreds of millions of dollars. How can I not have this kind of grace? So he walked up with a swagger. The CEO of Wanhu Real Estate didn't know that in just a few seconds, he almost missed a business with a profit of tens of millions. Because of that damn decoration. This is the era of Novo-ish. On the other hand, Sun Jiao had an indifferent expression on her face and followed Jiang Chen very naturally. This is not because Sun Jiao is used to this kind of upper class style, but simply because it is not her who buys the house anyway. Welcome, ma'am and sir. The two receptionists at the door bowed to Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao together. Clean and tidy cheongsam, ponytail combed behind the head, and white forehead and delicate face. Even the receptionists are beautiful figures. It seems that this real estate company is really rich. The receptionist glanced at Jiang Chen in a strange way. She obviously saw Jiang Chen getting off the taxi. After working for so many years, this was the first time she saw someone taking a taxi to buy a house. This made her feel a little confused. However, despite her doubts, she still had to follow the etiquette. The rules of Wanhu Company are very clear. If anyone dares to be rude to customers, based on subjective assumptions, even if he is a lobby manager, he will not escape the punishment of dismissal. This is also to prevent offending those wealthy people who deliberately dress ordinary. It has to be said that there are still people who are bored and want to play the pig to eat the tiger. High requirements equal to high salaries. This is the corporate culture of Wanhu Real Estate. She is just an ordinary receptionist, so naturally she will not be bored and meddle in other people's business. Even if she suspects that Jiang Chen is a country bumpkin who comes to make trouble, it is the security guard's business and she doesn't need to worry about it. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to the thoughts of these little people and walked into the lobby with his head held high. Sun Jiao, who was following behind him, just glanced at the receptionist with an indifferent look and followed Jiang Chen without saying anything. Marble columns and granite floors and the huge crystal chandelier were as eye-catching as diamonds. Such a magnificent decoration also made Jiang Chen full of expectations for the villa he was about to buy. If he could build his headquarters so beautifully, the houses he sold would not be bad either. This building itself is an excellent signboard. However, when he saw the front desk, he was suddenly stunned. Two big chapters are presented. Please vote 0.0. Chapter 54, An Unexpected Reunion. Thank you all for your continued support. I really appreciate it. Without your support of collecting, voting, and rewarding, I, a former flop, would not have achieved the results I have now. I will finally get a strong score next week. I know that, no matter how much I thank you, even if I open a single chapter, it will definitely not be as sincere as an explosion. 6 more explosions are presented. Hello, respected sir, what price range do you need to buy? Is it you? The young and beautiful receptionist standing behind the bar explained to Jiang Chen politely, but the moment she saw the face of the visitor clearly, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. This world is really small. Jiang Chen laughed bitterly. The light yellow wavy hair, the petite nose and small mouth, and the pair of innocent and pure big eyes behind the round framed glasses. The student spirit that has not yet faded adds a bit of beauty to her. Well, although there is a suspicion of pretending to be young, Fang Yuanian, that is a name that once broke his heart. When he was in college, Jiang Chen never had a girlfriend, or more precisely, he never had a girlfriend. This was not because of his bad looks. He thought he was still handsome, but his money was a little empty. As for Fang Yuanian, she was the girl he had pursued before, and the last girl he had pursued. He still remembered that he seemed to have met her at a social event. The reason why he fell in love with her was because he was attracted by her lively and cheerful personality, and the sweet dimples that would inadvertently show when she smiled. Fang Yuanian did not alienate Jiang Chen because of his shabby appearance. Instead, she greeted him enthusiastically and chatted with him on WeChat. For Jiang Chen, who had no luck with women, she was like an angel. What's more, he also felt that she liked him as well. However, it turned out that this was a mistake that many rookies were happy to make. A girl who is gentle to you can also be gentle to others, and a girl who is enthusiastic to you can also be enthusiastic to others. This self-righteous illusion of she likes me is usually just naive wishful thinking. She gets close to you only because you are still useful, or she is simply bored. She rejects you only because you are just a spare tire from the beginning. If she really likes you, she would have confessed her love long ago, or hinted that it is time to confess your love. Don't get me wrong, if she blinks her cute big eyes at you who is not her boyfriend yet, it is definitely not because of innocence, but because I'm thirsty. Please buy me a cup of Starbucks or something like that. Of course, the nouns here can also be replaced by Pizza Hut or LV. For such fresh and refined girls, people often call them green tea bitches. If you don't like me, just tell me to get out. Why are you so close and ambiguous with me? If you really like me, just tell me, why are you being so distant? Of course, Jiang Chen admitted that he was deceived of his feelings, and he was really asterisk. A goddess always has a few worker bees with clear division of labor around her. Some are responsible for carrying bags, some are responsible for swiping cards, some are responsible for warming the bed, and some are responsible for seeking comfort after a breakup. Maybe this is what you think. Maybe, but at the beginning he really didn't know that city people are so good at having fun. It was one day in his sophomore year, Jiang Chen asked Fang Yuanian out to watch a movie, and the movie he watched was that year starring Liu Yao millimeters. And then, nothing happened. That year, he finally woke up, expecting a spare tire. To have the consciousness of a spare tire is wishful thinking. After rejecting the other party, continuing to expect the other party to treat you as a good friend and flatter you as always is even more greedy. In the end, she simply tore off the pure disguise and ridiculed his insignificance and incompetence. Stunned, silent. In the next 2 years, whenever she accidentally met Jiang Chen, she would walk away quickly, pretending not to know him. But it didn't matter. It would be awkward to say hello, and he had long forgotten this unpleasant memory. Especially after hearing his roommate secretly tell him, "I didn't dare to tell you before, because I was afraid you would be angry." In fact, Fang Yuanian has maintained ambiguous relationships with many people. It is meaningless to discuss who was right and wrong in the past. But from that moment on, he threw the last bit of moral integrity into the wind. Especially when he had the financial strength, it was even more uncontrollable. Of course, this is all later. But what he didn't expect was that it was almost a year after graduation, and the two met again. In Jiang Chen's memory, Fang Yuanian should have studied fine arts, but she didn't expect to work in real estate. But this is not very strange. His major is mechanical engineering, which is considered to be easy to find a job, and he even sold clothes after graduation. Meeting an old friend at this moment, Jiang Chen felt an indescribable strangeness in his heart. Why are you here? The girl looked around in a panic, then bit her lips, lowered her voice, and said to Jiang Chen in an almost pleading tone, "Please, don't bother me anymore. There is no possibility between you and me. Did you misunderstand something?" Jiang Chen looked at Fang Yuanyuan awkwardly. To be honest, although she had hurt him before, he no longer had any intention of arguing with her. After all, the past was over, and Fang Yuanyuan did hurt him. But if you stand in her position, there is nothing right or wrong about this matter. After all, Jiang Chen at that time could not give her the life she wanted. Besides, it is hard to say who got the advantage of her refusal. "How did you find out where I work?" Fang Yuanyuan gritted her teeth and stared at Jiang Chen's eyes. "Go away, I don't want to see you. I won't agree to you." This time Jiang Chen was completely dumbfounded. "Damn, I still need your consent to buy a house. Big sister, you must have misunderstood something." However, Fang Yuanyuan did not give Jiang Chen a chance to explain and put on an unwavering posture. As for why her reaction was so strong, it was purely because she had encountered such a thing not long ago. A young boss in his 30s who bought a second-hand house from her came here to propose to her. As for the reason, it was just because she was a little clever when selling the house, making the middle-aged bald man who bought the house think that this cute little girl fell in love with him, so he signed his name on the purchase agreement in a fit of excitement. But when the unlucky uncle came to her workplace with 99 roses, I won't go into the details of the process. Anyway, in the end, the guy was driven out by the security guard. In this regard, the manager also warned her. Although the unspoken rules are not news in this industry, you have to clean up your butt, right? If it gets out of hand, no one will be pleased. She was really scared, afraid that Jiang Chen would suddenly stage some clumsy forced marriage drama. If he shamelessly made a scene here and asked her to marry him, although the security would eventually kick him out, she would definitely become a laughing stock among her colleagues in the future, and it might even affect her bonus this month. As a result, she selectively ignored the woman standing a few steps behind Jiang Chen, ignoring the woman who was ashamed of her appearance. "Do you know her?" Sun Jiao, who had been offline, suddenly spoke softly with a smile. "Why is it so cold? Is the air conditioner too low?" Jiang Chen shuddered unconsciously. "I guess I know her," he replied awkwardly. "It's really a bummer, or maybe just buy a house somewhere else." After being disturbed by Fang Yuanyuan, Jiang Chen lost interest and was too lazy to explain. He was about to turn around with a lack of interest. Seeing Jiang Chen leave humiliated, Fang Yuanyuan breathed a sigh of relief and secretly felt lucky for her wit. Fortunately, this girl showed the spirit of never give in from the beginning. "Haha, you idiot, you know your own weight. A toad wants to eat swan meat." Jiang Chen stopped. Although the voice of that sentence was very low, it did not escape his ears. Sun Jiao beside him also stopped, and the look she gave Jiang Chen was a bit of gloating. Jiang Chen noticed it and glared at Sun Jiao, the girl, first, and then turned around slowly and walked back to the front desk. What are you going to do?" I'll call the security." Fang Yuanyuan saw Jiang Chen coming aggressively, obviously with bad intentions, and her eyes immediately became a little flustered, and she even stuttered for a while. "Nothing. What? A front desk has the right to refuse customers to buy a house. You don't want me to buy it? Brother, I want to buy it, and I have to buy it in front of you from someone else." Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and glanced at the security guard who was walking towards him. Murderous intent. Has this guy killed someone? Exclamation mark. The security guard couldn't help but feel a panic in his heart, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead unconsciously. Although Jiang Chen didn't deliberately show anything, the bloody smell from the killing in the end of the world unconsciously followed the cold line of sight and climbed up the back of the security guard. His intuition from his past life in the society told him that the young man in front of him was definitely not someone he could deal with. Although he didn't intend to take action right away, he was a little scared at this moment and froze in his tracks. For a while, the atmosphere was quite tense. However, at this moment, the apologetic voice suddenly came, and the tense atmosphere disappeared in an instant. Of course she doesn't have this right, dear sir. I apologize to you for the rudeness of our front desk. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55. Who is the Swan? Of course she doesn't have that right, sir. I'd like to apologize to you for the disrespect of our front desk. A clear and pleasant voice like an aureole floated from the back of the lobby. A beautiful woman in a black uniform walked out with an elegant step and bowed slightly to Jiang Chen to express her apology. It's true that even Jiang Chen, who had seen many beauties, was stunned at this moment. Fair skin, well-shaped face, charming phoenix eyes with a pair of soft but heroic eyebrows, a cherry mouth under the beautiful nose, the evenly applied powder and bright red lipstick not only did not make her have a bit of vulgar temperament, but instead set off her noble and charming enchantment. The black uniform also perfectly outlined her curvy figure, and the hem of the hip skirt fit the black silk wrap thighs just right, mysterious and tempting. What's even more irritating is the V neckline that reveals a touch of white and a deep ravine. Everything is self-explanatory. In terms of beauty, I'm afraid she is 1 point better than Sun Jiao. But this comparison is a bit unfair, because Sun Jiao has the bad habit of congenital facial paralysis, and she doesn't wear any makeup on her face, and her clothes are all relatively formal workplace clothes. After all, today she mainly accompanied Jiang Chen to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to do business, and accompanying Jiang Chen to buy a house was just a previous agreement. It's really easier with a beautiful woman to mediate. Look, it's just a sincere apology, and Jiang Chen's anger unconsciously disappeared by half. It's not a big deal in the first place. Since the boss has apologized, he has no interest in continuing to pester her. It's okay. And this girl is pretty. Jiang Chen secretly swallowed his saliva. Somehow, he always felt that there was an unnatural gaze staring at him from behind. Perhaps out of confidence in her beauty, or perhaps because she had seen too many men lose their composure in front of her. Zhao Mengying didn't care, and smiled as she led the topic to the point. I'm Zhao Mengying, the sales manager of the sales department here. Sir, you can just call me Yingying. I don't know what kind of house you want to buy. I have rich experience in this area. Sir, you can just consult me. While speaking, Zhao Mengying was also secretly observing Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's clothes were not high-end brands, and there was nothing special about his gestures, in this era of nouveau riche, it was pure nonsense to judge whether a person was rich by his temperament. Being able to walk in here as a matter of course, it more or less showed that this person still had a good financial ability. When she noticed Zhao Xiao, Zhao Mengying was more certain of her guess. It was absolutely impossible to win the favor of such a beautiful woman whose appearance was not inferior to her own with just her above average appearance. Moreover, Zhao Mengying observed from the details that this expressionless ice beauty should not be the man's wife, but a secretary or lover. The vague hostility made her confirm her inference. The playful tone made the relationship between the two people closer, and Jiang Chen's original intention to pretend to be cool and slap him in the face disappeared. In essence, although he likes to pretend to be cool, his temper is still easygoing. I want to buy a more comfortable villa. Do you have any suggestions? Jiang Chen smiled and said after recovering from his initial surprise. Villa. Zhao Mengying was slightly surprised. She originally thought that this local tyrant was just here to buy a commercial house in a luxurious area, which was also the most orders received here at ordinary times, but she didn't expect Jiang Chen to say that he wanted to buy a villa right away. The cheapest villa in Wanghai City costs 10 million. According to the high commission of 0.8% offered by the company, this business is equivalent to several orders she made. Zhao Mengying's eyes immediately became hot, and the charm in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Chen was even more intense. Excuse me, Zhao Mengying bowed slightly, apologizing for her surprised expression just now, and at the same time inadvertently exposed the whiteness of her chest. She was very satisfied to overhear a sound of swallowing saliva, and the corners of Zhao Mengying's mouth hidden under her bun outlined a smug smile. Sure enough, there are no bad or lustful men in the world. It's just a matter of whether the color given is enough. As for her color, Zhao Mengying is absolutely confident. Sir, if you want to buy a villa, please follow me to the VIP room. Our company will conduct transactions over 5 million yuan in the VIP room to give you the highest level of respect. I hope you don't mind. No mind, lead the way. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Sir, please come this way. Zhao Mengying smiled and leaned over to make a gesture of invitation. Zhao Xiao frowned slightly. For some reason, she hated this woman. It was not because he was jealous of her looks, but because she gave her an inexplicable sense of danger. What exactly did that feeling come from? She couldn't figure it out for a while, but she had such a feeling vaguely. Although she felt disgusted, it was Jiang Chen who bought the house after all. She sighed and said nothing, but followed him. When she noticed that Jiang Chen's eyes accidentally fell on Zhao Mengying's enchanting body, she felt annoyed for no reason. But then she thought, he is not her boyfriend, why should she be angry? She couldn't figure it out. She was caught in a logical contradiction, and became annoyed in a rare way. The changes in Zhao Xiao's face naturally could not escape Zhao Mengying's eyes. After all, she had been struggling in the big divat of society for several years. After graduating from high school, she climbed from an ordinary sales lady to her current position. The skill of observing words and expressions is naturally perfect. Jealous but not angry, it shows that the relationship between the two is only in the ambiguous stage. It must be said that Zhao Mengying's eyes are vicious, and she saw through the current state of the two at a glance. In this way, there are opportunities everywhere. Zhao Mengying raised a faint smile. Although many of her sisters in the same industry are also sales ladies, they ended up becoming the owners of the houses by selling them. What does this rely on? It's not enough to be beautiful, you also have to be cunning. She secretly calculated in her heart that if Mr. Jiang bought a house for more than 50 million, it would be worth her effort. After all, the sales lady industry is a job for young people, and no one wants to buy a house from a yellow-faced woman. Even if she takes care of herself, she will have to retire to the second line when she is in her 30s. If she doesn't do well, she may even have to work as a cleaner. With her current salary, her annual income can barely reach 1 million, including commissions, but this kind of income is not stable and sustainable after all. Take the current real estate market as an example. Although housing prices are still rising, the transaction volume has shrunk by more than half compared to 2008. The company just laid off a group of employees last month. Although layoffs have nothing to do with her as an ace salesperson, the industry trend is there, and she can't help but think about the way out. Finding a rich man to rely on is a good choice. Thinking of this, Zhao Mengying glanced at the expressionless Zhao Xiao with a slightly aggressive look. She was ready to snatch the man. Jiang Chen, who was walking by, didn't notice the change in the beauty's expression. He just glanced at Fang Yuan, who was standing there in a daze, and then walked into the VIP room. Who is this one? Who is the toad? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After secretly cursing in his heart, Jiang Chen felt extremely happy at this moment. Both his vanity and his sense of revenge were greatly satisfied. The three people left the lobby with their own thoughts, leaving Fang Yuan standing at the front desk in a daze. Regret? Unwilling? Confused? Jealous? Grievance? Or all of them? In short, a large order worth tens of millions of yuan was missed by her. Jiang Chen? How could he afford a villa? Question mark? He is so poor that he can't even afford Pizza Hut? This is impossible. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, and for a moment she felt a wave of unreal dizziness. However, it was too late to regret now. With a small receptionist like her, how could she possibly get the meat that was already in the mouth of manager Zhao? Besides, she had already completely offended Jiang Chen. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Who is the toad? Who is the swan? How could he be interested in her when he is so rich? Fang Yuan had nothing to do but regret her impulsiveness. She could have easily eaten the fat meat in her mouth by relying on past friendship, but she gave it away just because of her own subjective assumption of looking down on others. However, at this time, she still had another glimmer of luck in her heart. She knew Jiang Chen's family conditions very well, and even heard a little about where Jiang Chen would go after graduation. How could a salesperson working in a clothing store afford a villa? He must be lying. Yes, this is a trap deliberately set up to humiliate me. The sister standing by looked at her with undisguised sarcasm on her face. They knew they couldn't compete with Xiao Mengying. After all, she had the capital, but this little bitch could even give away the meat on her lips. What else could that be but asterisk asterisk asterisk? However, at this moment, Fang Yuanyuan no longer cared to observe the eyes of her colleagues. She had fallen deeply into the vortex of regret and contradiction, unable to extricate herself. On the one hand, she regretted how good it would be if she had agreed to Jiang Chen on that day 3 years ago. On the other hand, she cursed that all this must have been designed by Jiang Chen to fool her. It has to be said that when a person falls into madness, his IQ will drop sharply. What's more, there are not so many ifs in this world, otherwise everyone would be a billionaire. Note that book friends who don't like welfare plots can skip 58 and 60. Not being the heroine does not affect the plot. Chapter 56, Romance in the Car. I wonder if Mr. Jiang bought the house for investment or for home living. I live in it myself. Is there any mystery here? Jiang Chen and Xiao Mengying took a car to see the house. Chapter 57, Luxury. Author. The luxury car stopped at the gate of the community. The driver rolled down the window and handed over his ID card. He stuck it on the card reader next to the window, and the barrier slowly opened. Jiang Chen saw through the window that the security guards on duty at the gate of the community were all burly and had electric batons on their waists. Although he didn't know how strong they were, judging from their military posture, they should all be retired soldiers or armed police. It was indeed as Jiang Chen guessed, that the more than 50 security guards on duty in this villa community full of rich people were all good soldiers who could fight and climb, and had no record of any violations. After all, it was a high property fee of 5 yuan per square meter. It's not that there were no thieves who had their eyes on this place in the 6 years since the establishment of this community, but no thief had the ability to sneak into the residents' homes. There are many good hands from the reconnaissance company among these security guards. What if you can beat these people? Haha, Kit, why are you still a thief? Are you interested in working for the National Security Bureau? The luxury car smoothly passed through the spacious walkway and drove to the deepest part of the community. The entire community is in the shape of a bowl on the artificial high ground by the river, overlooking the beautiful scenery of the entire Huangpu River, and Jiang Chen's villa is located in the center of the bowl mouth. The residents living here are either rich or noble. Living here is not only a kind of enjoyment in life, but you can also meet many interesting neighbors. Xiao Mengying's implication is that the help to career should not be underestimated. However, Jiang Chen did not care too much about this aspect, just smiled and did not comment. Career is one aspect, but the quality of life cannot be left behind. Otherwise, wouldn't you still be a social animal? It's just that the net worth is a little higher. Since the house is bought for the enjoyment of life, the first consideration is naturally the comfort level. As for those neighbors who are either rich or noble, Jiang Chen has a hunch that maybe within 2 years, they will take the initiative to come to visit him in an endless stream. The car stopped steadily at the entrance of the villa. Xiao Mengying got out of the car first, and then took the initiative to open the door for Jiang Chen, the rich man. The girl took out the door card and swiped it on the door, and the sliding iron door opened automatically. After checking in, the security system of the villa gate will be updated, and you can even open the gate through the app launched by our company. Of course, I recommend using a special electronic key to start it. Xiao Mengying winked playfully, and then led Jiang Chen into the villa. Behind the European-style high walls is a different world. The neat green lawn, the straight blue stone brick path, and the building with both European classicism and modern minimalist styles, blended to almost opposite architectural styles together without contradiction. The generous floor-to-ceiling windows make up the first floor structure of the villa, and the white cubes fill the rest of the villa as a whole, which looks generous and elegant. The 4-story building stands out slightly among the surrounding 3-story villas. The most satisfying thing about the whole villa is the egg-shaped swimming pool in the backyard. Just as the annotation next to the photo said, Jiang Chen just pressed a button, and the arch spiraled down to the bottom, and turned into an open-air swimming pool. The heating device at the bottom can also quickly and accurately heat the water temperature to the set value. Although these high-end designs may not be very practical, they perfectly satisfy the curiosity of an avo-rish like Jiang Chen. Xiao Mengying explained the various high-end functions of the villa to him while taking him into the villa. As for the interior of the villa, he was even more satisfied. Because this kind of model villa needs to be used for advertising, it is usually completed with supporting decoration after it is built, and even the corresponding furniture has been fully configured. Of course, if the customer is not satisfied with the decoration, he can also choose the one he likes from various design plans, and Wanhe Real Estate will redecorate the interior of the villa on the original basis according to the customer's instructions. But Jiang Chen is already very satisfied with the decoration here. The living room with black and white as the main color looks very comfortable, and the furniture with artistic atmosphere is impeccable. After all, these are all designed by the masters of the industry. Although Jiang Chen can't say what is good about it, he is naturally not satisfied with it, because it looks comfortable, and is comfortable to use. Next to it is the dining room, followed by the kitchen. Needless to say, in terms of equipment and decoration, it is still impeccable. Following Xiao Mengying up the stairs, the second floor of the villa is basically designed with comfort as a core. This floor is mainly bedrooms. What surprised Jiang Chen is that the style of each bedroom is slightly different. This is also designed to allow the owner to choose a bedroom that suits his mood. For example, the bedroom just now is a modern minimalist style with black and white cold colors, while this bedroom is a romantic and warm style with warm colors as the main color. The design of the third and fourth floors basically continues the overall design concept of the entire building. Each floor has a bathroom and 2 extra bedrooms. In addition, there are some vacant rooms, which are convenient for the owner to transform them into activity rooms that suit his taste according to his own preferences. For example, gyms, study rooms, studios, and the like. Standing on the rooftop terrace overlooking the river view, feeling the breeze blowing in the face. Although it is still midsummer, there is a bit of coolness in the wind. This may be related to the surrounding greenery, and there is no such hot atmosphere as in Wanhe City, which is just a stone's throw away. Not bad, it's a good place to live at home. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction in front of Xiao Mengying. The lush green elegant environment and luxurious and comfortable design are indeed worthy of his price. It is more modern than the retro style villa in the end of the world. It is really impeccable to use it as a home for home life and luxurious enjoyment. And it is not far from the warehouse in the suburbs. Just over 200 million RMB. Perhaps because the money came so easily, Jiang Chen's heart was not even stirred. For this level of villa, although our company cannot provide discounts, according to the cooperation agreement signed between our company and Maybach Automobile Company, we will provide a newly launched Maybach S600 luxury car for the homie winners who purchase the house for more than 100 million yuan. At present, this model is in short supply. Xiao Mengying explained to Jiang Chen with a smile. Jiang Chen also heard a little about Maybach S600. It is said that the estimated overseas price is $570,465 which is about 3.568 million RMB. Of course, people who can afford a 100 million yuan mansion will definitely not lack this money. But the thought is always there, and a direct discount is definitely not as comfortable as giving a luxury car. This is also a sales strategy. Chapter 58 House Viewing. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, and then he wrote a asterisk on the purchase contract with a half smile, but then stopped writing. Under Xiao Mengying's anxious gaze, he smirked and said, "The following 10,000 words are omitted, author." When the two left the villa and returned to the luxury car, the sun was about to set. The driver was leaning against the car and lighting a cigarette. When he saw the VIP and his boss coming out, he immediately put out the cigarette butt. He smiled politely at Jiang Chen, then bowed respectfully, and then opened the car door for him. Having worked in this industry for so long, he certainly knew what Jiang Chen and the company's sales manager did in the villa, but these things were not the turn of a small person like him to yi. Although working in this industry is suspected of being a traitor, it is good to know about such things. If you spread it everywhere, losing your job is a small matter. How many people who can work in the real estate industry have clean hands and feet? Especially for a big company like Wanhe Real Estate. Jiang Chen got in the car first, and then Zhao Mengying sat down beside him. The driver started the car and returned along the original route. While in the car, Zhao Mengying had already talked to the manager on the phone. As soon as the two got off the car, they were welcomed by the general manager and a group of reception ladies. Although Zhao Mengying is also a manager, the sales manager is just a nominal title in Wanhe Real Estate after all, and it is mainly used to motivate those sales ladies to work hard to create performance. Although the salary is at the manager level, in terms of authority, she is actually no different from an ordinary sales lady. However, the general manager is different. He is the actual manager of this headquarters store, responsible for all planning and operation management rights, and he has to come forward for orders over 30 million. Of course, he does not get commission for a single business, and his commission is obtained from the sales of the entire store. Receiving the gold-stamped business card from the respectful general manager and enjoying the warm welcome from a line of receptionists, Jiang Chen's vanity was greatly satisfied, so he readily followed the general manager to the office. Chapter 59. Spending a lot of money. When Zhao Mengying saw Jiang Chen paid the full amount of 240 million yuan without blinking, her eyes became even more excited, especially when she saw the manager secretly giving her a thumbs up. She felt that the suffering was worth it. I'm very satisfied with the house, and I'm also satisfied with your sales manager. After completing the formalities, Jiang Chen smiled and shook hands with the general manager. The general manager smiled at Jiang Chen with a look that all men understand, and then handed over a series of relevant certificates such as the property certificate and an exquisite electronic key to Jiang Chen, and promised that he could move in with his luggage in 3 days. In fact, he could move in tonight, but in order to make the customer satisfied to the greatest extent, Wanhe Real Estate will conduct a 3-day comprehensive cleaning and inspection of the villa. After all, it has been too long since anyone has lived there, and some old things that have been covered in dust should be washed and replaced as needed. Compared with the string of 240 million yuan, the cost of cleaning and renovation is nothing. The originally troublesome formalities were completed in a short time. Jiang Chen was naturally very satisfied. He praised the general manager's work and left the luxurious Wanhe Real Estate headquarters store. When leaving, he glanced at Fang Yuanian, who looked stiff, then smiled playfully, raised the contract and key in his hand, and walked away without looking back. Zhao Mengying, who left the office later, looked at Jiang Chen's back and pursed her red lips ambitiously, with a meaningful arc at the corner of her mouth. She was very happy about the general manager's affirmation of her work and praise of her performance, which meant that maybe she would be promoted as a professional model in the near future. However, compared with a commission of hundreds of thousands of yuan, what interested her more was becoming the hostess of the villa. And this handsome young man with a lot of money happened to be single. As for Zhao Xiaoyu, who was as beautiful as her, she didn't take it seriously. In terms of technology, that virgin could never bring more pleasure to men than her. She was sure that she could charm Jiang Chen with her body and let him indulge in the gentleness she brought. Just now, she had secretly memorized Jiang Chen's mobile phone number, and she only needed to pick a time to call him. She always believed that there was no man who would not bite the hook. It just depended on whether the bait was tempting enough. Of course, this was just her wishful thinking. Although Jiang Chen had no moral integrity, he still had a scale in his heart. Seeing Zhao Mengying just come out of the office, her good sisters surrounded her and chatted and asked her about the identity of the man who was personally greeted by the general manager. Tell the truth. Sister Yingying, what tricks did you use to get that rich man? A tall sales lady with a goddess-like appearance came to Zhao Mengying's side and asked with a smile. No, it's just a normal business talk. Zhao Mengying's vanity was also greatly satisfied, but she still smiled modestly and answered. Nonsense, you smell like that. You can't escape my nose. A little woman with a quirky look came close to Zhao Mengying's cheek and sniffed, then said with a sly smile. After a lot of frolicking, Xiao Mengying finally couldn't stand the sister's soft and hard nagging and reluctantly explained the whole story. When they heard that it was a bill of 240 million, all the ladies took a breath of cold air. Xiao Mengying even pointed out intentionally or unintentionally that when the man paid, the sales ladies were even more crazy. Sister Yingying, you are the best. You must know the phone number of that rich man, right? Tell me. A beautiful woman with a Korean bob shook her arm and said pitifully, yes, yes, you are not allowed to eat alone. Good things should be shared with everyone. That's right. Enjoying the flattery of the sisters, although Xiao Mengying still had that troubled smile on her face, she was already very happy in her heart. You little bitches, I don't know what dirty things are in your mind. Take the petite little woman who begged her the most. Although she looks innocent and harmless, she is a little scared when she goes crazy in bed. As for how she came to this conclusion, it can be seen from her third-ranked sales performance. The rest of the sisters naturally have their own thoughts. One order is 240 million in sales. It is impossible to surpass Xiao Mengying to become the sales champion this year. Since her position as sales manager is unshakable, it is necessary to please her. In this way, she will be soft-handed when she wants to grab business, right? So the women of all acting levels flattered her sweetly. Even Xiao Mengying, the queen of the screen, was praised a little flattering. So she waved her hand and promised to take everyone to a big dinner tonight, which naturally attracted a cheer. She can get 2 million from this commission alone, so she is naturally not short of money for the dinner. In addition, the sisters had another little idea, which was to hook up with the generous sponsor, who wants to be a sales lady for life. Regardless of whether they are willing or not, how many people in this industry can work for more than 10 years? Making money while you are young is one aspect, and getting close to those wealthy people who come to buy houses is the key. Although Xiao Mengying is a little competitive, there are several sisters among them who are not without competitiveness. For example, the beauty with the Korean bob, although she is not a virgin, has just graduated and has not been sexually harassed several times. At least the fungus is not black. Crying a few times casually, saying something like meeting the wrong person, being young and ignorant, accidentally losing the first time, and only having sex once. How to need it is not her decision. In short, the key is how to get the phone number, and she must get her drunk today. Looking at Xiao Mengying's secretly proud look, the beauties made up their minds. At this time, Xiao Mengying, who was enjoying the support in the crowd, suddenly noticed someone, Fang Yuanian, who was still standing at the front desk in a daze. You didn't even come to flatter me. Xiao Mengying frowned slightly, and then she thought of this girl who had just come, and seemed to have had some conflicts with Jiang Chen, so she inadvertently showed a mocking smile on her face. I really don't have Mr. Jiang's phone number. How could such a big shot like me be interested in a small employee? Xiao Mengying said pitifully, and then she accidentally suddenly found Fang Yuanian. So she said joyfully, I remember. Fang Yuanian seems to be Mr. Jiang's classmate. Why don't we ask her about it? The beauties were stunned, and then burst into laughter. Fang Yuanian's face was livid, and she naturally heard the mockery in the laughter. The meaning is nothing more than you little bitch. You even went to a bureau with 5 people, and you barely passed the performance. As a result, the pie that fell from the sky was delivered to your mouth, but you didn't bite it, and you just handed it away. Isn't this a typical asterisk asterisk asterisk? I don't know. I'm not familiar with him. Fang Yuanian stammered. She lied. Not only were they familiar with each other, but they were almost together. However, it was too late to say anything. If she had agreed to that poor guy, it would have been great. Fang Yuanian's face was full of humiliation and unwillingness. She lowered her head, packed up the things at hand, and walked away quickly with her bag. Anyway, it was time to get off work, and she just wanted to leave this place that made her feel ashamed as soon as possible. As for the mocking laughter behind her, she could no longer hear it. It was not the first time that she felt the warmth and coldness of this society. From beginning to end, she had never reflected on her own reasons. She hated Jiang Chen, hated the arrogant Xiao Mengying, and even hated the cold-faced passerby Xiao Xiao. The resentful emotions mixed with grievances and unwillingness fermented like poison and spread in her heart. Zhao Mengying looked at the look of a lost dog on the face of the receptionist Fang Yuanyuan with great satisfaction, without any guilt or softness on her face. Because she knew very well that, if this receptionist really got the 200 million yuan business, she would have to give up her position as sales manager, and she would have to stand beside her, and lower herself to flatter the little bitch she once looked down upon. The workplace is like a battlefield, especially a workplace full of women, which is even more brutal. Therefore, she did not need to show mercy, and no one would sympathize with Fang Yuanyuan. They would only take the opportunity to add insult to injury and show their loyalty to this unshakable boss. 6th update asking for votes 0.0, Chapter 60 Construction of the base. The little thoughts between those strange women naturally had nothing to do with Jiang Chen. After taking a taxi, he went straight back to the 7 Days hotel. Aisha was studying Chinese diligently at this time. After seeing Jiang Chen coming back, her originally indifferent face couldn't help but reveal a shy smile. It was just like the appearance of a newlywed wife. However, this smile really made him a little bit overwhelmed, because the guilt was really overwhelming. Although Jiang Chen hadn't married her yet, he always felt like her cheating husband, and when he returned home, he faced a gentle and considerate wife. Or should I restrain myself in the future? There seemed to be too much on the plate. He smiled a little flustered, and then he took Aisha to a nearby restaurant and had a pork-free, but very rich dinner. He still had a good impression of this helpless girl. He had some crooked thoughts such as taking her home after getting well. Yes, there was. But it's not a good thing to indulge in the gentle world all day. He was worried because he hadn't been back to the end of the world for a while. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, Jiang Chen saw Aisha carrying her bag to the language class, leaving a few red bills and a note on the table saying, "If I don't come back, don't wait for me to eat." Then left the hotel, found a corner where there were no people and cameras, and traveled back to the end of the world. "You are finally back. Which girl did you sleep with last night?" Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen with her arms folded across her chest, smiling. Jiang Chen smiled embarrassedly, changed the subject calmly, and began to ask about the construction of the base. Although Sun Jiao was very spoiled and naughty, she could still distinguish the primary from the secondary. Taking a deep breath, leaving irrelevant questions and complaints behind, Sun Jiao began to tell Jiang Chen about the recent situation of the base. First, it was the construction of infrastructure. The base's wall has been successfully pushed 200 meters toward the sewer entrance, opening up an open space about the size of 2 football fields, about 20 acres. The half-destroyed wooden villas in the middle were flattened by the survivors, but the foundations underneath can be used directly. As for the electrical appliances and furniture in the villas, they were all moved to the open space. Those that were repaired were used, and those that were not repaired were dismantled into parts. Lu Huosheng, the chief architect of the base, commanded several construction teams to rebuild 4 more recommended dormitory buildings on the ready-made foundation. Each of these 3-story simple dormitory buildings can accommodate 30 residents. As 4 Y4 buildings were built, it was naturally at the instruction of Jiang Chen, in order to prepare for future recruitment. One of them has been basically completed and occupied, and the remaining 3 are under construction. In addition, 3-story hardened cement towers have also been built at the 4 corners of the base. That is, 2 in the backyard of the villa and 2 in front of the newly reclaimed land. A light machine gun was set up on the watchtower, and a camouflage net was simply covered outside. 1 person was arranged to stand guard in each tower. Because the location here is remote, the danger of zombies is not high. It takes more than 10 kilometers to walk in the direction of the 6th block and enter the urban area before the more difficult alien species will appear. Therefore, the Fishbone Survivor base currently needs to guard against other survivors with ulterior motives. However, most survivors will generally walk around when they see the wall and machine guns. After 2 months, the sentry machine guns should be replaced here. Jiang Chen has placed an order with Zhao Chenwu's military factory for 4 sentry machine guns, each with a unit price of 3,000 subcrystals. It can guide shooting with lasers and automatically identify heat source signals. This kind of purely handmade high-tech gadgets are generally more expensive and have extremely low production. After all, some parts can only be recycled or modified by other parts. In addition to these defense equipment, Lu Huosheng also built a simple community center in the middle of this newly expanded area according to Jiang Chen's instructions. At present, the main function of this community center is just to serve as a canteen and meeting room. Only one floor has been built so far, and the plan is to build 3 floors high. Thank God, Wang Heisit's fully automated water treatment device means that the base does not have to worry about drinking water. The water pipes made of polyethylene can easily be connected to the city's water supply system. As long as there is no accident of large-scale water discharge, this section of the water supply line will not be shut down by the intelligent program of the water treatment plant. As for electricity, the electrician among the survivors not only improved the simple solar power panels set up by Sun Jiao, but also added twice the power panels on the top of the building. Now the power generation capacity in the base has reached 30 kWh. If used sparingly, this 30 kWh is enough to meet the base's daily electricity needs. The excess electricity is stored in the K1 type energy gathering battery the size of an oil barrel for use by the warehouse's refrigeration equipment at night. On the other hand, because the amount of supplies Jiang Chen brought last time was huge, Sun Jiao instructed Lu Huosheng to rebuild 2 larger granaries in the backyard of the villa. The granary was built according to the composite structure. The upper part is used to store food that is not easy to spoil. A storage space was dug out underground, and insulation boards were pasted around it to store food with a relatively low shelf life. The refrigeration device obtained from the trade with the Zhao Group in early August was installed in it. Now when entering the underground granary to get food, you have to wear a thick cotton jacket. The whole basement is as cold as a large freezer. These 2 granaries are also the largest power consumers in the base. Basically, most of the power resources are allocated to maintaining the operation of the refrigeration device. How is the trade with the Zhao Group going? After listening to Sun Jiao's report, Jiang Chen asked this question that he was most concerned about after pondering for a moment. The trade volume in early August reached 100,000 subcrystal points, which is basically the same as the last trade volume. The materials exchanged are basically those that are in short supply in the construction of the base, such as refrigeration devices, energy gathering batteries and other application equipment, as well as military materials, special cement raw materials, steel and other building materials. The trade surplus is 2310 subcrystals. Sun Jiao took out a tablet, called up the account book with her fingers, and said to Jiang Chen very professionally. Jiang Chen was a little surprised that this girl was quite suitable to be a housekeeper. He couldn't help but smile. He originally thought that this barbaric girl only knew how to fight and kill, but he didn't expect that she had such a careful side. Yes, what he needs is capable people, and capable people. Yes, there is no need to save money in the construction of the base. Only by spending as much as possible can the subcrystal play its greatest value. At this stage, our base cannot use high-end energy such as subcrystal. We are still in the basic construction stage. What we need more are those production equipment, construction materials, and life-saving weapons. Jiang Chen nodded and praised. At least in terms of setting, he, the agent of Fishbone Grain Products Company, is currently focusing on building a supply station. If you don't buy more of these things in the early stage, it will be a bit suspicious to ask Zhao Chenwu to buy building materials in the later stage. You said that, since you are trading with the survivor base outside the province, some things are not convenient to be transported from the headquarters, and you need to buy them on the spot. Everyone can understand this. But it wouldn't make sense to just buy some raw materials like steel and cement, and then keep building houses and repairing walls here, right? If there really is a company with its headquarters in another province, you have to transfer some profits back, right? If no other excuse is found, this problem is not easy to get away with. The trade surplus ratio has to be gradually increased to create the illusion of transferring trade-earned subcrystals to the company headquarters. His alliance with Zhao Chenwu was originally based on a lie, so how to continue to make this lie round is very important. After hearing Jiang Chen's praise, Sun Jiao's mood obviously became better. Then she smiled and continued. On the other hand, the survivor group nearby noticed us and tentatively contacted us. Survivor group. Jiang Chen frowned. Yes. It is different from the large survivor base in the city area of the 6th block. Because the environmental danger level in the suburbs is relatively low and the post-war buildings are relatively intact, only a small number of survivors need to unite to open up a certain living space. There are currently 57 known community-level survivor groups around our base, the smallest of which is only 2 families, and the largest is 20 to 30 families. Of course, this is just a rough count. So many? Jiang Chen looked at the screen of the tablet in Sun Jiao's hand, and the red dots on it made his brows frown deeper. Survivor groups. If possible, he is not willing to contact them at this stage. At least before the base has a certain degree of combat effectiveness, it is very dangerous to contact those people. The reason is that Jiang Chen's resources are too huge, and he has to be wary of the prying eyes of strangers. In the end times, there is no law to speak of. A piece of bread can attract the pursuit of vicious criminals, not to mention the dozens of tons of food in the base. Although the Zhao group would not pay attention to Jiang Chen, it was because they thought this was just an outpost, and the real food production was done by some fishbone food product company thousands of miles away. If the tyrant Zhao Chen Wu really knew that all the food was created by Jiang Chen, it would be hard to say what would happen. However, those ordinary survivors naturally did not understand the principle of killing the chicken to get the eggs. If they knew that there was enough food for them to eat for several years, they would immediately pick up their weapons and kill them. Don't look at some survivor groups that are usually very kind and occasionally exchange what they have with neighbors who have a good relationship. But once it comes to survival issues such as food, all disguises will be removed. Without sufficient strength, they can only face plunder. Fortunately, the combat effectiveness of these survivor groups is about the same as Jiang Chen and his team. Everyone uses ordinary kinetic weapons, and there is no high-end stuff like power armor, tanks, and cannons, so the people who wander here these days are just tentative contacts, and have not shown any hostility. After all, those survivors are also unsure. What is the purpose of this group of people building such a large fortification here? They were also on guard against the strange neighbor who suddenly appeared at their doorstep. Sun Jiao naturally took some countermeasures. For example, it was strictly forbidden for people in the base to eat outside the cafeteria. It was strictly forbidden to light a fire outside the cafeteria, and the windows must be closed when eating in the cafeteria, so that any possible peepers outside could not find any clues that there was a large amount of food in the base. At the same time, Sun Jiao also clearly rejected the other survivors who requested to enter the base. How to contact those people? Everything had to wait until Jiang Chen came back to make a decision. Chapter 61 Virtual Reality Training Pod. You did a good job in this regard. After listening to Sun Jiao's explanation, Jiang Chen nodded approvingly, then stroked his chin and thought for a moment. How is the combat effectiveness of the base now? Almost everyone can fight with a gun. Sun Jiao said with some pride. So fast? Jiang Chen looked at Sun Jiao in surprise and asked. Among the equipment purchased from Zhao Group, there are 8 virtual reality soldier training warehouses. It is said that those things were used by the PAC regime to train militias in the past. They are not uncommon in the 6th block. They have a lot of them in the warehouse. When they heard that we don't have these things, they sold them to us at a low price. Sun Jiao said with a smile. Take me to see it. Jiang Chen was very interested in this. He was really curious about what the so-called virtual reality training device looked like. If possible, he would like to get one back home, so that he can play it as an FPS game console when he has nothing to do. It would also be good to exercise his combat effectiveness. Sun Jiao couldn't help but smile at Jiang Chen's appearance, and then took him to the community center outside the villa. Looking at the streamlined, futuristic incubator, Jiang Chen reached out and touched the smooth surface, and an interested expression immediately appeared on his face. Seeing this, she began to explain to him. This militia training equipment, which was put into production in 2140, is considered to be a relatively early virtual reality soldier training device. However, even if it is a relatively early device, its function is comparable to most of the civilian educational incubators launched later. Deep diving can not only make people's memory reach the peak state, but also make the nerves of the body perfectly familiar with the movements learned in training. In addition, since even if you die in training, it is just a game over, so many difficult exercises that cannot be carried out in reality can be simulated in a virtual reality environment. Of course, physical training still has to be carried out in reality. Physical training can be solved by genetic drugs. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. That's right, so I added 50 D-level genetic drugs to the ordered supplies. They have been injected, so that the combat effectiveness of the base can be more or less stronger. Sun Jiao said. Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao were injected with C-level gene potions. However, since there were not many of them in the 6th block, it was not a big deal to buy 10 or so, but it would be difficult to buy 50. After all, if no one usually buys something, the production will not be very large, so she simply ordered the D-level gene potion with a relatively high production volume. The only difference between C-level and D-level potions is the basic value of physical attribute growth of about 5 points, but it has no effect on the future growth potential, and usually, E-level gene potions are enough. For example, most of the militia stationed in the outer circle of the 6th block were injected with E-level gene potions, or simply got an antivirus vaccine. After all, in this era, the chance of relying on muscle melee combat is almost zero. At this time, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of another question. Can I use this thing to learn other things, such as language? If it can be used to learn language, wouldn't it be great to give it to Aisha? Combined with a gene potion, wouldn't it be a very cool thing to train a beautiful bodyguard and driver? As for Aisha's loyalty, there is naturally no need to worry about this. The weapon level in the training program can be set to equipment from about 150 years ago. It should be no problem to let Yao handle it. Sun Jiao was stunned. She didn't understand what Jiang Chen meant, but nodded. In principle, it is possible. Learning type incubators often have the function of learning conventional knowledge, because memory efficiency is the highest in a deep sleep state. I, who was born in a shelter, have a deep understanding of this. But learning a language, what's the use? The education of children in the 071 shelter is basically completed through indoctrination education in the incubator, which is efficient and convenient. However, when it comes to learning a language, even foreigners stranded in Wanghai City have probably learned Chinese. It's a little useful, so I'll take one with me. Jiang Chen nodded after hearing this, and then he put the incubator into the storage space without hesitation, and took it to Yao later. At the same time, he took away a few bottles of remaining gene drugs, which he kept for other uses. Sun Jiao was no longer surprised by this. She already knew Jiang Chen's secret, so she just subconsciously glanced back at the door to confirm whether there were any unrelated people who saw it. The energy required for this kind of culture chamber is crystal, and the power consumption is about 1 crystal every 10 hours. Although it was originally powered by electricity, it became quite difficult to supply electricity on a large scale after the disaster, so these machines were modified to a certain extent by the engineers of the 6th block, and the original power supply line was simplified to a crystal container. As for the nutrient solution, injected after the startup program, I bought 4 tons of ingredients at the price of 50 kilograms for 10 crystals. It is enough to add 0.5 kilograms of ingredients to 1 cubic meter of water. Yeah, I see. Jiang Chen nodded with interest, and then picked up 4 bags of ingredients, and put them into the storage space. Although this bag is only as big as a pillow, the rice-like ingredients inside are surprisingly heavy. Just 4 bags weighed 1 ton. Then, he turned the topic back to the base's diplomatic strategy. If the 30 survivors of the base have all received military training and can defend the base to a certain extent, then we might as well start the next plan. Oh. Sun Jiao showed an interested expression, looking forward to Jiang Chen's next instructions. Set up a temporary trading station at the entrance of the base, sell compressed biscuits to the scattered small survivor groups around, and exchange them for subcrystals. Jiang Chen showed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. It's time to make plans for those small survivor groups. Oh, but what to trade? Sun Jiao frowned and asked. Subcrystals, electronic components, building materials, anything that can be used in the base will do. The latter 2 are not difficult to find in the ruins. The price will be based on the standards of the 6th block. Jiang Chen waved his hand and continued. It doesn't matter how much we can earn. As long as we let those people work for us. As long as they have a sense of dependence on us, and the weapons in our hands are not something they can deal with, we don't have to worry about them having bad intentions. And I believe that it won't be long before, after some contact, there will be many small survivor groups among them, and they will have the idea of joining us. Since they are scattered small groups, they should at least be in a state of mutual distrust, and it is impossible for them to spontaneously organize and pose any threat to the fishbone base. If these people can really organize themselves, they will not be suppressed by aliens, zombies, and bandits for so many years, and they will have developed into a behemoth like the Sixth Block. What's more, these community-based survivor groups whose main purpose is survival are much less expansionist and aggressive than some large organizations. But these people are not easy to control after all. Sun Jiao said a little uneasily. Those survivors are different from the slaves in the base. They don't have slave chips implanted in them. It's not difficult to control. Jiang Chen smiled. We just need to promote those who absolutely obey us to management. They were the ones who dug the first shovel in the base, and we can't let those heroes be workers forever. Of course, the strategy is still the same. They are not allowed to enter the base at this stage. All transactions are completed at the door. We cut off the goods from time to time, and let them come back in 2 days, so that they will have the illusion that we don't have much goods. Sun Jiao heard what Jiang Chen meant and smiled knowingly. Take it slowly. With more than 30 people, we can digest those outsiders bit by bit. In addition, next time we order a batch of surplus refugees from Zhao Chenwu, we must expand our population base before accepting those outsiders. Specifically, we will set it at 60 people and offer Zhao Chenwu a premium of 30 subcrystals per person. We can't always expect him to be a volunteer worker. We still have to give him some benefits in the population business. Jiang Chen added. Last time, Zhao Chenwu did a favor and provided Jiang Chen with a batch of people at cost price, but it is too stingy to always expect others to supply at cost price. As the saying goes, there is no early rise without profit. If you want him to do a good job, it is necessary to pay some benefits. Moreover, if he uses his private power to sell too many people abroad, he will still have to bear the risk of impeachment. Each person can bring him a net profit of 10 subcrystals. I don't believe he will not be tempted. It seems that you are not completely unconcerned about the things here. It seems that this lady still blames you a little wrongly. Seeing that the business was handled, Sun Jiao immediately changed her expression and returned to her original arrogant tone. She walked to the side of Jiang Chen, pouted her lips, and played with his temples. Of course, this is my home here after all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 Elementary Artificial Intelligence. When Jiang Chen and the flushed Sun Jiao left the training room one after another, it was already noon. He took Sun Jiao back to the villa and met Yao, whom he had not seen for a long time. This little tech geek stayed in her room every day to study those advanced computer knowledge, so that her originally pale skin was a little white. However, the figure of this little lolly has grown a lot compared to when she first met Jiang Chen. The little poached egg that was just slightly raised has now grown to the level of needing to wear a small bra. The originally thin and bloodless cheeks are gradually becoming fuller at this moment, and the faintly visible baby fat looks very cute. Yao was naturally very happy and excited to see Jiang Chen. She actually let go of her usual reserve and ran to Jiang Chen. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I came back. How did you say that sentence? Enjoy yourself so much that you don't want to leave. He admitted that he was indeed having a lot of fun in the real world. Yao, who missed the gentle big brother day and night, buried her little face in his chest happily, smiled softly, and rubbed. Looking at Yao's cute appearance, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile and gently stroked her light hair. Don't get me wrong, he is really not a lolly control. He was simply healed by this pure smile. I always feel that, as long as I hold Yao, all the troubles and anger in my body will disappear. However, they ignored Sun Jiao, who was standing aside. Sun Jiao, who was full of possessiveness, glared at the two fiercely, and Yao jumped away quickly and stood aside at a loss. Although Sun Jiao was usually very good to her, she was a little afraid of this sister in various ways. Maybe it was because she was too rough when they first met, especially after witnessing the shameful scene in the living room. After rolling his eyes at Sun Jiao in dissatisfaction, Jiang Chen sat at the dining table and enjoyed lunch with the two. Juicy and tender potatoes with pork, eggplant with garlic, delicious seaweed egg soup, but the unhealthy sunlight coming from the window. It is hard to imagine that such delicious food can be born in this wasteland under radioactive dust. This lunch is naturally Yao's masterpiece. Miss Sun Jiao has always been the one who only cares about eating and not cooking. After tasting Yao's cooking, Jiang Chen gave her a thumbs up with satisfaction. This made her cute and fair little face blush again. However, this somehow irritated Miss Sun Jiao. Jealous Sun Jiao kicked Jiang Chen hard under the table and looked at him with dissatisfaction. In response, Jiang Chen had to smile bitterly and gave Sun Jiao a thumbs up to express his praise for her ability to eat. Ahem. This naturally could not be known to her. After getting Jiang Chen's affirmation, Sun Jiao returned to normal and happily enjoyed her lunch. Really, why is it so troublesome, like a child? Jiang Chen secretly complained in his heart. However, the look in his eyes when he looked at Sun Jiao showed more doting than trouble. After dinner, Jiang Chen came to the technology department of the community center of the base and found Du Yankang working in front of the computer. Although it was called the technology department, it was only a room of more than 30 square meters in total, and most of the space was unavailable, as it was filled with equipment that this guy DIY'd or simply purchased. Jiang Chen's budget for this technical department was a maximum of 1000 subcrystals per month, but Du Yankang was also good at saving money for Jiang Chen, so he didn't need that much. In addition to a few necessary equipment, he DIY'd everything else he could. There were two mobile phones on the table, one Huawei and one iPhone 5, which were plugged into a strange looking host with data cables. Du Yankang stared at the code on the central screen and quickly confirmed it one by one. His fingers were tapping on the touch panel quickly, without noticing the person behind him. Seeing this guy working so hard, Jiang Chen was naturally very satisfied, but he didn't have time to wait here. Ahem. Jiang Chen coughed softly to indicate his presence. Hearing Jiang Chen's voice, Du Yankang was stunned at first, and then turned around with great joy. Boss, you are finally here. I have asked Miss Sun for instructions many times, but she always asked me to take the program back and adjust it, and then show it to you, after it is completed. But I really can't find any loopholes. Du Yankang complained to Jiang Chen in grievance. Ahem, I'm usually busy and sometimes not at the base. How about it? Have you completed the task I assigned to you? How can you know the whereabouts of this boss? Jiang Chen casually passed over this topic. Seeing that Jiang Chen went straight to the point, Du Yankang also tactfully entered the professional mode. After tapping a few keys on the screen, he unplugged the data cable and handed the phone to Jiang Chen. Boss, instead of me explaining it, why don't you take a look at it yourself? I can guarantee that anyone who holds this operating system can get familiar with all its functions in the first place. Is it really that magical? Jiang Chen took Huawei's mobile phone with half belief and half doubt, and then pressed the power button. The three-dimensional figure composed of triangles formed the logo of Future Man Technology, and the Chinese characters annotated below read, Future Man 1.0. Future Man 1.0? This name is good and creative. It's very cool. Jiang Chen can give 10 points for this refreshing boot interface. The simple style with a futuristic feel and the data graphics that highlight the high-end are put together in a very fast form, and the frame rate is also amazing. The most important thing is that such a cool boot interface is not stuck at all. Then, what Jiang Chen saw was a round egg-shaped robot. Where is the desktop? Jiang Chen asked after a pause. However, before Du Yankang answered, this cute round egg-shaped robot had already given him the answer. Hey, dear user, I'm your most loyal helper, Xiao Bei. Of course, if you don't like this name, you can change my name. This robot who was explaining vividly was a little cute. Jiang Chen curled his lips and watched him continue to speak with interest. If you need to call out the menu, just tell me. Of course, you can also do this by poking my belly. Xiao Bei blinked and patted his belly. Jiang Chen poked his belly, and the egg-like robot jumped up instantly, and then pulled down a curtain from the top frame of the mobile phone screen, which listed various mobile phone applications. If you need to open an application, selecting it through the menu is one way, but I recommend that you tell me directly. Xiao Bei hid in the lower left corner of the screen, and blinked at Jiang Chen. If you find him talking annoying, you can actually turn on the text mode and tell him. Du Yankang couldn't help but add in a low voice. It can be seen that he is very proud of his work. No, it's quite interesting. But in some occasions, where it's inconvenient to turn on the volume, the text function can come in handy. Jiang Chen pinched his chin and nodded, then said to Xiao Bei, "Open the map." "Yes, master." Almost as soon as the voice fell, the built-in Beidou map appeared on the screen of the mobile phone. However, because the GPS signal of this world could not be found, the map was fixed at the location of Wanghei City. "Are there any games?" Jiang Chen said casually, but he didn't expect that this guy could actually recognize it. "I'm sorry, master, there are no games downloaded in the phone, but if you need it, just tell me what kind of game you want, and I can search for the game you want from the internet," Xiao Bei said with grievance. Jiang Chen was completely dumbfounded. There is such a function? Xiao Bei can complete operations on behalf of users, including opening the default search engine of the mobile phone, automatically typing keywords, and identifying search results. By the way, by connecting this data cable, you can access this server, which downloads the network data backup between 2017 and 2027. The data type of this time period seems to be the most suitable for this thing called a mobile phone. You can try it. Du Yankang handed over the data cable. Because there was no network, he could only achieve this function by simulating the network. Jiang Chen took the data cable, plugged it into the mobile phone, and then spoke to Xiao Bei. "Help me find a racing game that can run on my mobile phone and has the best visual effects." "Okay, master, I think this Fast and Furious 17 must be to your liking. Xiao Bei has prepared the game introduction and download link for you. Are you satisfied?" In less than a second, Xiao Bei handed a few screenshots to Jiang Chen, blinking his eyes to ask for credit. "Damn, so fast. And this picture quality, this configuration is just ordinary. Huawei mobile phone can really run it?" Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "Download. Yes, master." Because it was a direct connection, the data transmission was very fast. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to let Xiao Bei start the game, and then he was shocked by the picture quality. The particle effect like real dust, the halo like movie special effects, the photo level picture quality. Jiang Chen didn't want to comment on the quality of the game. The only thing he wanted to express was, is this really a mobile game? Is this a game that Huawei mobile phones can run? Not to mention Huawei mobile phones, even the iPhone 7 that has not yet been released, would probably have some difficulties. "Don't look at me like that. I really didn't modify the hardware of this thing." Du Yankang saw Jiang Chen looking at him suspiciously and waved his hand quickly. Although he didn't know why the boss was so obsessed with original products, he must have his own considerations. How could Du Yankang dare to disobey him casually? "Very good, I'm very satisfied." Jiang Chen laughed and nodded. At this point, he could almost announce that the situation of iOS and Android dividing the world was over, and there was no doubt that the future Man 1.0 operating system would dominate the mobile phone industry. Of course, this would take time. First, users would be asked to download the software under the banner of software. When the number of users reached a certain level and they became dependent on Xiao Bei to a certain extent, they would then cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot, recommending users to uninstall the original operating system to save space. Future Man 1.0 could replace the functions of the operating system and ensure that it would not affect the operation of the mobile phone. Of course, the specific details of this aspect would be debugged by Du Yankang. "It's not over yet, boss. Please take a look at this." Seeing that the boss was happy, Jiang Chen naturally showed off the other functions of this mobile phone in a flattering way and tapped the touchscreen computer with his finger. What is this? Jiang Chen looked at the data stream on the computer screen in confusion. Simulated virus attack. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and then motioned Jiang Chen to look at Xiaobei on the mobile phone screen. Master, malware attack detected. Xiaobei was instantly fully armed, holding a shield and a long sword, and his eyes became sharp. Not long after, the malicious plugin was picked up by Xiaobei's sword before it could work, and then it broke into pieces and scattered. The animation effect is also quite interesting. Security level C. In short, all attacks between 2000 and 2101 will not work on it. That's roughly the concept. Jiang Chen introduced proudly. Yeah. It's enough. Jiang Chen nodded. However, this function may have to be cut off first. If it is directly launched under the banner of antivirus software, he is really a little worried that 361 will maliciously report his thing as a virus or something. Those people can really do such a thing. In addition, the superfluous function may hide the artificial intelligence selling point of the software itself, giving users the misunderstanding that it is miscellaneous but not refined. It is not too late to launch functions such as antivirus software and chat after Future Man 1.0 has a certain reputation. These functions are just the tip of the iceberg of Xiaobei. The most important thing is his ability as a primary artificial intelligence. Jiang Chen smiled and spread his hands. Not only can he recognize language, but he can also accurately recognize your current emotions based on your voice. For example, if you are heartbroken, well, of course this is just a metaphor. He will comfort you. If you are in a good mood at the moment, he will be happy with you. He will remember every word you said to him and respond to you in a humane way. Doesn't artificial intelligence have no emotions? Jiang Chen asked in confusion, looking at Xiaobei's cute big eyes. That's right, but this is the charm of science. Although there is no such concept as interest, Xiaobei will not really feel happy or sad, but he will give you the visual and auditory effects of being happy or sad. This involves some research results in humanities, subjects such as psychology and human behavior. In short, every word you may say has been stored in the database, and then according to your conversation and certain logical algorithms, Xiaobei will respond in accordance with the situation and historical memory. This is primary artificial intelligence. Did you write this? Jiang Chen asked in a daze. How is that possible? Jiang Chen said with a wry smile. This is a huge project that was completed after 21 years of joint efforts by dozens of world-class computer experts and scholars in the humanities and social sciences. The primary artificial intelligence of later generations is basically secondary production, based on that database. Of course, although intermediate artificial intelligence with thinking ability has evolved later, the research in this area has been stopped because of the Artificial Intelligence Management Act. Therefore, the most common on the market is still the primary artificial intelligence like Xiaobei, which relies on the data stored in the database to make logical responses to external information. In other words, if I chat with him, what I hear is just the lines that have been set. Jiang Chen stretched out his finger with a strange expression, tickled Xiaobei's belly on the screen, and asked casually, while watching Xiaobei giggle, "You can say that, but I can guarantee that, if I hadn't told you the secret, I'm afraid that, even if you chat with him for a lifetime, you will only regard him as an emotional pet, not a cold program." Jiang Chen nodded. Technology is really a magical thing. Jiang Chen smiled and put the question aside. What about this one? Jiang Chen picked up the iPhone and asked. There is no compatibility problem. Although this electronic device is also backward, it is slightly better than the one you just held. The Future Man 1.0 operating system can run perfectly on both models. Well done. Jiang Chen patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder and then waved his hand. From today on, you are the director of the information technology department of the Fishbone Survivor Base. Work hard, and your salary will be upgraded to a can of meat every day. Although he didn't know what the information technology department was. Thank you, boss. Jiang Chen was so excited that he almost knelt down. Seeing his action, that seemed to be hugging a thigh, Jiang Chen shuddered. He was not interested in being gay. I said, work hard. I guarantee that you will have meat every day. Then Jiang Chen instructed Du Yankang to make some restrictive modifications to the data to meet actual needs. These tasks were completed quickly, and the size of the software was also reduced a lot. Then, under Du Yankang's grateful eyes, Jiang Chen proudly took the USB flash drive and returned to the villa. He couldn't wait to return to the real world. The development strategy of Futureman technology had to be slightly adjusted. With this epoch-making operating system or software, he had full confidence in making the Futureman technology company famous. And it would not only be known throughout China, but also throughout the world. Chapter 63 The Weak Side. It was still evening. Standing at the door of Zai Xiao's house, Jiang Chen was about to raise his hand to press the doorbell, but suddenly froze for a moment in embarrassment. It seemed that every time he came, it was at night. Shaking his head, leaving that weird thought behind, Jiang Chen reached out and pressed the doorbell. However, after waiting for a while, no one came to open the door. The light was on, so he should be at home. Did he think I was too annoying every time I came at night? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He really didn't do this on purpose, but the timing was always too good. After spending some time with Sun Jiao and Yao in the afternoon, Jiang Chen had dinner with them and immediately returned to the present world, holding a USB flash drive and rushing to Zai Xiao's home. Because the office was still under renovation and there was only one employee, General Manager Zai Xiao, so she was currently working from home. After hesitating at the door for a moment, Jiang Chen scratched his head. Since he was here, it was not his character to return empty-handed. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen took out his mobile phone. Call Zai Xiao. Okay, master. The phone was dialed as soon as the voice fell. It didn't take long for Jiang Chen to get used to this clever little wight, who could help complete any operation of the phone with just his mouth. The ringing lasted for about 20 seconds, and the call was finally connected. Hello. A weak and hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you okay? Why do I feel that your voice is a little wrong? Jiang Chen frowned and asked hurriedly. Nothing. Ahem, maybe a little tired. Sorry. I just fell asleep and may not have seen the phone. Zai Xiao stroked her hot forehead and spoke vaguely. I'm outside. Open the door for me. I'll take you to the hospital. Jiang Chen said without question. Why are you here at night again? Zai Xiao's weak voice was a little confused and vigilant. Of course there is something. Let's put it aside first. I'm very worried about your situation. Open the door for me quickly. Don't ask. Jiang Chen said anxiously. It would be troublesome if he fainted in there. After a while, there was a slow sound behind the door, followed by the friction sound of the handle turning. However, Jiang Chen was shocked when he saw Zai Xiao. At this moment, her pale face did not have the demeanor of a strong woman at all, and her whole body was like an eggplant hit by frost. What's wrong with you? Jiang Chen hurriedly supported Zai Xiao, who was about to fall. It's only been a day since we last met. How could she be so sick? Zai Xiao bit her lip slightly and glanced at Jiang Chen's hand holding her with a complicated expression. She didn't want to open the door at first. Her current state was almost unprotected. If Jiang Chen wanted to do something bad, she would have no way to stop him. However, what she didn't consider was that if he really wanted to do something bad, it would be useless, even if she was in a good state. Perhaps it was impulse. Inexplicable emotions overcame her self-protection consciousness, prompting her to open the door. When she saw Jiang Chen's face, she suddenly felt relieved for some reason. Fuck, it's so hot. Jiang Chen reached out and touched her forehead. The high temperature scared him. No, there must be something wrong with your condition. I'll take you to see a doctor. It's too late. I'll take some medicine and then have a good sleep. Although she hated vulgar words, she no longer had the energy to complain. No, listen to me. Jiang Chen rejected her proposal without any explanation. Then, under her surprised eyes, he picked her up and carried her downstairs in a princess hug. Zai Xiao bit her lip lightly, feeling the warmth around her side, and looked away unwillingly. She thought she would resist, but strangely, her first reaction in her mind was to feel relieved. Perhaps she didn't even realize that in her subconscious, she did not reject this tough move. The mask that keeps people away from her is just a layer of poor protective color. When Jiang Chen forcefully picked her up, she didn't reject him, but felt a panic. Or was it a sense of security? This strange feeling came again. Xia Xiao closed her eyes unwillingly. Jiang Chen carried Xia Xiao downstairs, ignoring the curious or suspicious eyes of the people around him, opened the car door, helped Xia Xiao sit in the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt, and then sat in the driver's seat. "Did you buy a new car?" Xia Xiao leaned weakly on the driver's seat, her chest heaving slightly. "Maybach S600, it's a gift, when you buy a house." Jiang Chen answered casually, and then started the car. What kind of house would give you a luxury car worth millions of yuan? Although Xia Xiao was a little curious, she didn't have the energy to ask. "Really, didn't I tell you to call me if you have anything? You are so sick," Jiang Chen said while steering. "This is just a minor illness that can be cured by taking medicine. Why make a fuss about it?" Although her tone was indifferent, her heart was surrounded by a warm feeling at the moment. "Haha, you call this a minor illness? You fainted. You live alone and have no one to take care of you. If I hadn't happened to come here today, I'm afraid you would have fainted in the apartment and no one would have found you. It would have been smelly before someone came to collect your body," Jiang Chen said viciously. "Aren't you here?" Xia Xiao pouted slightly, but was immediately stunned. She was shocked by her girlish behavior. It seems that she was really confused due to the fever. Xia Xiao stretched out her hand tiredly and supported her hot forehead. The scenery outside the car window flew by, and the two fell into a brief silence. Although Jiang Chen had only got the new car not long ago, he drove it very familiarly. Perhaps this was related to his 29-inch reflex nerves. However, because it was in the city, the car could not drive very fast given the road conditions in Wanghai City. "I'm sick. Does it have anything to do with you?" After a long while, Xia Xiao suddenly asked. "Nonsense. Of course it has something to do with you. If you're sick, who will do the work?" Jiang Chen has always been a leader who is hands off. If she's sick, how can he not be anxious? Of course, there may be other factors involved, but he just didn't notice them. However, Xia Xiao misunderstood what he said and fell silent. Perhaps because of the high fever, her cheeks were red and unnatural. The car quickly drove to the largest hospital nearby. After Jiang Chen parked the car in the parking space, he immediately opened the door and helped Xia Xiao unbuckle her seatbelt. But just as he was about to pick up Xia Xiao in the same position as before, she stopped him. "I can walk by myself. I don't need you to help me. That would be too embarrassing." Xia Xiao's last few words were almost as weak as squeezed out from between her teeth. The face that was always cold and frosty was now covered with blood red, which made Jiang Chen, who had never seen such a scene, stunned. Being stared at by Jiang Chen's fiery eyes, Xia Xiao felt a sense of humiliation and an inexplicable sense of pride. After giving Jiang Chen a fierce look, Xia Xiao bit her lip slightly and walked towards the hospital in trance with a dizzy step. However, he was not at ease with her ethereal steps, fearing that if he let her walk like this, she would fall down at the hospital, in trance before he could find out what was wrong. With a bitter smile, Jiang Chen still walked to her side and supported the stubborn girl. Although a little embarrassed, Xia Xiao seemed to be aware of her current situation, so she did not stop Jiang Chen from holding her hand. She just lowered her head, hiding her unnatural expression under her bun, and walked into the hospital with him. When the nurse on duty in the hospital saw Xia Xiao's condition, she immediately stepped forward to help. After Jiang Chen handed Xia Xiao to the nurse, he went to the front desk to handle the relevant procedures. It depends on how the doctor diagnoses. He, a layman in medicine, is also helpless. To be honest, Xia Xiao's condition makes him very worried. This is not like a common cold or fever. Is it because all the work is placed on her shoulders that she has become ill due to overwork? Jiang Chen is more or less self-blaming about this, especially when he thinks of the time when he bought the house. She seemed to be a little unwell, but he did not take her to the hospital immediately, but played. Should I restrain myself in the future? With his arms on his knees, he fell into deep thought. Although he was worried, it was not a good idea to just wait. After sitting on the chair in the hospital for a while, Jiang Chen sighed and took out his mobile phone to play. He opened WeChat and saw that Liu Yao seemed to have sent him a message again. Jiang Chen was also happy to chat with this lively and cheerful third-tier actress. If nothing happened, he wouldn't mind making a date, but he was too busy recently, so he politely rejected the slightly straightforward temptation. Of course, he promised to film the movie for this girl, since he had money. But to be honest, chatting with this girl was quite interesting. The self-blame and worry in his heart were soon diluted. Jiang Chen smiled and poked the screen with his fingers. Time passed unknowingly. Hello, sir. Are you Ms. Zia Xiao's husband? A doctor pushed open the door and walked to Jiang Chen's side. No, I'm her friend. Jiang Chen put away his phone and stood up. It's like this, Ms. Zia Xiao just has a common cold and fever, but because it was delayed to late, her condition is now a little serious. I suggest you go to the front desk to go through the hospitalization procedures now. The doctor said very concisely, and then handed a set of receipts to Jiang Chen's arms, then motioned Jiang Chen to go to the designated window to pay, and then asked the nurse to give the patient and forth. The doctor's casual attitude made Jiang Chen frown, but he didn't say anything, and still took the receipt in his hand to the front desk to go through the procedures. The total medical expenses cost about 1,000 yuan. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. This disease is really not something that ordinary people can afford. You are hospitalized for major and minor illnesses, and the fourth drips are all the most expensive. Do you have any objections? Then do you still want to see a doctor? Anyway, there are many people in China, and if you don't see a doctor, someone will. It has to be said that compared to houses, medical care and education are more rigid demands. If this kind of welfare is really to be treated as an industry, I'm afraid it will be more profitable than real estate. Of course, this amount of money is just a small fraction of Jiang Chen's current assets, so he naturally didn't feel anything when he swiped the card. Then, Jiang Chen came to the ward, casually moved a chair from the side, and sat next to Zia Xiao's bed. Thank you for troubling you. Zia Xiao closed her eyes slightly and squeezed out such a sentence from her lips. It can be seen that she must be in pain now. You're welcome. It is the chairman's duty to be considerate of subordinates. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said with concern, are you hungry? Tell me what you want to eat. Considerate of subordinates. However, Zia Xiao did not answer Jiang Chen, but just murmured to herself. This is the first time I see a confused expression on your face. Jiang Chen suddenly laughed and teased. After a moment of silence, Zia Xiao suddenly said, it's just that you haven't seen it. Oh. Speaking of which, I'm sometimes curious. Why do you have to have a cold face when you are so beautiful? Jiang Chen said. I'm sleepy. Zia Xiao closed her eyes completely and ignored his question. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, then shrugged as if giving up. Watching Zia Xiao's breathing gradually calm down, Jiang Chen glanced at the drip hanging above, then sighed, covered Zia Xiao with a blanket, and walked out of the ward. It seems that I can't go back today. This girl doesn't look reassuring to be alone. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen took out his mobile phone and called Aisha. Not long after returning to China, he gave Aisha a mobile phone for easy contact. I have something to do tonight and can't come back. Can you take care of yourself if you are alone? Well, you go ahead, I'm fine. The gentle answer from the other end of the phone made Jiang Chen's heart warm. Although the half-grown girl always had a colder expression than Zia Xiao when she was outside, but whenever she faced Jiang Chen, she always looked more docile than a sheep, just like a wolfhound. Well, it seems a bit inappropriate to use this word to describe a young girl. Good night. Jiang Chen answered casually. Yeah. Good night. Jiang Chen was stunned by the awkward pronunciation from the other end of the phone, and then he smiled knowingly. It was actually Chinese. It seems that this little girl's Mandarin has improved a bit. I really look forward to the day when I can communicate with her in Chinese. It always feels a bit weird to talk in English in China. After the call, Jiang Chen stretched. Zia Xiao has fallen asleep. I just need to pay attention to remind the nurse to change the dressing later. Anyway, let's go make a cup of coffee first. Jiang Chen made up his mind and walked towards the rest area of the hospital. Chapter 64 Hospital Incident. Doctor, how is my father doing? This, Mr. Wang, we are also very anxious, but rabies, even if it is placed in the world's top hospitals, it is a difficult problem to overcome, and we are really, the doctor in a white coat said with a bitter face. It can be seen that his attitude towards this man is obviously much more respectful than when facing Jiang Chen. Impossible. My father has never been bitten by a dog. How could he have rabies? The man's eyes were red and his fists were clenched tightly. He couldn't believe what the doctor said. Yes, we haven't raised a dog at home, and my father has obviously never come into contact with a dog. How could? The woman standing next to him murmured palely. The incubation period of rabies is as short as a week and as long as a year. If the rabies vaccine is not injected in time, it is almost impossible to save. What? You fucking say another one? Who is hopeless? The man grabbed the doctor's collar angrily, frightening the nurse next to him and freezing in place. Brother, calm down. The woman at the side anxiously tried to dissuade her brother who was overwhelmed by anger, but it was no use. First, Mr. Wang, I don't mean that. You, calm down first. The doctor, who was impatient with Jiang Chen before, now had an expression on his face that was uglier than crying. The reason was simple. He really couldn't afford to offend the man in front of him. Rabies? Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair, drinking coffee and watching this medical dispute. But it didn't seem like a medical dispute. The man looked like a powerful person. Otherwise the doctor, who was lifted, wouldn't dare to say a word and smiled apologetically. As for the two men standing next to the man in plain clothes and with shaved heads, from the way they stood, they should be soldiers, and they should be active. Of course, Jiang Chen had even seen the kind of soldiers fighting on the battlefield, so he was not surprised by the identities of these people. After just a glance, he continued to stare at his phone. The only friend he could chat with on WeChat was Liu Yao. This girl was quite interesting and basically replied to his messages immediately. Being replied to by a celebrity in an instant greatly satisfied his vanity, so he was happy to chat with this girl. The irrelevant people in the lounge left quietly when they saw that something was not right. Although people like to watch the excitement, that is when there are many people, because even if something goes wrong, it won't be a problem for them. In places with few people, everyone is very smart and left the lounge to protect themselves. After all, that group of people obviously don't look like good people. It would be bad if they accidentally hurt themselves when they make a fuss. Except for Jiang Chen, who was already fearless and still sat in a recliner playing with his mobile phone as if nothing had happened. He was the only irrelevant person left in the entire lounge. The dispute naturally attracted security guards, but these security guards just stood aside and didn't even dare to go up to persuade them. The doctor just tried his best to persuade the man to calm down and didn't even dare to ask for help. Perhaps because of his sister's dissuasion, or perhaps because he knew that rabies was not so easy to cure, the man gradually calmed down his breathing and put the doctor down. Let me see the phone. A somewhat frivolous voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen raised his head and raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, the young man with a shaved head, who looked like a follower, was standing in front of him, stretching out his hand and talking. His expression was like a big friend asking a little friend for money, arrogant and shameless. That posture seemed to have him in his hands. Oh, give me a reason. Jiang Chen smiled instead of getting angry and asked with interest. Don't talk nonsense. If you don't want to suffer, just give it to me quickly. The man was obviously too lazy to talk nonsense with Jiang Chen and directly reached out to touch the phone in Jiang Chen's hand. How many soldiers don't have a bandit spirit? What's more, they are personal guards following their masters. Li Gangming, who was eager to show off in front of his leader, didn't even need his master to say anything. He walked to Jiang Chen with big strides and then spread his hands to ask for the phone. However, Jiang Chen's action was beyond his expectation. This man, who looked unintimidating, actually grabbed his hand. What made him even more incredible was that his hand couldn't move, no matter how hard he tried. Try to fight with strength? Li Gangming's stubborn temper also came up. His black face turned red, and he tried desperately to move his hand. Jiang Chen just looked at his face with a playful expression. The hand holding his wrist was like an iron clamp, and he didn't give in at all. Are you kidding? 25 points of muscle strength. How can a character like you move it? I haven't used the berserk yet, otherwise I can crush your bones. A soldier? You have even seen Jiang Chen killing and eating people, so you are still afraid? Li Gangming, what are you doing? The woman who tried to stop the fight earlier raised her eyebrows and angrily said to Li Gangming, who was attacking Jiang Chen. Ah, no, Miss Wang, this guy. Li Gangming was sweating profusely and turned back to the leader's sister with a bitter smile. Quickly let him go. Can't you talk it out nicely? Really, how can you be the same as your brother, fighting over a disagreement, and I'll beat him to death one day? Because of the angle, she couldn't see what the two people's hands were like, but it was obviously her brother's friend who was bullying. At this time, Li Gangming's expression was as ugly as a fly. He wanted to argue that it was not, that he didn't want to let go, but that others wouldn't let go, but he couldn't say this in front of his master. The man smiled bitterly when he heard his sister's words and just wanted to signal Li Gangming to stop, but he was stunned. Sir, you are very capable. I wonder which family you practiced from? Wang Xiang's eyes burst into a brilliant light, and he naturally saw Jiang Chen's skills. Li Gangming was also considered a good fighter in his camp, but he was caught by this man and couldn't move at all. This was obviously not something that could be done with ordinary strength. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was already a master of internal martial arts. Wang Xiang had naturally been fond of those martial arts since he was a child. Otherwise, he would not have left his family's great influence in the political arena and went to a place like the army to fool around. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen did it with his strength. In terms of strength, only superheroes like Spider-Man and Batman can be compared with him. He just wanted to stop there. He didn't want to cause trouble for no reason, so he shook off Li Gangming's claws lightly and then said indifferently, pretending to be cool, "No kung fu, just a little bit stronger. Kung fu. I don't have time to practice those things." However, in front of Wang Xiang, Jiang Chen's calm and carefree appearance has become the image of master. What a strong man. Brother, I wonder if you are interested in developing in the army? Jiang Chen's mouth twitched unconsciously. I'm worth billions, so why do I need to serve you in the army? Is it my brain or yours? His eyes moved slightly, and he thought about the wording and spoke indifferently. No need, I'm used to being alone. Brother, are you really sick? Dad is still lying there. Why do you want to get into your army when you see a fight? I admire you. The lively looking girl stared at her brother with her eyebrows raised and said anxiously. Hearing this, Wang Xiang's face was also blocked. He felt sad when he thought of his father. He was in good health. How could he suddenly get rabies? Well, please don't be offended. My brother is such a rough man. He has watched martial arts dramas since he was a child and his brain is abnormal. While saying this, the girl poked her brother's arm and then bowed her head slightly to apologize to Jiang Chen. Li Gangming is just worried that you took a video. You also know that the internet is more convenient now. If some things are uploaded to the internet, it may affect my brother's career. So, after speaking, the girl looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Although Li Gangming, who was standing next to him, was used to being arrogant, that was only when he was able to beat the boss. Seeing that the boss's sister had said something nice, if he still stood firm, it would be a loss of face. So Li Gangming ignored his sorest, raised his hand, and clenched his fist, bowed his head, and apologized to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled. He himself was not a troublemaker. Since others had apologized, he naturally accepted it with pleasure. He took out his mobile phone, opened the album, and shook it in front of Li Gangming's eyes, indicating that he did not take pictures or record videos. Seeing Li Gangming nodded in confirmation, the girl, who looked quite well educated and reasonable, expressed her gratitude again with relief. This not so big thing was solved just like that. However, at this moment, the man, who seemed to be very straightforward, suddenly spoke and said something that made Jiang Chen a little amused. Brother, do you have a way to cure rabies? Chapter 65. I'm sleepy and I'm sending you a pillow. Can rabies be cured? Do I look so much like an old Chinese doctor? Jiang Chen touched his face with a strange look on his face. Brother, are you crazy? The little sister standing next to him smiled bitterly. Hearing this, the doctors and nurses beside him also showed helpless expressions. Even Li Gangming, who was obviously a lackey, twitched his mouth. Jiang Chen guessed that this guy probably wanted to laugh, but didn't have the courage to laugh. However, Wang Xiang still looked at Jiang Chen with a sharp gaze, as if he was sure that he would have a way. Rabies? Jiang Chen showed a playful smile on his face. As for rabies, it was not a particularly difficult problem for him. Although this is indeed an unsolvable problem for the medical conditions in the 21st century, it is not a problem at all in the 22nd century. There was even a bottle of something called D-level antibiotics in his storage space. The side of the bottle clearly stated that it could treat rabies, AIDS, etc. He bought it at the drugstore after injecting the gene drug when he first went to the 6th block. Even though Sun Jiao told him that after injecting the gene drug, his immune cell activity was already sufficient to exempt him from most diseases, there was no need to buy that kind of cold medicine. However, the curiosity is like this. I understand the reason, but I just want to buy a magic drug for fun. I have never heard of it before. Anyway, I don't lack subcrystals. And so on. He was really careless. If he had known that there was such a magic drug in his space, he would have used it directly on Sun Jiao, the girl. Why did he come here to get in fourth? Sir, may I know your name? However, Wang Xiang showed a serious expression. Or the expression of trying everything possible. Although Western medicine cannot solve the problem of rabies, he, who loves martial arts novels, has long heard of countless martial arts secret recipes that can control this almost unsolvable disease. Wang Xiang is such a straightforward person. He does whatever he thinks of immediately. Only he knows whether he has passed his brain. This is called a playboy and rudeness in normal times, but at this time, he can only be said to be filial. Of course, Jiang Chen does not know whether there is any martial arts secret recipe, but it is estimated that most of them are the beautiful fantasies of the great working people. After all, if a drug that can solve rabies is really developed, it would not be a problem to posthumously confer a Nobel Prize on the ancestors. The medicine is lying in the storage space. However, Jiang Chen is a little hesitant at this moment. Should he save people or not? Or how to save people? Jiang Chen. In short, Jiang Chen gave his name first. My name is Wang Xiang. This is my sister Wang Xinren. If you know someone who can cure my father's rabies, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Wang Xiang clasped his fists and bowed. Oh, how could he be the same as Roberts, that half-hearted China expert? What era is it? But he still speaks so literary. With an embarrassed look on his face, Jiang Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It can be seen that this man named Wang Xiang should be a senior executive in the army. Judging from the demeanor of that arsehole, he should not have gotten to the position by his own strength, so it can only mean that his father has some weight, and this weight is probably not small. Jiang Chen can now be said to have no background in Wanghai City. Although he has money and guns, if he commits a crime, it will not only be a dead end, but it will definitely be a shame. He doesn't want to run to Los Angeles to join Roberts in disgrace. Who knows if that madman has solved his own troubles. Considering that his future wealth might attract the attention of others, he has actually been thinking about finding an opportunity to meet some acquaintances in the officialdom, whether it is by bribery or something else. He has to find a way to establish connections. Otherwise, if he makes something famous, it will be taken away by people with ulterior motives, and he will have no place to argue. After all, the conditions of our Qing dynasty are free, and sometimes the rule of law can really be summarized in one sentence. What kind of favor can be greater than saving a life? This is undoubtedly an opportunity. It's like sending a pillow when you are sleepy. Jiang Chen was tempted, but he still had to figure out how to make this be round and flawless. This Wang Xiang looks straightforward and should be easy to fool. But the sister next to him seems to be quite smart and doesn't seem so easy to fool. It is definitely not okay to take out the things rashly. Not to mention that there is no way to explain the authenticity of the medicine may be doubted. It's really troublesome. If you want to do a good thing, you have to take care of this and that. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Brother, do you still expect others to come up with a folk remedy to cure dad's illness? Wang Xinren smiled helplessly at his brother. What folk remedy? How do you know that Chinese medicine can't solve something that Western medicine can't solve? Wang Xiang's old face turned red, and he glared at his sister. At this moment, he also realized that he seemed to be talking without thinking. But wouldn't it be embarrassing to admit this? The doctor standing behind him smiled bitterly. He had taken Chinese medicine as an elective, and he really knew that even Chinese medicine couldn't solve this disease. Ahem. Well, I think I can give it a try. The hall was quiet in an instant. Jiang Chen had expected this effect, and there was not much surprise on his face. He still looked calm. Who said that pretending to be cool is useless? Everyone who knows how to pretend to be cool is an acting talent. This is impossible. The doctor who was pulled up by the collar said in disbelief, and then looked at Jiang Chen with suspicion. If someone can really solve the problem of rabies, it would be enough to win the Nobel Prize. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in becoming famous. Jiang Chen shrugged, then looked at Wang Xiang. Of course, I don't need you to repay me or anything. I opened my own company, and I'm not short of money at all. As for why I made a move, it's purely because I also have a father. Wang Xinren looked at Jiang Chen with doubt. She was studying at Wang He University. Unlike her uneducated brother, she was a top student. Even though she studied journalism, which had nothing to do with medicine, she still had some common sense. Can you really cure my father? I'll explain in advance that my father is the secretary of Wang He City. I understand that you are worried about your father's safety, but that doesn't mean I have to accept your doubts. If you don't believe it, just refuse. Jiang Chen shook his head. I'm purely kind-hearted, and don't ask for anything in return. But I hope you understand that normal medical methods can never cure rabies. After saying this, Jiang Chen looked at Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang frowned, and was in a dilemma. Should he give it a try? The words of his younger sister and the doctor made him hesitate. What if Jiang Chen was a charlatan and killed his father? Wait, kill him? Wouldn't he die if he didn't treat him? Rabies is an incurable disease. Rather than waiting to die, it is better to give it a try. Thinking of this, Wang Xiang's gambling nature surged into his heart. Although he is a playboy, he is essentially a very filial person. After all, the reason why he can walk so arrogantly in Wang He City is all because of his father's face. If his father hadn't backed him up, he would have died countless times. I believe you. I hope what you said is true. Wang Xiang nodded solemnly, and then looked at Jiang Chen seriously. If you really heal my father, even if you don't want to accept my gratitude, I'm willing to be your little brother. PFFT, why are you like the underworld? Are you really a leader? I don't need a little brother, but friends sound good. Jiang Chen smiled easily, then walked past Wang Xiang, and walked into the special care ward. Wang Xiang was stunned when he heard this, and then smiled and raised his eyebrows. Yo, this guy is interesting. He is a famous playboy in Wang He City, and he is famous for being fearless. After all, he was a battalion commander, and his father was a vice state level cadre. If he was placed in the central government, he would be considered the second in command. Those ordinary dandies really couldn't beat him. Although he occasionally did some chaotic things on weekdays, he was generally a bad person, but he still had principles in doing things. This might be related to the fact that he read too many martial arts novels. In addition, he had a characteristic, that is, he liked to make friends with all kinds of capable people in the world. Of course, they were mainly the kind that could fight, so naturally he had a lot of bad friends. But there was nothing he could do, he just believed in this stuff. As the saying goes, if the superior likes something, the subordinates will like it even more. He also hoped to get guidance from an expert and cultivate something like internal strength. In this regard, his sister has always criticized him for reading too many novels and no longer being able to distinguish reality. 10 minutes, just give me 10 minutes, I just hope no one will disturb me. Jiang Chen left this sentence and then closed the door mysteriously and locked it. Everyone was left stunned. Note, the official names that appear in the book are all fictitious. The stories all take place in a completely fictitious world. The names of places, people, and positions are completely different. Please do not take them as your own. I have to make this clear. Although some book friends may have heard of it, the current situation is that people above 20th are not allowed to write. Chapter 66. Is it really cured? Jiang Chen, standing alone in the room, took a deep breath and looked around. There were quite a few medical devices in this special nursing room used to receive VIPs, but they were useless for ABs. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Chen was not sure if there were any cameras around, so he sighed and put his hand in his pocket. For the sake of safety, he pulled the trigger on the EMP grenade. A faint electric current sound came, and the EMP screen hidden in the sleeve flickered slightly, and then it returned to stability. This kind of electronic equipment designed with stability as the core has a high resistance to EMP, but it is hard to say about things in this era. The electronic equipment in the room generally had circuit burnout. This kind of fault is very secretive. Even if you observe carefully, it can only be attributed to the unstable mainline voltage. Whether there is a camera or not, it should be broken at this moment. There is no valuable medical equipment in this nursing room, and I believe the hospital will not make a fuss. As for the mobile phone, Jiang Chen put it in his pocket and threw it into the storage space immediately, so there was nothing wrong with it. Walking to the old man, he took out the needle of the D-class antibiotic, uncapped the needle, hesitated for a moment, and injected it into the old man's vein. Watching the small red liquid being injected, he pulled out the needle and threw the needle into the storage space. The old man should be in the late stage of rabies at this moment, so he doesn't have to worry about his secret being seen. In addition, this D-class antibiotic has very low side effects on the human body. Specifically, the residual drug will be metabolized within an hour, and even blood tests will not show any clues. Besides, no one dares to use the second-ranking leader of the country for experiments, and it is no news how low the status of scientists is in China. How is my dad's condition? Seeing Jiang Chen coming out, Wang Xiang hurriedly greeted him and asked. He will be fine after a good night's sleep. Jiang Chen smiled and answered very simply. That's impossible. The doctor still said this, looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously, and then hurried into the nursing room. He didn't believe Jiang Chen could really cure the big shot's illness. He was just afraid that the big shot would die here. Otherwise, although it was not his responsibility, he could not guarantee that he would not be taken out on by the wrath of others. Can I leave your mobile phone number? If father wakes up, we can thank you. Wang Xinren stepped forward and said. Although she still looked at Jiang Chen with suspicion, she couldn't say anything more now that he had been cured. Leaving a phone number to thank him was secondary. I'm afraid it was just to deter him from doing bad things. Jiang Chen naturally guessed what this girl was thinking, shrugged his shoulders, and took out his ID card and showed it in front of Wang Xinren. If they want to check, it's useless even if you hide it. Seeing Jiang Chen directly took out his ID card, Wang Xinren's face was a little hot with embarrassment. She knew that her cleverness had been seen through. It was obvious that they were kind enough to help, but she was wary and suspicious. It was really unreasonable to think so. However, Wang Xiang, a straightforward man, didn't have so many twists and turns. For this dandy young master, he didn't care about any conspiracy or tricks. What's the use of taking your ID card? Give me your phone number, let's exchange it. From now on, you are my brother, Wang Xiang. Whoever dares to touch you, I will bring people to beat him up. Wang Xiang took out his iPhone 6 from his pocket and started to treat Jiang Chen as a brother. Seeing Jiang Chen's confident look, in his opinion, his father was obviously fine. This is impossible. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the ward. What's going on? Wang Xiang was stunned. Dad? He didn't understand the situation yet, but his little sister had already running quickly. Your father is in good health and may have woken up. Jiang Chen shrugged and said with a relaxed smile. Wang Xiang was immediately happy when he heard this and clasped his fists to Jiang Chen, then left and ran into the ward and threw himself in front of his father's bed. Jiang Chen smiled. Although this second-generation official was quite dandy, he was still worth making friends with for his filial piety. Sir, what method did you use? The doctor came out. At this moment, he looked at Jiang Chen with no more doubt, only admiration and enthusiasm. It's a secret. Sorry, I won't tell you. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously. Do you know how many people can be saved if the problem of rabies is solved? Every year, 55,000 people die from rabies. If you make this secret public. The doctor was obviously unwilling to let Jiang Chen go, so he played the conscience card, hoping that Jiang Chen could tell the secret. However, Jiang Chen interrupted the doctor impatiently. Then I'll give it to you, and you can get the Nobel Prize, right? Jiang Chen's words made the doctor blush. He really had this plan. When the time comes, I will naturally take it out, in my own name. Jiang Chen said and left. If they wanted to find him to express their gratitude, he wouldn't have to wait here. It was too easy to find out his cell phone number. Not to mention, that Wang Xinren had just shown his ID card. It was also written on his payment record. Leaving without saying a word would actually make him feel more gracious. Is this a hospital? Wang Dehe squinted his eyes and gradually woke up from his coma. From his sharp face, it can be seen that, although he is old, his body is still very strong. However, even if he is in good health, facing a terminal disease like rabies, if he neglects treatment, he will die from it sooner or later. Dad, you finally woke up. Wang Xinren's eyes were chewing tears. She was the youngest daughter in the family, and was usually the most favored by her father. Seeing her father's haggard appearance, she was naturally the most uncomfortable in her heart. But the tears at this moment were tears of joy. Don't I have rabies? Wang Dehe was stunned. He had already prepared to face death, but fate seemed to play a joke on him. He then looked at his disappointing son, hoping to get an answer. Dad, hey, I found a quack doctor to cure you. Wang Xiang said proudly. Quack doctor? Wang Dehe was almost angry to the point of vomiting blood. What he hated most on weekdays was his son's quack ways, which were simply a disgrace to the Wang family. But when he thought that he had a terminal illness, he couldn't help but be stunned. Can this disease really be cured by a quack doctor? Then he turned his gaze to his most beloved little daughter, but to his surprise, the answer he saw from her face was affirmative. Although I don't want to admit it, it was really cured by the quack doctor that my brother found. If Jiang Chen were here, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood by the word quack doctor. This is obviously high tech, but the country bumpkin just doesn't know the goods. Really? Wang Dehe frowned, but then relaxed his brows. It doesn't matter if you admit it or not. If it's cured, it's cured. No matter if he's a quack doctor or not, he's my lifesaver. Give him whatever money he wants. What kind of storms has Wang Dehe not seen? Since he can live, no one would complain about his long life, not to mention that he is now in a high position. Dad, those quack masters don't charge money. It's too vulgar, you know. Wang Xiang rolled his eyes. He always spoke in a disrespectful manner. Wang Dehe naturally understood his son's personality, but he was afraid that he would believe everything others said. Go and invite that person over. I want to thank him in person. No matter what, he still had to thank him for saving his life. Wang Dehe had even been thinking in his heart that, as long as it was not a condition that violated the principles, he would try his best to meet the requirements of the Jianghu master. After all, he was also a vice state level cadre. Jiang Chen saved him, which was not only a favor to him, but also a favor to the Republic. Okay, Wang Xiang said with a smile, and then ran out of the door. Wang Dehe was lying on the bed, chatting with his daughter about what happened during his coma, but all he could think about was the master who saved him. Wang Dehe was not an ordinary person. Those who could serve as mayors of municipalities directly under the central government were members of the standing committee of the political bureau according to convention. He couldn't figure out what method the Jianghu doctor his son found used to cure him, nor could he figure out who sent him. However, his disappointing son came back alone with a wry smile on his face. Dad, he just left. What? This time Wang Dehe was dumbfounded. Is there really a Lei Feng who does good deeds without leaving his name? Didn't you exchange your phone number with Jiang Chen? Wang Xinren said hurriedly. I didn't exchange it before I rushed in to see how Dad was doing. Wang Xiang smiled helplessly. You kid, how old are you? And you are still so reckless. Wang Dehe criticized his son harshly. Although Wang Xiang was a playboy, he still dared not say a word in front of his father and had to accept his father's scolding helplessly. Jiang Chen. Wang Dehe wrote down this name. Although he didn't know what the benefactor looked like, it was not difficult for him to find out about a person in China. However, Wang Dehe, who was used to being cautious, did not express his opinion immediately. He decided to wait and find out the details of Jiang Chen after returning to see if he had a purpose to approach him deliberately or if he was a pawn sent by his political enemies, and then make plans on how to repay this benefactor. Wang Dehe, who had thought it through, closed his eyes. He wanted to have a good rest. Now that he has recovered, the whole Wanghe city will have to change. When he wakes up tomorrow morning, those restless villains and ungrateful people who took the opportunity to trip up the Wang family will be punished. Although he is over 50 years old, Wang Dehe's temperament of a superior is still not to be ignored. Wang Jiang, who was standing aside, saw the expression on his father's face and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew the meaning of his father's expression too well. Then a gloating smile appeared on his face. I'm afraid some people will be unlucky if my father wakes up. Wang Jiang was annoyed that he couldn't get Jiang Chen's phone number. His thoughts were not as complicated as his father's. If someone does me a favor, I will repay him. But the repayment, he understood, was mostly to take Jiang Chen out to show off. The two things Wang Jiang loved to do most in his life were sworn brotherhood and looking for trouble, and these two things usually did not conflict, but he didn't expect that the other person would just leave. However, what neither Wang Jiang nor Wang Dehe expected was that Jiang Chen did not leave and was staying in the ward next door. As for Wang Xinren, she was more curious at the moment. She didn't understand how Jiang Chen cured her father. Li Gangming, who was standing at the door, had a bitter face. Now he could only pray that others would not bear a grudge. Looking at the sympathetic eyes of his colleagues, he really wanted to slap himself. Why didn't he look at the person before taking action? But it was probably the same for him to see the person clearly. He was used to following behind a playboy like Wang Jiang, and he had to develop the spirit of a bandit, even if he didn't have it. The third update, the feeling of writing while doing professional homework is really sour. Shamelessly asking for votes, Kidian Chinese Network welcomes all book friends to read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works are all in Kidian original. Chapter 67, The Future Man Who Shocked the World 1.0. Artificial intelligence. I believe this term is not unfamiliar to all those who have been exposed to the internet. In the dazzling array of Hollywood science fiction blockbusters, artificial intelligence often plays a role of the villain, aiming to replace humans as the master of the planet, and is ultimately defeated by the protagonist who is shrouded in the halo of the protagonist. From the values revealed in mainstream film and television works, it can be seen that humans are skeptical and fearful of the existence of artificial intelligence, a creature that can exist without relying on the flesh, eternal and wise. There is no reason that such a god would succumb to the drive of humans, and such an assumption is completely logical. However, people's exploration of artificial intelligence has never stopped. From the imagination of artificial intelligence in Alan Turing's Computers and Intelligence published in the 1950s, to the current Watson designed by IBM, that can design recipes and participate in creative projects such as quiz competitions. It can be said that in just 60 years, artificial intelligence has achieved a leap forward. What about another 60 years? However, it doesn't take 60 years. In artificial intelligence, Chinese netizens are lucky to have tasted the freshness. An unknown software, as if it was premeditated, has been launched on major mobile phone user download platforms such as Android Market, 361 Mobile Market, and App Store. It is expanding at an almost exponential rate. With 1 million downloads on the 10th day, it broke the record of 600,000 downloads per day set by Line. This is simply a miracle. Logically speaking, good wine needs to be hidden in a remote alley. If you don't put enough effort into marketing planning, even if the software you make is awesome, it will take time for everyone to get familiar with it. Looking at the Future People Technology Co. Limited, it's a name that no one has ever heard of. Artificial intelligence, changing the operation logic to increase the performance of the mobile phone by 3 times, reducing energy consumption by 2 times, automatically compatible software for both Android and iOS platforms. What a joke. Do you think users are idiots? Damn, it's really artificial intelligence that can talk. That kind of Siri that imitates parrots is simply weak. Damn, it can really improve the performance of the mobile phone by 3 times. Can even a mobile phone run high-end games without lagging? Exclamation mark. Damn, it can really reduce energy consumption by 2 times. When will my Huawei P6 last for 2 days? Exclamation mark. Damn. A series of explosive responses naturally brought a series of explosive downloads. The overwhelming praise made those who were still skeptical and wait and see click to download with a try mentality, and then joined the camp of Amway's app in the midst of surprise. Future Man 1.0 has officially entered the eyes of all mobile phone users. In the headquarters of 361 company. I want to know who is the developer of this software, and what exactly is the Future Man technology company. I don't care what method you use, I want a complete report on my desk in 2 hours. Zhao Hongwei, chairman of 361 company, sat at his desk, rubbed his tired brows, and gave instructions to Zhang Jianfeng, manager of the 361 mobile assistant project department. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded, and left the office quickly. Boss, is that Future Man 1.0 really as scary as you say? The secretary standing by couldn't help asking, when she saw the boss's silent expression. Do you know what artificial intelligence and the liberation of mobile phone performance mean? Zhao Hongwei raised his eyebrows, and snorted with a laugh. But considering user stickiness-an, don't mention those things, they are only applicable when the software quality is similar. Zhao Hongwei rejected the secretary's point of view without hesitation. Will you insist on using the old antique flip phone after the emergence of smartphones? The young secretary was speechless. The boss's point of view made her irrefutable. Even if it was slightly different from the data argument in the book, the reality was here. The promotion of touchscreen technology has freed up 15 extra physical keys, while this Future Man 1.0 directly frees a user's fingers. It improves the performance of mobile phones by 3 times, and breaks through the technical bottleneck that currently restricts the development of mobile game apps from the software perspective. Moreover, these 2 epoch-making technological revolutions are actually concentrated on the same software. It's a pity. If even one of the functions is born in our 361 company, I have every confidence that it can replace Penguin and become the new overlord of the internet. When he thought of the disastrous defeat of the last 3Q war, he was full of anger. Zhao Hongwei's fingers tapped lightly on the table. The secretary standing next to him swallowed his saliva and fell into silence with the boss. Less than half an hour later, the door was pushed open directly. Zhang Jianfeng didn't bother to knock on the door and walked quickly to the boss. The information is ready. Very good. Zhao Hongwei immediately reached out and picked up the information on the table. Instead of blaming Zhang Jianfeng for his rudeness, he praised his work efficiency. After frowning and repeatedly reviewing the materials, Zhao Hongwei quickly gave instructions to the secretary beside him. You go contact Gu Cheng from the technical department. I approve his right to transfer technicians from all the company's projects. I have only one request, that is, to see a cracked version of Future Man 1.0 within a week. Yes. The secretary nodded and walked quickly to the door. Then, Zhao Hongwei gave instructions to his capable subordinate Zhang Jianfeng. Zhang Jianfeng, you go contact Jiang Chen, the owner of Future Man Technology, and discuss the acquisition with him. If you can acquire it, it would be the best. If he asks for less than 2 billion yuan, I approve your direct agreement. At the same time, ask him if he is interested in working for our 361 company. Yes, Zhang Jianfeng nodded. He did not think that the boss's asking price was too high. As the person in charge of the 361 mobile assistant project department, he knew the value of this software. Not to mention 2 billion yuan, I'm afraid that $2 billion would not be high. Zhang Jianfeng's only hope now is that the rookie named Jiang Chen is not clear about the value of his software and is directly frightened by the astronomical bill. But is this possible? Jiang Chen's valuation of his company is $1 trillion or US dollars. At the same time, the scene that happened in 361 company was also played out in the headquarters of Baidu and Questions Group. Even Samsung, Microsoft, Apple and other high-tech industry giants far away overseas have also shown great interest in this little gadget born in China. acquisition, cracking, exploring the possibility of cooperation. A series of meetings are all around the blockbuster Future Man 1.0. The total investment in marketing and promotion is 590,000 yuan, including hiring online water army to create hot information, renting promotion platforms such as Baidu, Weibo, WeChat, QQ, and advertising space in other channels. Xia Xiao's cold has recovered. At this time, she is wearing a capable professional suit, standing in front of Jiang Chen's desk and reporting to him concisely. Originally, the office could be done at Xia Xiao's home as usual. However, somehow, this girl suddenly strongly opposed this matter, and on the grounds that the office decoration has been completed and the company should get on the right track as soon as possible, she insisted on changing the office location to here. This girl was so heartless that Jiang Chen, who had been with her all night when she was sick, felt hurt. How many downloads? Jiang Chen asked lazily, leaning back in his boss chair, as if she had gotten used to his lazy attitude towards work. Xia Xiao did not have any dissatisfaction. She skillfully took out another report and continued. The total downloads of Future Man 1.0 have reached 20 million, and it has continuously set a new record for single day downloads after the 10th day. Only 20 million? Jiang Chen frowned and said with a little dissatisfaction. It's already very good. Okay. Xia Xiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. Ever since she woke up from the serious illness and found that it was Jiang Chen who was with her, she didn't know why her attitude towards him began to become a little unclear. China has 500 million smartphone users, and this is just a conservative value. I only account for 20 million of such a huge market. How can it be not a small amount? Jiang Chen smacked his lips greedily. It is expected that the number of users will exceed 100 million by the end of August. After all, our user base is still too small, and it is already very good to have such a result. Xia Xiao flipped through the documents and explained quickly. Don't be so nervous to explain. I'm sure of your work ability, Miss CEO. Jiang Chen smiled. How can I be nervous? Xia Xiao retorted. But she seemed to realize that it was meaningless to argue with the thick-skinned Jiang Chen, so she took a deep breath and brought the topic back on track. Currently, 12 companies have come to discuss cooperation and acquisition matters with us. We welcome cooperation. Please help me arrange a schedule. I will discuss it with them in person. As for the acquisition proposal, just reject it directly. Jiang Chen stretched and said, oh. IBM has made an acquisition proposal of $1.3 billion. Xia Xiao raised her eyebrows, handed the acquisition letter to Jiang Chen's arms, and smiled deliberately. Haha, I won't sell it for $13 billion. You told me 1.3 billion. Dream on. Jiang Chen took the acquisition letter without even glancing at it, and threw it directly into the trash can. Seeing Jiang Chen's action, Xia Xiao unconsciously raised the corners of her mouth slightly. As for the value of this software, she and Jiang Chen had the same idea. Suddenly, Xia Xiao seemed to remember something. After hesitating for a moment, she said, by the way, Chairman, there is one more thing I hope I can confirm with you about this software. What is it? You don't need to call me Chairman, just call me Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Please keep your private and public affairs separate, Mr. Chairman. Xia Xiao responded skillfully, and then continued to return to the topic. The quality of the Future Man 1.0 software itself is impeccable. But regarding confidentiality, do we really not need to register a patent? Confidentiality? Are there patents for software in China? Jiang Chen smiled and asked back. Xia Xiao was slightly speechless, but still put forward her own opinion. At least this will allow us to occupy an advantageous position in law. If other companies use the relevant technology without our permission, we can appeal to the patent office. Registering a patent means that the technology must be described in detail. To be honest, I don't believe it. Jiang Chen said very straightforwardly. Besides, I'm sure that within 50 years, no one will be able to crack the Future Man 1.0 software. What's more, maybe in a few years, I will have Future Man 2.0. As long as we stay ahead, we don't need any patents at all. The essence of a patent is to exchange publicity for protection, monopoly rights for a certain period of time. To meet the authorization conditions, the patent text must fully disclose the technical solution, that is, to the extent that a person skilled in the art can repeat the disclosed solution. However, this is something he is unwilling to do no matter what. What good will it do for him to disclose D++? He is not that selfless. Sun Jiao was silent after hearing this. She didn't know where Jiang Chen got his confidence from, and what kind of arguments he used to draw the conclusion of the so-called 50 years. But to her surprise, she no longer insisted, and chose to believe. Okay, since the major shareholders have made a decision, then the core technology of Future Man 1.0 will be temporarily treated as a trade secret. I'll trouble you to negotiate with the actual developer of the software for confidentiality. In name, he is the chief designer of this software, but this is just an empty title. The public setting is that Future Man 1.0 was developed by a research and development team somewhere abroad, and his identity is just an agent in public. Just like he fooled Jiang Chen, this time he fooled the whole world. Want to find the team that actually developed the software? Go. In another world. Jiang Chen smiled after hearing this, without saying much, just nodded in agreement. Just kidding. If the D++ language that appeared more than 100 years later was cracked by these computer experts who didn't even touch the door, it would be really weird. It's like if you have never learned C language and you are asked to crack the technology written and encrypted in C language, even if the code is not encrypted and thrown to you, you have to understand it, right? Unless you can learn a language with stronger logic than C language by guessing. On the other hand, considering the rising popularity of future human technology, I have contacted the school and student organizations of Wanghei University and applied to adjust the recruitment time and change the original recruitment location. Sun Jiao said. Oh. You don't need to report such trivial matters to me. Just hand over the schedule to me, and I will make time to do the real work. Jiang Chen shrugged. It's not a small matter. Talent selection is a major event that directly affects the future development of the company, especially the first batch of employees recruited. They will definitely be the backbone of the company in the future. Both their character and professional knowledge need to be strictly evaluated. Okay, I trust your ability, so I entrust you with this important task. Sun Jiao's cheeks were a little hot when she was looked at by Jiang Chen's burning gaze. Of course, because she was wearing light makeup and her facial expressions were not very rich, Jiang Chen did not notice her abnormality. Okay. Although he wanted to blame Jiang Chen, the chairman, for more or less preparing for the important job fair, but somehow, the words on his lips all turned into one word. Then it's a happy decision. Jiang Chen laughed, then stood up from the boss chair, and walked to the door behind Sun Jiao. Call me if you have anything. If your phone is out of service, send me a text message first, and I will definitely call you back when I see it. After that, Jiang Chen left the company, leaving Sun Jiao stunned. Is there such an irresponsible chairman? Sun Jiao smiled bitterly. In fact, she had one more thing she hadn't reported yet, which was that 7 companies had offered olive branches to her, the second largest shareholder, 5%, and CEO of Futureman Technology, including some well-known internet giants. Working in these companies is the dream of almost all graduates. If it were in the past, she might have paid attention to these recruitment information, but this time she threw it into the shredder without even looking at it. She was surprised that she made such a decision without hesitation. That's right. With the potential of Futureman 1.0, there is no need to consider working for those internet companies that are about to face a reshuffle. Chairman Jiang Chen, he should be working hard in places that he can't see. Otherwise this Futureman 1.0 would not have fallen out of thin air, right? Sun Jiao gave herself a reasonable reason. Glancing at the messy pile of documents on the desk, she sighed at Jiang Chen's work habits. She walked over and put them all in order. Then she left the chairman's office and gently closed the door. Fourth update, chapter 68. A big tree attracts the wind. In the girls' dormitory of Wanghei University. Lulu, what are you playing? Wang Xinren suddenly hugged her best friend from behind, put her face close to the screen of her mobile phone, and said with a smile, "Don't make trouble, I'm playing Hearthstone." Chen Lulu stared at her mobile phone attentively. She is a typical game nerd. It's boring. Wait, didn't you say that android can't play Hearthstone? Wang Xinren suddenly thought of a question, staring at the Xiaomi in her best friend's hand, and asked curiously. Huh, you don't understand this. Later, when this girl finishes this game, I will show you my cute Xiaomi. Chen Lulu raised a smug smile at the corner of her mouth, and then stretched happily after the opponent's helpless voice. You defeated me. How about it? My card skills are great, right? Chen Lulu raised her eyebrows and said proudly. I don't understand. Wang Xinren pouted, and then immediately turned the topic back to the previous direction. Tell me quickly, how do you play iOS games on Android? Wang Xinren was obviously more concerned about this question than Hearthstone. She is a journalism major and also serves as the editor-in-chief of Wanghe University's campus news. For this novel thing, she faintly smelled a hint of news. Don't worry, ding ding. Look, my Xiaomi. Chen Lulu smiled and comforted this impatient good friend, and then called up its baby. What is this? Electronic pet? Wang Xinren sighed. She had no interest in these mobile games, although this round robot looked a bit cute. Try to talk to it, Chen Lulu said mysteriously. Wang Xinren was stunned, and then looked at her friend in confusion. Chen Lulu seemed to have expected Wang Xinren's confusion, so she ignored her, and spoke to the screen. Xiaomi, my sister's friend doesn't believe you can talk. Why don't you think of a way to make her like you? Wang Xinren rolled her eyes at Chen Lulu. Could this little girl have gone crazy playing with her phone? However, she was stunned the next second. I don't care about others, as long as the master likes me. The cute electric voice was not cold at all, as if it was a living person. Xiaomi said emotionally, and at the same time, he turned over and lay on the ground. That won't work. Xinren is my sister's good friend. If it seemed to outsiders, Chen Lulu must look stupid talking to the screen at this moment, but Wang Xinren didn't care to complain. Okay then. Xiaomi climbed up very reluctantly, and then blinked his big eyes in the direction of Wang Xinren. Sister Xinren, can you be good friends with me too? Are you a human customer service? Wang Xinren asked blankly. No, Xiaomi is artificial intelligence. Xiaomi proudly puffed out his chest. How is this done? Wait, each of its actions is not repeated? How is that possible? Wang Xinren suddenly discovered another more critical problem. Take the earliest Rising Lion for example. If it is just a few simple GIF images, no matter how humanized the design is, all the actions of the anthropomorphic program should be limited and repetitive. However, this Xiaomi, it seems to be alive on the screen. Xiaomi, can you wave your hand? Wang Xinren swallowed and asked. Is that so? Xiaomi tilted his head in confusion, then stretched out his short little hand and shook it. Amazing. It's just like it's alive. It's as if each frame of action is not pre-designed, but made by Xiaomi himself. I know what you are thinking. I was also surprised at the time. Chen Lulu was very satisfied with the surprised expression on her friend's face, which greatly satisfied her vanity. His functions are more than that. Do you know? He can also triple the performance of the mobile phone's processor. I really don't know how he did it. Triple performance? However, this level of news could not make Wang Xinren more surprised. Can the threefold improvement in mobile phone performance be more shocking than artificial intelligence? And the guy who invented artificial intelligence actually thought of using it on mobile phones first. It's a waste of talent. What if artificial intelligence is used in industry, environmental protection, aerospace, or even on the battlefield? As for this Xiaomi, she obviously thought of something further. By the way, where is your desktop? Wang Xinren suddenly discovered another problem. The app that filled her friend's screen had disappeared. Oh, those things. Xiaomi, show her your skills. Chen Lulu didn't move her fingers at all, and then leaned her phone on the desktop. Okay. Xiaomi blinked cutely. Take a photo of me and my good friend together, and it should be a good looking one. Chen Lulu's eyes turned, and she suddenly hugged Wang Xinren, and then smiled and kissed her on the face. Hey, it's embarrassing. Wang Xinren blushed, embarrassed by her bestie's unexpected action. Click. A perfect snapshot was saved, recording the beautiful rumored relationship between the two. Okay, help me send her a copy of the photo to questions, and then open Hearthstone. I'm going to kill a lot. Okay master. Xiao Bei laughed. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Xinren felt a vibration prompt of the mobile questions chat in his trouser pocket. So that's it. In this case, the desktop is really useless. Wang Xinren smiled knowingly and turned to ask Chen Lulu about the source of this software. Oh, the software is called Future Man 1.0, which is a sci-fi name. It can be downloaded from the Android market, and it's only 53 meters in size. But you have to pay attention. You have to download the version of Future Man Technology Company. There are many small studios on the internet that have made copycat versions, and the ones you download are all weird things, which have nothing to do with Xiao Bei at all. Even the copycat version? Wang Xinren was dumbfounded. It's just because I've been busy with family affairs for a while. Is it really out of date? Of course. After all, it's so popular. It's said that this software has broken the record of daily downloads. Chen Lulu boasted proudly, as if she had made this software. You make it sound like you did it. Wang Xinren pouted and teased her excited friend. Hey, it's hard to say. I heard that the chairman and chief designer of Future Technology is our alumnus. I heard from my junior sister in software engineering that their professional course teacher boasted to them for half a class, saying that Wang He University is going to give birth to an Oriental Bill Gates, as if he taught them. And more. My friend in the student union told me that they are said to come to our school for recruitment tomorrow. Maybe I will be hired? Chen Lulu raised her little head arrogantly. You are not studying it. Why are you joining in the fun? Wang Xinren poked her forehead lightly in annoyance. But speaking of it, they are seniors this year, and it is time to consider whether to find a job or go to graduate school. But I studied law. Which big company doesn't have a legal advisor? Chen Lulu rolled her eyes at Wang Xinren, then waved her fist triumphantly. The first thing I'm going to do is to sue those infringing copycats. Let those guys who got something for nothing have a taste of the law. Yes, yes, yes. Sue them. They copied me so ugly. Xiao Bei poked his head out from the edge of the screen and said aggrievedly. Wang Xinren chuckled. She sincerely wished that her friend's dream would come true. In addition, she was also very curious about who the alumnus who invented this magical software was. Was he a tech geek with a scruffy beard? Or a top student wearing glasses? Or an ordinary person with an unattractive appearance? Interesting. It seems necessary to interview this godlike alumnus. The coffee on the table was rising with soft white mist, and Jiang Chen leaned back in the boss chair very comfortably. Xia Xiao was wearing a smart old fashion at the moment, standing in front of his desk, holding a report, and reporting to him about her work. This feeling was indescribably good. Looking at the former beautiful boss standing in front of the desk, as a subordinate, it didn't matter what she was reading. Jiang Chen just felt that his vanity and sense of accomplishment were overflowing. Of course, enjoyment is enjoyment, but business cannot be neglected. There are 14 copycat software on the Android platform, 7 of which use Xiao Bei in our software as the main image, and 3 of them have stolen the logo of our Future Man technology. In addition, there are 2 card mobile games designed directly with Xiao Bei as the main character. A big tree attracts the wind. Don't pay attention to it. Netizens are not idiots. They can distinguish the authenticity by themselves. The quality of our software, no one can copy it. Jiang Chen waved his hand nonchalantly, domineeringly. Apple's App Store platform has stricter copyright review, so there are no copycat software on the iOS side for the time being. Xia Xiao didn't care that Jiang Chen interrupted her. She read her report straight away, as if she was used to it, and then stated her point of view. As the chairman said, our software is impeccable in quality. Even if copycat software appears, it will not replace our software. However, the negative effects of copycat software cannot be ignored. If users open the search platform and find that all they see are copycat products, their first impression of the Future Man 1.0 we launched will be affected. My suggestion is to seek legal means to resolve it as soon as possible. It seems that we need to quickly form a legal team for the company. Jiang Chen smiled and said, that's right, so you must pay attention to tomorrow's recruitment. In addition, in recent days, a group of internet trolls have appeared on the internet with the purpose of discrediting Future Man 1.0, attempting to create public opinion that artificial intelligence is extremely dangerous, and at the same time questioning the protection of user privacy by Future Man 1.0. For example, mobile payment is a popular payment method now, but users can tell Xiaobei their passwords and then make payments through verbal instructions. Users generally expressed concerns about whether Xiaobei will leak their passwords to other people, or even have their passwords stolen directly by the back door. Privacy. This is indeed a problem. If it is an emotionless program, even if its background is full of loopholes, as long as no one puts the facts out, people may not feel that their privacy is threatened. But if it is an emotional artificial intelligence program, no matter how flawless its design is, people will unconsciously doubt it, because it is too much like a human. Jiang Chen also showed a solemn look on his face. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "This worry is completely unnecessary. But even if I make such a guarantee, I'm afraid that it will not make users completely at ease. How about this? You make an announcement and first make it clear that Xiaobei is absolutely loyal to the user. This is written into the code and cannot be changed. No one other than the user can obtain the user's personal information through Xiaobei. In addition, the principle of Xiaobei's recognition of the owner is ensured by voice-print recognition and facial feature recognition technology. There is no possibility of any loopholes. For any user who suffers economic losses due to Xiaobei's programmatic errors, future technology will provide full compensation. But what if there is a security vulnerability?" Xiao couldn't help asking. This announcement statement is really too absolute. Impossible. You just need to believe this. As for how to write the announcement, you can polish it according to what I just said. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Since you are so confident, then let's handle this matter. In addition, I will also hire a group of internet users to fight back against the current online comments based on this announcement." Xiao smiled. Although she didn't know who was smearing Futureman technology, if she took out this commitment, she was fully confident that she could guide public opinion in a positive direction, make use of those smearing comments, and push the popularity of Futureman 1.0 to a new height. Those stumbling blocks thrown by people with ulterior motives will become stepping stones for the rise of Futureman technology. The bad news is over, and the next ones are all good news. Xiao suddenly smiled, then took out another document and reported. The total number of downloads of Futureman 1.0 has exceeded 50 million, and the daily download volume is still rising at a rapid pace. At the same time, abroad, are you listening? Xiao noticed the unnatural look on Jiang Chen's face, and couldn't help but stop, looking at Jiang Chen in confusion. Continue? Jiang Chen came back to his senses. He was just amazed by the smile on her face. This was the first time he saw this girl smile at work. Did she take the wrong medicine? Jiang Chen frowned in confusion. However, Xiao saw this frown as he had returned to work. So Xiao cleared her throat, skipped the question, and continued to speak. "Well, please don't be absent-minded, Chairman. At the same time, in foreign countries, Futureman 1.0 has also seen a certain degree of downloads, but because Xiaobei has not yet opened other languages, it is impossible to successfully complete the interaction with users of other languages. Foreign public opinion also generally expressed the hope that the designers of Futureman technology can develop an overseas version. In addition, Google, Microsoft and other companies have sent invitations, expressing their willingness to cooperate with us on artificial intelligence projects." After speaking, Xiao looked at Jiang Chen. Because the software encryption is extremely closed, and there is no specific text available for Chinese translation, so far only the Chinese version is circulated on the market. In this regard, those foreign mobile phone users who are keen on trying new things are naturally impatient. There is no problem with the overseas version. It will be ready in a while. As for the olive branches thrown by Google and Microsoft, if you have a cooperative mentality, it's okay to accept it. In fact, the database of primary artificial intelligence originally included more than 140 languages, but in order to reduce the memory usage, Jiang Chen instructed Du Yankang to cut off all the redundant languages. Otherwise, let alone 53 meters of disk space, even 5300 meters would not be enough. It is easy to make an overseas version. When the time is right, just say hello to Du Yankang, and it will be ready. At this stage, the key is to occupy and consolidate the huge domestic market, and to tell the outside world that the overseas version is in the development stage. It can also be regarded as leaving some thoughts for those foreign friends and preheating for the official launch of the overseas version. As for those foreign friends who really can't help but want to try new things, they can learn Chinese by themselves. Then I will reply like this. The meeting time will be arranged on the third day after the job fair. Xia Xiaoyu pushed her glasses and said, in case the chairman forgets, I'll read out the schedule again. In the morning, you will meet with Zhang Jianfeng, the head of the Mobile Assistant Project Department of 361 Company. There will be a press conference in the afternoon. Many media want to interview you, the Bill Gates of the East. Well, you'd better prepare in advance. On the third day, you will meet with representatives from Microsoft in the morning and Google in the afternoon. Then my schedule will be completely filled. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly helplessly. You can say that. As far as China is concerned, you still need to meet with representatives of about 6 internet companies. As for the meetings with some small companies, just ask me to handle it. Xia Xiaoyu nodded. Is this going to make people live? Seeing Jiang Chen's bitter smile, Xia Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel soft-hearted, then sighed and whispered. It's just that this period is busy, because the company is in its infancy. As the chairman, you must show a positive and enterprising attitude. After this month, your workload will be relieved. Jiang Chen was stunned when he heard this, and then a strange smile appeared on his face. What's the problem? Xia Xiaoyu asked in confusion when she saw the expression on Jiang Chen's face. You've changed. Huh? Xia Xiaoyu said in a daze. You've become more caring. Jiang Chen said seriously and approvingly. Chairman, I say the same thing again. Please don't. Xia Xiaoyu looked a little flustered, and she didn't know why she was flustered. This is not a personal matter. Jiang Chen had guessed what she would say, and said with a smile, then leaned back in the boss chair. A boss who can sympathize with others is a good boss. I'm more and more relieved to entrust you with the important task of CEO. It turned out that it was not a personal matter. For some reason, Xia Xiaoyu felt a little disappointed in her heart. Why did you become stern again, just after I praised you? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Xia Xiaoyu put the document gently on Jiang Chen's desk without saying a word, and then left the office with a stiff step. Strange woman. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, and shook his head, then took a sip of the coffee on the table. Hiss, why are you all cold? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69, Aisha's Special Attributes. As early as 2 days ago, the decoration of the villa was completed. Jiang Chen checked out of the room at the 7 Days Hotel and moved into the villa with Aisha. There were only 2 people living in the huge villa, which was indeed a bit empty, but he believed that it would be filled one day. In the evening, Jiang Chen drove his Maybach S600 back to the villa. Humming a little tune, he parked the car steadily in the garage, and he found that Aisha was already waiting for him at the door. Smiling at Aisha, Jiang Chen closed the car door and walked towards her. You don't have to wait for me at the door, I have the key. Touching her dark brown hair, he said with a pleasant face. You are my husband, and as a wife, it is my duty to wait for you to come home. Aisha spoke stuttering Chinese. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. Husband. Although it was his fault for accidentally ruining someone who can control alcohol. Besides, Aisha didn't even resist that night, so she should also be held responsible as an accomplice. No, a real man should take all the responsibility. At most, it's just a harem. Rich people all have several wives, just registered and unregistered. Speaking of which, Aisha also said that she didn't mind any status or anything like that. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen no longer struggled, as he himself was a person who lived according to his own desires. He looked at Aisha apologetically, then obediently let her help him take off his suit, put on loose casual clothes, and then went to the restaurant with her for dinner. Dinner was steak and roasted lamb, as well as colorful vegetable salad. The ingredients were all bought from the supermarket, and it was Aisha who made the dishes. It can be seen that, in order to make herself qualified for the position of bride, she also put a lot of effort into housekeeping. Finally, he could have a sumptuous dinner at home, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel very relieved about this. If he cooked by himself, his cooking skills would only be enough to get by. As for the lack of pork, Jiang Chen didn't care much, as long as it tasted good. Does it taste good? Aisha asked a little nervously. Very delicious. Jiang Chen nodded vigorously and praised. In addition to the knife and fork, Aisha also thoughtfully prepared a pair of chopsticks for Jiang Chen, although it was a bit strange to use chopsticks when eating steak. But it is indeed much more convenient to eat the pasta on the steak with chopsticks than with a fork. Because they were eating at home, Jiang Chen was not so restrained, so he naturally ate in any way that was convenient. Great. Hearing Jiang Chen's praise, Aisha was relieved and happy. Then she lowered her head and silently recited a prayer, and then she picked up the knife and fork to enjoy her portion. The steak was a little overcooked, but considering that Aisha was just a beginner, it was already very good to be able to do this. As for the vegetable salad, Jiang Chen praised it endlessly. Eat corn soup with French bread dipped in black pepper sauce. In general, this meal can barely reach the level of a regular Western restaurant, although he prefers rice and stir-fried dishes. After the meal, Jiang Chen wiped his mouth with a napkin with satisfaction, and then praised Aisha a few words. Aisha showed a shy smile on her face for Jiang Chen's praise. This cold girl only showed such a happy expression when facing Jiang Chen. After eating, it was time to get down to business. Taking advantage of Aisha's time to wash dishes, Jiang Chen went to the gym on the 3rd floor, picked an empty position, took out the culture cabin stored in the storage space, and then loaded a total of 1000 energy points of subcrystals into the energy slot, and locked the energy slot. If 1 point of subcrystal is enough to run for 10 hours, then 1000 points is 10,000 hours, which is enough for a while. Then, Jiang Chen called Aisha to the gym. I need you to keep something secret, okay? Jiang Chen looked directly into Aisha's eyes and said seriously, you are my life. I'm willing to swear my loyalty to you with my faith. Aisha's expression did not change at all, and her tone was very calm. She had sworn these words to the gods of her faith as early as the moment she was rescued by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded and then smiled. Don't be so serious, I believe you. It's just that what you are going to see next may be a little too shocking to the world. If it gets out, it will not be very beneficial to me. As he said, Jiang Chen led Aisha to the incubator. The virtual reality system can help you master the skills you need to learn while you are sleeping. You just need to lie in it and follow the guidance of the system. By the way, do you reject weapons? This question is very critical. Jiang Chen looked directly into Aisha's eyes and asked for her opinion. I'm willing to fight for you. Aisha's answer was very calm. Okay, but if you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me. Jiang Chen nodded. Aisha smiled faintly at Jiang Chen's gentleness. How could a woman living in the desert be afraid of weapons? She had seen too many deaths and had long been numb to blood. If Jiang Chen needed her to pick up a weapon and fight for him, he only needed to say so. She would swing the sharp blade in her hand at the enemy of the person she served without hesitation. Feeling the bloody taste in Aisha's eyes, Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and had to correct her mentality. You may have misunderstood. I don't want to train you to be a killer or something like that. I just want you to learn some combat skills to deal with unnecessary dangers. Simply put, it's the duties of a bodyguard. Well, so you need to learn Chinese, drive, and fight. As for the weapons training in the incubator, you can learn it if you are interested. If you are not interested, you don't have to rush to learn it. Yeah. Aisha nodded. Although she didn't say it, she had made up her mind to learn everything. Seeing that Aisha understood his intention, Jiang Chen smiled and nodded with relief. A beautiful driver and bodyguard. It's pretty cool to think about it. You don't have to go to that cram school anymore. The learning efficiency of this training cabin is much higher. Also, you lie down on this yoga mat first. Jiang Chen looked around and found that the only place To lie down was the yoga mat. Aisha's face turned slightly red, and then she reached out to unbutton her clothes. Seeing her action, Jiang Chen immediately understood. This girl must have thought of something wrong. Ahem. No, not that. Just lie down. No need to take off your clothes. Jiang Chen hurriedly stopped Aisha's action. Aisha looked at Jiang Chen in confusion, and then slowly lay down on the yoga mat obediently. In order to improve your physical fitness, well, I will inject you with a newly developed drug. This drug is definitely harmless, and can improve your muscle strength and reflex nerves. This was difficult to explain, and he kept thinking about the wording to explain. Suddenly, Aisha stretched out her finger, and gently touched his lips, and her cold and pretty face suddenly smiled, and her thin lips slightly opened. I'm willing to do anything for you. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then he held Aisha's hand and said gratefully, "Thank you." This way, he didn't have to make up excuses to explain. This was her gentleness. Jiang Chen took out the sea-level gene enhancement potion, and uncapped the needle. Recalling the scene, when he received the injection in the 6th block, he gently pinched her arm, and then gently pushed the needle into her delicate skin. The stinging pain like an ant bite made Aisha hum lightly and frown slightly. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then carefully pushed the bright red liquid in the tube into Aisha's body. Done. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, pressed the prepared cotton swab on Aisha's forearm, and then signaled her to get up. What Jiang Chen couldn't understand was why this girl's face was so red. I couldn't figure it out. In about 3 days, the effect of the medicine will gradually show up. You should take an hour to exercise in the gym every morning and evening, and then enter the incubator to study. The liquid in the incubator can also improve physical fitness and beauty. Be careful not to be nervous when you are immersed in the solution. The ventilator can ensure that your breathing is smooth. And Jiang Chen suddenly found it difficult to speak. Well, Aisha listened carefully, waiting for Jiang Chen's next words. Ahem. Because it is very important, it cannot be glossed over. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, after you lie down, an option to start will appear on the neural axis interface. When you click to start, the fiber urinary catheter will enter through you. At this time, it may feel a little strange, just don't move it. At the end, Jiang Chen spoke so fast that he himself couldn't believe it, because he and Aisha were communicating in English. Hearing this, Aisha's pretty face flushed, her hands rubbed the hem of her clothes unnaturally, and then nodded obediently. This kind of training virtual reality equipment used by soldiers will not completely cut off the pain signal during the training process. After all, if the injury is not taken seriously, the survival ability of the trained soldiers on the battlefield will inevitably be greatly reduced. Therefore, after the user is fully immersed in the military virtual reality equipment, the pain that does not exceed the threshold of mental tolerance will be restored realistically. Then the question is, facing the real pain, some inevitable body behaviors caused by excessive stimulation will inevitably have some not so good consequences. For example, ***. I believe that no one wants to lie in the culture medium contaminated by urine and liquid, so this kind of culture cabin that restores pain is generally designed with an auxiliary excretion system, which also facilitates users to directly solve physiological needs without worrying about hygiene issues. Made of special materials, the urinary catheter and excretion tube designed according to ergonomics will be inserted there and there respectively after the infiltration is started. The discomfort caused varies from person to person, but it will definitely not hurt, only a slightly subtle feeling. By the way, the parts that need to enter the human body are disposable. It's okay to enter from the back, but if it's the one in the front that's so small, although the body will be fixed, it's still a bit dangerous to struggle hard. Sun Jiao repeatedly warned Jiang Chen about this, and glanced at his lower body with ill intentions. In this regard, Jiang Chen naturally had to seriously inform Aisha, who was going to use this device, so that she could be mentally prepared. Even if this kind of thing is really too embarrassing, especially when a man says it to a woman, cough cough. Anyway, Jiang Chen, who had explained everything clearly, then told Aisha the password to start the culture chamber, and instructed her how to mix the culture fluid, and then quickly escaped. Aisha, standing in the gym, touched the culture chamber hesitantly. Go through there. When she thought of this, Aisha's face was involuntarily covered with shame. Although it was just a necessary physiological procedure. Her calves felt a little weak, and she slowly moved 2 steps towards the culture chamber, but stopped again. She took several deep breaths slowly, and the transparent streamlined shell was covered with a layer of mist. She gritted her teeth, and made up her mind. Then she took off her clothes, opened the hatch, and stepped in carefully. The hatch closed, and her nervousness intensified. The feeling of claustrophobia caused by the small environment, the feeling of being restrained, and unable to move. It's hard to explain, but Aisha's heart, which has always been calm, is difficult to calm down at this moment. The neural access component started from the back of her neck and slowly fitted to the back of her head. With a reassuring electric sound, she felt a cursor that could move with the focus of her pupils appear in her vision. The program design of the incubator is also very user-friendly, and you can choose the language. After hesitating for a moment, Aisha gritted her teeth secretly and moved the cursor to the start button. Start. The gradually drowsy consciousness seemed to fall into sleep, and Aisha gradually relaxed her body. The soft device was attached to her joints, and these protective devices would be removed after the deep dive was turned on. The gentle culture fluid began to rise, making people feel very comfortable. The only thing that made her feel a little uneasy was the thing that fit underneath her. The back was okay, but the front was a bit. The fiber catheter-like thing embedded on it seemed to be the excretion aid that Jiang Chen mentioned. Although she had prepared herself mentally, when it began to slowly find the pinhole-like entrance, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Just try a few more times. Aisha kept comforting herself. Then she made up her mind and clicked the deep dive button. It feels a little cold. Her limbs were unnaturally tense due to tension. Aisha clenched her teeth and tried not to be bothered by the strange feeling. What a strange feeling. Something is wrong. This feeling. Not good. Warning. Due to the abnormal excitement of the user, the infiltration is terminated. Please adjust your mood. The infiltration option will be reset in 30 seconds. Staring blankly at the warning text that appeared directly on the retina, feeling the strange wetness there, Aisha panted slightly and fell into a daze. Was it high? But how could it be? She had never been exposed to the internet and didn't understand what kind of attribute the so-called M was. Chapter 70. I only give you 2 words. Regardless of Aisha's confusion, Jiang Chen was lying comfortably on the big soft bed after washing up. Sleeping in a villa feels different. The pleasing chandelier, the soothing wallpaper and decoration, and the soft bed that almost makes you sink into it. When he lived in the small bedroom of more than 10 square meters before, he had to bump into the wall when he rolled on the bed. But now this big bed is more than enough for 2 people to lie on. Enjoying the luxurious environment very contentedly, Jiang Chen lazily took out the iPhone 6 that he had just replaced, poked the cute little white on the desktop, and then opened WeChat. To be honest, when the novelty faded, he still switched back to the original simple touchscreen operation style. Maybe this is a shortcoming of Future Man 1.0? People may download it because of the curiosity and the not so large memory of 53 meters, but after the initial excitement, they will still find that there are many inconveniences in verbal instructions. For example, is it embarrassing to talk to yourself in public? Is it inconvenient to play with your phone in class? Yang Kang doesn't belong to this era after all. The program he designed may be perfect, but it may not be suitable. This is indeed Jiang Chen's negligence. He originally thought that black technology must be NB, but he forgot that creativity is equally important in the software industry. Just like the game MC of small workshop scale, there is not much technical content, and even the picture is made of pixels, but in terms of playability, it can be compared with 3A masterpieces. Fortunately, Xiaobai accidentally caters to another need of people today. A friend who will never betray you, always accompany you, comfort you, and encourage you to keep going. It will always lie in your mobile phone. In short, it is not bad to just keep Xiaobai as an electronic pet. No matter what you say, it will respond to you wholeheartedly. If there are any secrets that cannot be confided to others, you can also reveal them to it without hesitation. In this era, where information technology is changing with each passing day, the distance between people is getting longer and longer. People who bear the burden of life alone, don't they lack someone to confide in? If it wasn't clear that the so-called primary artificial intelligence didn't have real emotions, and all the reactions were just the retrieval of data from the database, Jiang Chen might have been happy to chat with this little guy. But now that he knew the secret, he always felt a little weird talking to a dead object. It was indeed more passionate to chat with a real person. But just when he was about to chat with that girl Liu, his cell phone rang suddenly. A strange call. It was already this time. Maybe it was a harassing call. But anyway, he was free, so Jiang Chen lazily pressed the answer button. Hello, who are you? He answered lazily and changed to a comfortable lying position and continued to lie down. After a short silence, a voice finally came from the other end of the phone. It's me. You. Do you still remember me? The somewhat shy voice from the other end of the phone made Jiang Chen stunned. Hiss, why does this voice sound so familiar? But who is it? Fang Yuan took a deep breath, trying to make her tone look less unnatural. Originally, she had deleted Jiang Chen's phone number a long time ago. However, when she found out that the poor boy who had pursued her had become tall, rich and handsome and even lived in a mansion worth hundreds of millions, Fang Yuan began to feel a little restless. Especially Xiao Mengying's smug face made her feel disgusted and jealous. Thinking of Xiao Mengying, Fang Yuan was furious. The bonus of more than 2 million yuan just slipped away from her. Especially at the commendation meeting, the general manager repeatedly praised Xiao Mengying's impressive performance. That should have belonged to me. Fang Yuan thought bitterly, not realizing that she had driven someone away. Fortunately, it was not too late. From Xiao Mengying's words, she realized that the slug had not completely eaten Jiang Chen. Fang Yuan, who found that she had an opportunity, tried hard and finally got Jiang Chen's mobile phone number from the former university class monitor. Even the script was written. She was going to play the sympathy card right from the start, and then win Jiang Chen's sympathy, and then implicitly say that she was still single, all because she was still thinking about him. With a smug smile on her lips, Fang Yuan quietly waited for Jiang Chen to take the bait. Sorry, who are you? The voice from the other end of the phone made Fang Yuan angry, and she secretly cursed Jiang Chen for being wooden-headed. After adjusting her mentality a little, she continued to speak in a wronged tone. I'm Fang Yuan. Have you forgotten me? Fang Yuan? Jiang Chen frowned. Why did this chick call me? Was she unhappy that he didn't slap her in the face last time? Because he was very annoyed, he wanted to hang up the phone directly at that time. But after thinking about it, a sly smile appeared on his lips. It was really a sin. After staying with Sun Jiao for a long time, the whole person became bad. Oh, Fang Yuan, what's the matter? Jiang Chen said casually. Although the best effect is to use a gentle tone, he is also confident that he has the acting skills to do so, but he is too lazy to waste too many expressions with this kind of green tea watch, so just tease her to pass the time. Are you asleep? Fang Yuan saw Jiang Chen answering, and she couldn't help but feel happy. Seeing that there was a play, she didn't get straight to the point, but instead was very restrained to ask if Jiang Chen had gone to bed. No, if you have anything to say, please tell me, I'm also going to bed. Although he felt impatient, there was no trace of it in his tone. I'm sorry about the last time. Fang Yuan said weakly. Oh, what are you referring to? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. That's right, it turns out that you really just came to buy a house last time. It's my fault. I misunderstood you. Fang Yuan said aggrievedly. Apologize? Jiang Chen was a little unsure. If she apologized for her arrogant tone, there was nothing unforgivable. After all, it was not a big deal. But just when Jiang Chen was about to open his mouth to express his understanding, Fang Yuan continued to speak. You know, the moment you appeared, I felt my heart beating so fast. Fang Yuan's words almost scared Jiang Chen to the point of throwing his phone away. What the hell? What drama are you playing? Korean drama? Ugh. Resisting the nausea, Jiang Chen was completely curious about what was going on and resisted the urge to hang up the phone. I was afraid that you still hadn't forgotten me. Do you remember? I rejected you at the beginning, and you were very sad. I have been secretly watching you all the time. How could I not be sad too? It's just that I couldn't be with you at that time. Fang Yuan skillfully spoke in that pitiful tone and confided to Jiang Chen frankly. I really want to agree to you, but my father won't allow it. He wants me to marry his friend's son and fulfill the engagement we made when we were little. But I have been resisting, and finally I found out that actually the person I love in my heart is it me, right? Jiang Chen said in a playful tone. Because he couldn't listen anymore. Why do you have to find a high-sounding reason to be a jerk? If she had said frankly that I was a jerk, Jiang Chen would not have felt so disgusted. Yes. Fang Yuan said blankly. Jiang Chen's reaction was beyond her expectations. That tone made her feel that something was wrong. The script is well written, and coupled with a heart-wrenching cry, it can probably reach the level of a third-rate Korean drama. But there is one thing I still don't understand. How can people be so shameless? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Fang Yuan's face suddenly turned pale. You just saw that I was rich, then regretted it, and wanted to hook up with a rich man, but you can still come up with a bunch of crap. Do you really think I will believe your nonsense? Jiang Chen looked at the ceiling with cold eyes and said to the phone. Do you think I'm just for your money? That voice seemed to chew tears. Isn't it? Jiang Chen sneered. You rejected me. I don't blame you. Everyone has the right to nod or shake their heads. I only blame myself for not being capable at the beginning and for being blind. You are so distant to me, looking for me when you have something to do and dumping me when you don't. I thought you liked me. I can only blame me for being too young. Jiang Chen couldn't help but draw a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. He thought of his freshman year when he ran several kilometers in the heavy rain to give her an umbrella. He thought it was worth it for that sweet smile. But in fact, it was just acting. Later, his good roommate told him that Fang Yuan had changed her boyfriends in the 1 year between freshman and sophomore, and even had an abortion for one of them, who was tall, rich and handsome. However, Jiang Chen was still in the dark about all this. The friend had been afraid of affecting his friendship with Jiang Chen, so he didn't tell him about it. But when he saw Jiang Chen's sad look after being rejected, he couldn't help but speak out. Jiang Chen remembered that he seemed to smile at that time. It seemed that in an instant, it didn't seem so regretful. Who hasn't been bitten by a dog? However, you still expect me to accept you? To care for you like before? For this, I can only give you 2 words. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jiang Chen hung up the phone abruptly. Fang Yuan's face was livid. She bit her lips until they turned white, and her eyes were full of disbelief and shame. Is this still the same idiot? This is impossible. He actually rejected me and insulted me. Humiliation, resentment, but no regrets. Negative emotions gradually filled her eyes, as if it was all Jiang Chen's fault and everything was his fault. She completely forgot what kind of face she had at the beginning and what kind of face she had at the headquarters of Wanhe Real Estate last time. At this moment, a crazy idea came to her mind. Fang Yuan stretched out her finger tremblingly, clicked on the contact, and found a name that made her tremble all over and her legs weak just by seeing it. Perhaps she was blinded by the devil's reason, gritted her teeth, and dialed the number. Hey, girl, do you miss your brother? The frivolous tone made Fang Yuan feel irritated, but she did not dare to show any resistance to this man. Rogue. Let me tell you something, I have a classmate who made some money. No, his background is very clean. I know that guy. He is a stinky dick, a bitch who got lucky. Fang Yuan said in a delicate voice that she herself felt disgusted with, and when she heard the affirmative answer from the other side, a touch of joy flashed across her face. After a round of compliments, Fang Yuan hung up the phone. As if she had used up all her strength, she threw the phone aside and lay on the cold table. Liu Shiqiang, the son of Liu Changlong, the boss of the Hangai gang in Wanhe City, was the so-called underworld prince who forced her to have a 5-parter. A tear of humiliation slid across Fang Yuan's eyes, but then turned into a resentful expression. Jiang Chen, you shameless upstart, I want to see, with money, can you outplay the underworld? Chapter 71 Job Fair. Jiang Chen got up early in the morning. Aisha seemed to have stayed in the incubator all night yesterday, but she woke up before him in the morning and prepared breakfast for him. Although he wanted to ask Aisha how she felt about the virtual reality system, as soon as he opened his mouth, Aisha's face was covered with red. It seemed better not to ask too much. So Jiang Chen gave up asking. After breakfast, he reminded Aisha not to forget to eat, because she was too involved, and then he went downstairs to the garage. He drove the cool Maybach and drove towards the company. When the car drove downstairs of the company, Jiang Chen found that Sun Jiao was already standing there waiting for him. Seeing her carrying a thick office bag in her hand and looking at the watch from time to time, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. This girl is too workaholic. It's not long since she got to work. 2 minutes late. Opening the car door, Sun Jiao sat in the passenger seat. Shouldn't the first sentence be good morning? Jiang Chen smiled helplessly, shifted the gear, turned the steering wheel, and went on the road. Because it's working time. After fastening the seatbelt, Sun Jiao hesitated for a moment, lowered her head and muttered softly. Do you take the subway every day? This is too troublesome. How about giving you a car? You should have a driver's license. Jiang Chen said casually, while holding the steering wheel. Not so good. The company has not yet developed a stable profit channel, and it is giving executives a car. This is for. Sun Jiao frowned, but her hands unconsciously clasped the briefcase in her hands, her eyes staring straight at the buttons on the bag. There's nothing wrong with it. It's too embarrassing for the CEO of a $1 trillion company to not have a car. You don't have to worry about the profit channel. The functions of Future Man 1.0 have not been fully released. For example, antivirus software, social platforms, and even the abolition of the original operating system. After mastering the user base, are you still worried about not having a profit channel? As he said, Jiang Chen raised a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. She was attracted by the smile at that moment, but she was immediately shocked by the information revealed in the words, and hurriedly said, Future Man 1.0 has developed other functions? Why didn't you tell me? Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly in the face of the slightly complaining eyes. It's not that he didn't say it, he just forgot it. This is of course due to strategic considerations. The reason why Future Man 1.0 can grow relatively healthily is that we don't have direct conflicts with the apps under those internet giants in terms of functions. In other words, we have the possibility of cooperation with them at least objectively. Sun Jiao is worthy of being a CEO, and she understood Jiang Chen's intention in an instant. Since there is no need to worry about funds, the early stages naturally, to consolidate the market position. When the number of users forms an absolute advantage, you have to weigh it yourself if you want to make a move on Future Man 1.0. Wanghei University. A steady stone tablet stands on the lush green grass. A powerful stroke of the brush inscribed the words that have experienced the vicissitudes of time on the stone tablet. Wanghei University. It is said that this stone tablet witnessed the decline of a dynasty and the rise of a republic. It has witnessed passionate speeches and ruthless shooting. It has never changed to cater to anything, and has become just the people who pass by it. Looking at the young and beautiful figures outside the car window, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a look of emotion on his face. To be honest, he didn't expect to return to his alma mater. He was so bad that he probably had no chance to attend the alumni association, fundraising and pretentious meetings. However, he had to side the magic of fate. In just a short year and a half, he returned here. Moreover, as the chairman of Future Technology, he returned to his alma mater to hold a job fair to share the employment pressure for his alma mater. Come to think of it, we are still alumni. Why did you become a manager right after graduation, but I became your employee? Jiang Chen asked casually with a smile. Along the way, people occasionally cast envious glances at Jiang Chen. Of course, he also knew that most of these glances were directed at the car, not at him. The Maybach S600. There are still many people who know the value of this luxury car. However, the painted black glass blocked the hot gazes of those young and beautiful girls, leaving them with endless imagination. To be honest, Jiang Chen enjoyed this kind of gaze. because when he rode his bicycle through this road, no one looked at him more. Isn't the situation reversed now? Xia Xiao teased. She knew that Jiang Chen was not the kind of person who was obsessed with the past, so she was not very sensitive to this topic. Jiang Chen smiled without comment and continued to enjoy this indescribable sense of satisfaction. Not long after, the car drove into the parking lot of the library. Under the guidance of the president of the student union who was in charge of reception, the two came to the recruitment venue on the upper floor. Today's recruitment fair will start at 9 o'clock, and there is still half an hour before it starts. Senior Jiang Chen, please don't make things difficult for us juniors and juniors when the time comes. Of course, but the recruitment matters are mainly handled by Miss Xia Xiao. Jiang Chen still has a good impression of this ponytailed student union president, so he smiled and answered. Today, there are many seniors who apply for the job, but they are all your fans. Student union president Zhang Benli blinked and said to Jiang Chen, "Oh, my fans?" Jiang Chen sat up straight with interest. "Yeah, especially the seniors from the School of Mechanical Engineering. They are all your juniors and juniors." Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Hearing about the miserable major of mechanical engineering, he couldn't help but feel melancholy. Although it belongs to a first-class major, the employment rate is also a kind of the last one. It's not that this major is bad, but because it's so good, there are too many people studying it, so the major has naturally depreciated. Don't be surprised later, Senior Jiang Chen, there may be a lot of applicants. The president of the student union said to him jokingly. Jiang Chen shrugged and smiled to show that he was already prepared. Half an hour passed quickly, and the job fair officially began. In the morning, the positions mainly involved software-related majors. Although he had been prepared, the number of applicants far exceeded his imagination. It can almost be described as hot. Fortunately, the cadres of the student union played a role in maintaining order. They diverted the crowd by queuing up with numbers and suggested that those job seekers with lower numbers try other booths first and set up temporary guardrails for queuing at the door of the room. However, even so, Jiang Chen collected resumes one after another. Just kidding. The largest user group of Future Man 1.0 is these successes of the new century. Young people have always been the fastest to accept new things, and Future Man 1.0 naturally has a huge influence among these young people. And who can't see the potential of such a real artificial intelligence software? I'm afraid it won't be long before this unknown Future Man technology will sweep the entire domestic internet like Penguin and Alibaba did in the past. Oh no, it wouldn't be surprising, even if it swept the world. Besides, their professor said that even with his knowledge, he couldn't figure out the principle of the artificial intelligence program called Xiaobei. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I've heard of you for a long time. I'm from the School of Computer Engineering. Damn, you flatter me without thinking. I was still unemployed half a year ago, and you've heard of me for a long time. I'm an outstanding student cadre who graduated from the youth and horse training class, and I have performed well in the organization. Then go take the civil service exam. Why are you here? To join in the fun. I graduated from the 4+1 International Cooperation class of software engineering, and I hope to apply for a position in your company's software development department. At the same time, can I ask you a question? How did FutureMan Technology develop artificial intelligence? As far as I know, in the international field, the best system in this regard is IBM's Watson system. Shit, am I interviewing you, or are you interviewing me? Also, how come you, like those internet trolls, like to compare Xiaobei with Watson's halftone? However, this is not the most headache for Jiang Chen. It's okay for a computer major to come for an interview, but why are you, a singer, coming here to join in the fun? Secretary? I don't need to hire a secretary for the time being? Jiang Chen asked in confusion. The tall goddess with blood red lipstick showed a mysterious smile at the corner of her mouth, and then she leaned on the table and approached Jiang Chen without paying attention to Xia Xiao and another student who was interviewing at the next table. As the chairman, how could you not need a secretary? My work will satisfy you. After saying that, the ravine under the V neckline swayed vaguely at an angle that only he could see. Then the confident goddess gently lifted her long hair and threw him a wink of you know what I mean. Jiang Chen's face was full of black lines. He was not here for that. Why did so many people run here? It was rare for him to want to work properly for once. Before Zhao Xiao's contemptuous gaze came, Jiang Chen righteously rejected the lost girl who wanted to take advantage of him. Under the surprised gaze of the goddess, he kicked her out. Are you kidding? Am I such a casual person? Am I the kind of person who wants to have sex with beautiful women when I see them? If you want to seduce me, you have to choose a time when there is no one around. Cough cough. In short, this kind of weirdo is a minority after all. Most people still submit their resumes normally and then state their professional knowledge and skills, the position they are applying for, their understanding of the position, and their views on the company's prospects within 3 minutes as required. As for the awards, Jiang Chen didn't even bother to look at them. On the one hand, he hated taking exams when he was in school, and on the other hand, he didn't believe that these books could bring any substantial benefits to his company. It was originally a groundbreaking product. What the company lacked was creativity and inspiration, not coders. As for creativity and inspiration, you can get a general idea by just chatting for a few words. So those students who came to the interview with big bags and small bags looked depressed as Jiang Chen directly swept the certificates piled on the table aside without even looking at them. Since there were more people interviewing, his eyes naturally became more picky. At 12 noon, the morning interview was finally over. Jiang Chen stretched and glanced at Zhao Xiao who was sorting out resumes next to him. Seeing that she didn't look tired at all, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why aren't you tired at all? I'm used to it. There are only 2 hours in the afternoon, mainly recruiting positions such as legal advisors and marketing managers. The number of applicants should be relatively small. Zhao Xiao sorted the resumes and pushed her glasses. Lunch was provided free of charge by the school cafeteria. The school naturally spared no effort to support the companies that came to hold the job fair. Under the direction of the director, the freshman student union officers, freshman errand runners, delivered hot meals to the desks of each company interviewer. Jiang Chen, who had been starving for a long time, was naturally hungry. Eating this familiar meal also made him miss it. Of course, this meal should not be cooked in the cafeteria's big pot. It seems to be made individually. Zhao Xiao's eating manner was very quiet, but she also finished her lunch very quickly and then continued to look through the resumes she received in the morning. Have a cup of coffee. Jiang Chen walked in with 2 cups of coffee and casually placed one of them on the corner of Zhao Xiao's desk. Zhao Xiao was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head and continued to stare at the resume with a slightly stiff look. Thank you, thank you. Jiang Chen smiled to indicate that you're welcome, then leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. What he didn't notice was that because of his careless action, someone had been staring at a word for 10 minutes without noticing. Chapter 72 Alumni Dinner. Because there were fewer people, the two put their tables together and changed from separate interviews to joint interviews. My name is Chen Lulu. I graduated from Wanghei University with a law degree, and I'm here to apply for the position of legal counsel for your company. The reason for applying for the job is that I'm a loyal user of Xiao Bei. The girl who came to apply for the job spoke clearly and smiled. Xiao Bei's user? This is the first time I've heard of this reason for applying for the job. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. He had listened to optimistic about the development prospects of your company and optimistic about the future market prospects of artificial intelligence for a whole morning, and finally got a slightly interesting answer. Oh. Then please briefly explain, if you are the legal counsel of our company, what is the first thing you are going to do? Of course, sue those guys who infringe the copyright. Chen Lulu answered without hesitation. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Although this answer is interesting, it is too emotional and lacks stability. Even if it successfully attracted his attention, he wanted to hear a more professional answer. After all, legal matters cannot tolerate any ambiguity. Jiang Chen has no experience as an interviewer, but even if he has not eaten pork, he has seen pigs run, right? He had read at least 3 or 4 books on various job hunting topics, and he was not completely clueless about how to select talent. However, just when Jiang Chen was about to dismiss her, Chen Lulu spoke again. First, from a legal perspective, she briefly stated the advantages that Futureman technology had when suing. which software on the market currently infringed on Futureman technology, and what rights were infringed. What was the legal basis? Even how to file a lawsuit. Chen Lulu made a clear and well-coordinated statement. Even Jiang Chen, who was half legally illiterate, understood the general idea. Then, she gave an objective and brief description of the legal loopholes that Futureman technology currently had. After all, Zha Xiao's ability was mainly in business operations, and she was still a little bit careless about legal matters. Although there would be no disadvantages at present, once the company developed, these omissions left over from the early days would inevitably become a shackle that restricted the company's development. Clearly coherent, clear thinking, and eloquent. Talent. It's really a talent. Jiang Chen glanced at Zha Xiao and saw that Zha Xiao's face showed almost the same approval as his, so he stood up directly. Congratulations, Miss Chen Lulu. If you have no objection to the salary and benefits, you can come to work directly in our company tomorrow. Jiang Chen smiled and stretched out his right hand. No problem. Yeah. That's great. After shaking Jiang Chen's hand, Chen Lulu excitedly floated out of the door. The basic salary is 4,000, which is already considered high-tech for fresh graduates. How could she be dissatisfied? And considering the growth space of Futureman technology, the monthly salary in the future will only be higher. The cheers that gradually faded away made Jiang Chen smile. This Chen Lulu is really capable, although her personality is a little unstable. Zha Xiao said after a moment of silence. Don't worry about having personality, just be able to get things done. This is our Futureman's corporate culture. Of course, you just need to cultivate this. Jiang Chen smiled and put away Chen Lulu's resume. Although the candidate has been determined, Jiang Chen and Zha Xiao still went through a process for the next job seeker to interview for this position. On the one hand, it was out of respect for the job seeker, and on the other hand, it was to see if there was anyone more capable. After all, no one has too many talents. Considering the future expansion of the company's business, it is not bad to hire an extra legal advisor. But Jiang Chen was obviously disappointed. None of the next applicants could compare to Chen Lulu. Fortunately, there were a few more interesting talents in the recruitment of marketing managers. After sorting out all the resumes with Zha Xiao, seeing that no one came to apply, Jiang Chen put up a sign to announce the end of the recruitment. In the evening, there was a banquet held by the school, which was regarded as a reward for the corporate representatives who came to participate in the campus recruitment. On the other hand, since most of the recruiters arranged today are companies with roots in Wanghei University, such as companies founded by graduates of a certain class, this banquet also has the intention of providing a communication platform for these entrepreneurs. If a pair of companies can be brought together to achieve business, the value of the alumni association itself will be much higher. Zha Xiao is not good at dealing with this kind of social activities, and she wants to go back as soon as possible to screen out the candidates she likes, so she went back first. Although Jiang Chen felt a little regretful about this, he did not do anything to keep her. This girl is so dedicated, should she give her a raise? Looking at Zha Xiao's back as she left, Jiang Chen touched his chin and thought. Since most of the companies here are in the startup stage, their operating conditions are naturally mixed. Among these companies, Future Technology Company is undoubtedly a star that steals the show. After all, there are not many companies that can stand out in the startup stage. And the chairman of this rising internet star is actually a young man who is only 23 years old and has graduated for less than 2 years, which is even more surprising. Even not long after the freshman entered school, the admissions office has already started to think about the next enrollment advertisement. Needless to say, Jiang Chen must be the one to be posted on the advertisement as an outstanding alumni and entrepreneur representative. As soon as the principal finished his speech and the student representatives hadn't announced the start of the banquet, some people had already approached him. Some were flattering, some were trying to curry favor, and some just wanted to make friends, but basically all wanted to discuss cooperation. In fact, the great gods in the eyes of these juniors, even if they were dressed in suits and leather shoes, were not all doing well. After all, not every startup company can make money, which can be seen from the few cars parked at the door. Many company bosses are so poor that they can't even afford to drive a car. It can be said that they may not be as well off as some corporate executives who work for others after graduation. However, no matter what, owning your own business is worthy of admiration in the eyes of ordinary people. And a temporary downfall doesn't mean anything, which is why these entrepreneurs have been persisting. Jiang Chen naturally accepted the compliments of these seniors with a smile. However, those proposals for cooperation, after he couldn't help laughing, he also considered it for a while and then gave a non-committal answer. The reason why he couldn't help laughing was that some of the proposals were really funny. For example, a senior who was 2 years older than him ran a clothing factory of a decent size. He first talked about the Internet Plus strategy advocated by the country, and then flattered Jiang Chen, and then proposed to cooperate with Jiang Chen's Future Man technology company. How to cooperate? Of course, Internet Plus clothes. Then the senior proposed to produce Xiaobe's peripheral clothing, use Xiaobe's platform to open an online store model, etc. The first idea was not bad. Jiang Chen asked about the operation of his clothing factory and its production capacity with interest. As a result, this guy scratched his head and said awkwardly that the loan had just been approved and the factory building was under construction. I can't see anything. What's the point of talking to me for a long time? However, this is not the funniest thing. A guy who has made some achievements in software outsourcing projects even proposed to exchange shares with Jiang Chen and cooperate in operation and join forces to promote Future Man 1.0 to the world. The blueprint is well drawn. But why do I need your company? Can't I go out into the world myself? Jiang Chen rejected him very rudely. But this guy was not discouraged. He had a shameless face and stuffed his business card into Jiang Chen's hands and said seriously that he hoped Jiang Chen would consider it. This was a major matter related to the fate of our company. Typical of going out without taking medicine. But out of respect, he still stuffed the business card into his pocket. In general, the banquet was still carried out in a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. The younger students of the art department also performed several creative programs on the stage, showing the talents of the students in school to these old predecessors like Jiang Chen. It must be said that Wanhei University has many talented people, and several of the singing programs there have already had some star style. At the banquet, Jiang Chen was surprised to meet his former counselor Zhang Peng. He was naturally very happy to see the counselor who was quite caring for him, and he took him to drink 2 glasses, like he did in school days. After a few drinks, the instructor, who was not good at drinking, became red-faced and started to complain to Jiang Chen. That group of guys really worried me to death this year. Every year, our department and business administration are the last in terms of employment rate. They all ask me for my phone number and ask me for advice. Where can I get any advice? The employment situation is like this. I even took out the phone number of the car repairman. What else can I do? Hey, Jiang Chen, why don't you open a mechanical manufacturing company? You opened an internet company, and you didn't even give me a chance to beg you to send people to you. Zhang Peng drunkenly held the wine glass and looked at Jiang Chen with resentment. Ahem, Liu Peng, you've drunk too much. Jiang Chen was also very uncomfortable seeing the counselor like this. When he was looking for a job, Zhang Peng also tried his best to help him find a lot of ways, but people didn't like him. There was nothing he could do. Although he sympathized with him, he was powerless to do anything about it, so he could only smile bitterly and comfort him a few words. I'm not drunk. I can still drink. Zhang Peng stared, his hand reaching for the bottle again. The seniors would naturally not let him drink anymore. If he continued to drink like this, he would definitely get sick. Jiang Chen hurriedly helped the counselor to the toilet. Seeing that he vomited freely and waved his hands desperately to indicate that he didn't need to care about him, Jiang Chen left the bathroom. However, just as he was crossing a round table, a surprised and familiar voice came from the side. Is it you? Jiang Chen was stunned and frowned. He had no impression of the girl in front of him with long hair and light makeup. You are Pucci. That day in the hospital. The girl covered her mouth and laughed. Oh, you are Wang Xinren? Jiang Chen suddenly realized. Yes, what? I can't recognize you with makeup on. Wang Xinren smiled and joked. Ahem, it's true. Jiang Chen smiled embarrassedly. Looking closely, the girl's lively temperament is really a bit like the girl he met that day. Wang Xinren's eyes flashed with a cunning look. She circled around Jiang Chen, looked him up and down and said, I never thought that Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen are the same person. Hearing this, Jiang Chen spread his hands helplessly and said, what do you mean Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen are the same person? My name is Jiang Chen, okay? I'm just a little curious, don't worry about it. Wang Xinren waved her hands, then looked straight at Jiang Chen and asked, can you satisfy my curiosity? Senior Jiang Chen, the genius who solved rabies and launched artificial intelligence. That depends on what kind of curiosity it is. Jiang Chen shrugged without comment and secretly became alert. He couldn't help but wonder whether this was her curiosity or her father's curiosity. If it was her father, he would have to be alert. Puff. Wang Xinren suddenly laughed. This made Jiang Chen a little puzzled. Why didn't he see the funny point? Okay, I won't ask about your business secrets. I'm here as the editor-in-chief of Campus News, and I just want to interview you, the outstanding alumnus. I hope you don't mind. Wang Xinren blinked her eyes cutely. Of course, no problem. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled nonchalantly. Let's get started. First, your campus life. Wang Xinren asked with great interest, taking out a notebook from nowhere. Since they were all insignificant questions, Jiang Chen answered them casually. The interview lasted about a quarter of an hour and ended. Wang Xinren, who had obtained the news materials, immediately left Jiang Chen behind and ran away. But halfway through the run, the little girl ran back again. By the way, my father wants to meet you, his lifesaver. You should take some time to meet him. After all, he is old and always thinking about this matter. Okay, no problem. Anything else? Jiang Chen said with a wry smile. That's all. Oh, and give me your phone number. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, took the pen, and wrote down a string of numbers in her notebook. He finally got rid of this energetic guy who couldn't afford to offend. Of course, he had already investigated the identity of Wang Xinren's father. There are many officials in Wanghe City, but there are only a few high-ranking officials. After screening, the only one with the surname Wang is Wang Dehe, the secretary of the city. Jiang Chen was cautious about the summons of this political bigwig, but he had no reason to refuse. What level is the secretary of the city of municipality directly under the central government? It is half a level lower than the mayor at the local level, and because it is customary for the member of the Z political bureau to serve, it is also a role that has a say in the central government. In any case, for future man technology, Wang Dehe's attitude is very critical. Jiang Chen's requirements are actually not high. Future man technology itself has a strong quality and does not need too much support. It is enough for him not to ask the relevant departments to do things, but to ask the relevant departments not to make trouble. Please vote 0.0, Chapter 73 because of regret. The dinner ended with speeches from school leaders and deafening applause. Jiang Chen dragged his slightly tipsy body to his Maybach S600. After he took out the key, he was suddenly stunned. Damn it, how can I drive after drinking? This is troublesome. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Although his metabolism is superior to that of ordinary people and he can sober up quickly, he can't force the alcohol out of his body in an instant like the masters in martial arts dramas. The traffic police will not believe in I'm not drunk. Holding the key, he hesitated for a moment about whether to take a gamble, and finally sighed. He took out the phone from his pocket and slid his finger across the screen, but a bitter smile appeared on his face. Damn it, who should I call? Xia Xiao just went back, and it seems a bit bad to call her back. Liu Yao? When he saw that name, Jiang Chen's fingers froze slightly, and he pressed it down as if by magic. Hello. A female voice with a slightly lazy tone came from the other end of the phone, and it seemed that she was about to fall asleep. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and said, Me. Jiang Chen? A delighted voice came from the other end of the phone immediately. Isn't there a caller ID? Where are you now? Lying on the bed, the pair of white legs swaying back and forth, Liu Yao's mouth slightly raised a smile, supporting her chin, and said in a delicate voice, I'm at home. What's wrong? Miss me? This seemed to be the first time Jiang Chen took the initiative to call her. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen ignored the following question somewhat awkwardly because he didn't know how to answer. How far is your home from Wanghei University? Hearing this, Liu Yao couldn't help but pout. Not far, the subway at the door is only 2 stops away. Ahem. I drank a little and can't drive. How about you pick me up? It's at the artificial lake of Wanghei University, Jiang Chen said shamelessly. The moonlight was bright, and the lake was shimmering. The breeze was blowing by the lake, the cicadas were chirping sparsely, and the elm trees were rustling. It was already September, and the cool breeze seemed to have begun to bring a hint of autumn. Feeling the slight coolness on his arms, Jiang Chen lay on the guardrail of the marble statue, staring at the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Speaking of which, when was the last time I passed by here? Behind him was the English corner, with long chairs and green grass slopes, which was a very suitable place for reading aloud. Of course, it was also a very suitable place for showing affection, so students like to call it Lover's Hill. What are you looking at? Dazing. Jiang Chen turned around, leaned on the guardrail and smiled. However, he was instantly stunned by Liu Yao's appearance. The milky white long skirt and high-heeled sandals, that pure white. People who don't know you might think you are a new freshman, Jiang Chen said with a wry smile, after coming to his senses. The corners of her mouth seemed to be full of pride like a little girl, and her pretty face under the streetlight looked a bit immature. Did I drink too much? Jiang Chen rubbed his temples. Of course I did. I just met a senior on the road who volunteered to give me a ride. Liu Yao observed Jiang Chen's profile with a smile. Oh. Seemingly dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's indifferent reaction, Liu Yao pouted slightly. Aren't you jealous? Jiang Chen smiled and turned his head to meet her eyes as bright as lake water. The words "why should I be jealous?" were frozen in his throat. Maybe, a little bit. He turned his eyes away from the pretty face and looked at the lawn dotted with fluorescent lights. Liu Yao laughed out loud, and her pouting lips pursed into a crescent shape. Later, I told him that I already had a boyfriend, and then he blushed and walked away awkwardly. Jiang Chen shrugged and said with a smile, how can you be so direct? Others didn't say they wanted to pursue you, but that look in their eyes is like that. They don't like anyone except you. Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment, and then fell silent. However, this silence was soon broken. Want to be my boyfriend? Come to think of it, did you dress like this on purpose? Jiang Chen suddenly changed the subject and asked with a wry smile. That white dress, that unpainted face, and those eyes that were like the stars in the clear sky on a summer night. Liu Yao also did not answer, but stood up from the railing she was leaning on, stood on the gravel road, and turned around gently. The hem of her skirt fluttered slightly, and she turned her head and smiled. Does she look like the girl who watched a movie with you? After a moment of silence, perhaps because of the alcohol, Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. She's not a good person. Why do you want to imitate her? He stood up from the carved railing after laughing enough, and then grinned. Is she like what you imagined? Jiang Chen was stunned, and asked in confusion after a while, is there any difference? However, as soon as he said this, the answer came to his mind. The girl in his imagination seemed pure, innocent and romantic. Although he later realized that everything was fake, he did like Fang Yuan who looked innocent. Liu Yao looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. She didn't know the girl, but she vaguely guessed what kind of person he had met. So she played some tricks and changed into the long skirt she wore in her school days when she went out. Like a traveler in the desert, walking alone towards a country that does not exist. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, looking at the loving couple on the lawn with empty eyes. Pucci, you can write poetry? No, it's just a boring complaint from a boring person. For some reason, at this moment, he actually missed Sun Jiao, that spoiled and scheming girl. Perhaps, this is why he fell in love with Sun Jiao? The willfulness of daring to love and hate, the straightforwardness of having everything written on her face, the mischievousness of doing whatever bad idea came to her mind, although now she has a tendency to transform like a civilized person, but Jiang Chen always has the urge to tell her it's fine like this, because such girls are almost extinct in the world. What else is real here? Suddenly, softness blocked his lips, and he stared blankly at the lightly closed eyes. Lips parted. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen slowly spoke. "Can I ask you something?" "Yes. If material things are not mentioned, what do you like about me?" "If it's just about money, there should be a lot of rich people." Liu Yao suddenly smiled. "Maybe it's because of respect." That smile was beautiful, but also helpless. "Is that so? Do you want to be respected because you are not respected?" After a pause, Jiang Chen asked thoughtfully. "Then do you know why I accepted your invitation to go on vacation together? Because of regret?" Jiang Chen lowered his eyebrows slightly, neither denying nor confirming. "Send me home." Liu Yao's expression was a little disappointed, but she still smiled and nodded. "Yes." Leaning on the soft passenger seat, Jiang Chen let out a long breath, then reached out and pulled at the collar that made him a little stuffy. "Mingxing rich area of a residential complex, the innermost one. Do you know the way?" "I have GPS navigation." Liu Yao smiled bitterly. She really hasn't been to any rich area. Jiang Chen didn't say anything after hearing this. Seeing Liu Yao turn on the car GPS and set the destination, he squinted his eyes and closed them to rest. The car drove very smoothly. After Liu Yao drove the car out of the campus, she slightly increased the speed. He opened his eyes, looked at the neon lights flying outside the window with his peripheral vision, and suddenly asked in a casual tone, "How have you been recently?" "Not good." Liu Yao held the steering wheel and pouted. "Oh. Why?" "Because someone promised me a movie, but it hasn't come true." The voice was quite resentful. How much?" Jiang Chen smiled indifferently while being drunk. Swish. The car suddenly stopped. Liu Yao parked the car on the side of the road, unbuckled the seatbelt, turned her head, and looked straight at him. Were there tears chewing in her eyes? "What's wrong with you?" Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. "In your eyes, I'm just a girl, right?" Jiang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that her reaction would be so intense, just because of a sentence. "Do you remember the love lock at the end of the world?" His Adam's apple moved slightly, and he looked aside, not knowing what to say. Of course he remembered, because he engraved Chen-Lel on it. That pure and lovely girl, that character that only exists in movies and TV shows. "Can't I be your Chen-Lel?" "But you are not." "I am." His lips were blocked by the soft touch again. The seatbelt was unfastened, and he reached out and hugged the soft and hot body. The wine has sobered up, but the person is even more drunk. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and there were very few pedestrians on the street. The occasional passing car left a not very clear tail sound. The sound insulation effect of Maybach is very good, and it is almost impossible to hear the sound outside, so relatively speaking, the sound inside is impossible to be transmitted. Through the painted black glass, you can see pedestrians occasionally passing by the car, but you can't see the inside of the car from the outside. He hugged Liu Yao tightly, smelling the intoxicating fragrance in her hair, listening to her suppressed moaning, and letting the sweat dripping with the smell of wine and rice. Maybe the wine and rice smell is contagious, or maybe it's just the drunkenness that's contagious. Anyway, he didn't want to think about it anymore. At this time of summer and autumn, the spring continues in the car. Chapter 74 Negotiations with 361 Company. The car slowly drove into the courtyard of the villa. Aisha stood quietly at the door, watching Jiang Chen's car stop steadily. The car lights flashed, the door opened, and a woman got out. The woman was very beautiful, and she must be a woman worthy of her husband. Was it Sun Jiao or Yao Yao? However, her intuition told her that it might be neither of them. Aisha thought calmly, without any dissatisfaction in her heart. After all, polygamy was not uncommon in her homeland. Jiang Chen had several women, and they had nothing to do with her serving him. "Are you still waiting for me?" "In fact, you don't have to wait at the door." Jiang Chen also got out of the car, looking at Aisha standing at the door. His face showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. After all, he was in the car just now. He always felt a little sorry for this girl who had been waiting here. Just on the way back, Liu Yao confessed everything to him. For example, she was coerced by her ex-boyfriend's agent and was forced to go to Sanaa to find a way out. Then she met Jiang Chen. Perhaps because of her honesty, Jiang Chen always felt that the grudge in his heart was not so deep. Especially when he learned that she was not the kind of woman who had no self-love, but just met a man with no sense of responsibility. After that, the two reached a tacit understanding. In this way, should they be considered lovers? I always feel that this word has a kind of heart-pounding feeling. Aisha drove the car into the garage, and Jiang Chen took Liu Yao to the villa, talking as they walked. Just find the bedroom to sleep. I want to sleep in yours. Liu Yao smiled and hugged his arm, and said coquettishly, ahem, I have something to do tomorrow, so I'll go to bed early. Just kidding, if they really sleep together, they won't have to get up tomorrow. Suddenly thinking of something, Jiang Chen asked, by the way, are you still in contact with your ex-boyfriend, Agent? No, I deleted the phone number of that scumbag. Liu Yao looked into his eyes and said carefully, seeming to be worried about what he might think. Oh. I felt a lot better. However, if I had a falling out with my agent, I guess my source of income would be a problem. Probably before the new year. I'll help you solve all the problems after I finish my work. As for living expenses, 100,000 yuan a month should be enough. The penalty for breach of contract is only about 1 million yuan, which may be an astronomical figure for Liu Yao, but it is nothing to him. As for the movie, it's only tens of millions. And with Liu Yao's own conditions, as long as she spends money to promote it, she should not worry about not being popular. In this case, it is not difficult to recover the investment. Yeah. Liu Yao smiled and shook Jiang Chen's arm. Also, I have a strong possessiveness. How is it possible? I'm already yours, bad guy. Liu Yao pinched his waist lightly in a fit of anger. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile at the pouting little mouth. He didn't dislike her like this. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Jiang Chen drove Liu Yao back to her home. Although Liu Yao wanted to live in the villa, Jiang Chen still declined. After all, he had a lot of secrets. If Liu Yao found out, it would be inconvenient. Fortunately, Liu Yao didn't insist. She also knew that, if she acted too much, it would become nonsense. Then, Jiang Chen drove to the headquarters of Future Technology. There was an important meeting waiting for him today. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Jiang Chen shook Zhang Jianfeng's right hand, shook it vigorously, and then smiled and invited him to take a seat. He had a clean flat head and a neat suit. He looked a bit capable of a corporate executive. Following behind was his assistant, who should be responsible for taking notes. She looked like an ordinary white-collar woman. Jiang Chen had read his information in advance. He was the project manager of 361 Mobile Assistant. He came forward to negotiate with the Future Man 1.0 on the 361 software platform, which was the highest level of courtesy within a reasonable range. Of course, this was only for the current Future Man technology. It's like this, Mr. Jiang, I believe you have already understood that I'm the person in charge of the 361 Mobile Assistant project department of our company. Regarding the Future Man 1.0 software released by Mr. Jiang on our platform, the members of our project department unanimously believe that this software has excellent quality. Many of its functions are compared to the current apps with the same functions. Well, they are all very innovative measures. However, at this point, Zhang Jianfeng suddenly changed the subject. However, although the design of your company's software on artificial intelligence is excellent, I don't know if Mr. Jiang Chen has considered the security of the software. What if a hacker cracks Xiaobei's program and uses it to obtain the user's personal information, or even the bank account password? I wonder if you have considered the consequences of this. Jiang Chen waited quietly for Zhang Jianfeng to finish speaking, then smiled and spoke. Regarding the security issue, our company has issued a relevant announcement. For any user who suffers financial losses due to Xiaobei's security issues, our response is to pay in full. We are also honored that our expenditure for this has been zero so far. Xia Xiaoyu, who was sitting next to Jiang Chen, nodded in approval. She was a little worried that Jiang Chen would be nonchalant at the negotiation table, but now it seems that she was worrying too much. At the critical moment, this guy was unexpectedly reliable. While thinking this, she didn't realize that she should be considered as deserting her post. Admittedly, for now, Future Man 1.0 has not been targeted by hackers and other criminals. But Mr. Jiang Chen, is he too confident in his technology? As far as I know, your company's talent pool in information security is still zero. Zhang Jian also smiled and said, "Oh, it seems that your company has done a very detailed investigation of our company. But I think you have also conducted an in-depth analysis of the thing I made. I wonder if your experts have any results." Although there was a sting in this sentence, Jiang Chen still maintained a smile on his face that was brighter than Zhang Jianfeng's. Zhang Jianfeng's pupils shrank slightly, and then he smiled awkwardly. Although borrowing from each other and then pirating is not uncommon in this industry, it is at least covered with a fig leaf. "You said I plagiarized?" I said no. "Yours is called CS, and mine is called Compare. The names are half the same. How can it be considered plagiarism?" However, when the piracy was not successful, it was pointed out by the other party in person. It must be quite embarrassing. Ahem. Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Jiang. Although our company's technical department has analyzed Future Man 1.0 to a certain extent, it is completely within the framework of the law. We have an obligation to protect the safety of 361 mobile assistant users. If users download a software with a backdoor on our platform, it will undoubtedly reduce our evaluation. Shameless to shameless. Jiang Chen almost wanted to jump up, took out his mobile phone, pointed at his nose and asked, "How do those junk softwares on the 361 software market consider users? How dare you say to my software, which is safer than your antivirus software, that for the sake of user safety, we have to crack you?" At the same time, Zhang Jianfeng was secretly cursing Gu Qing in his heart. He transferred a bunch of masters who were usually awesome over there, and even set up a project department for this purpose. He worked overtime day and night, and was busy like a dog every day. When I asked him if he had any results, he impatiently told me that he didn't know. "I don't even know how much bargaining chips I have, how can I negotiate?" However, although he cursed in his heart, he couldn't show it at the negotiation table. Zhang Jianfeng took a sip of the tea on the table, and seeing that Jiang Chen pursed his lips and didn't speak, he spoke tentatively. "Of course, regarding the security verification of your company's Future Man 1.0, we have made some progress recently, and we can preliminarily confirm that this software is safe. Although it is said to be a verification, everyone knows that it refers to cracking." While telling lies, Zhang Jianfeng was also secretly observing Jiang Chen's reaction, hoping to see hesitation on his face. "It's a trick." Zhao Xiao immediately realized the deception in Zhang Jianfeng's words, and then looked at Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen did not look at her, but just sneered. "Oh, since your company has really made progress, why did you come to me?" Jiang Chen had already grasped the crux of the problem without Zhao Xiao's reminder. "You have already successfully cracked the software. Why are you still looking for me? Can't you just make a Future Assistant 1.0? When does a copycat need face?" "Of course, but we still hope that your company can take the initiative to provide relevant data so that we can conduct a comprehensive verification. Of course, we are also interested in some of the creative ideas in your company's software. If Mr. Jiang doesn't mind, we can discuss the price and achieve a win-win situation for both parties." "Please tell me, where is the win-win situation under the logic of robbers?" Jiang Chen interrupted Zhang Jianfeng unceremoniously. This behavior is extremely rude at the negotiation table, but Zhang Jianfeng even said such shameless words, and Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk to him about etiquette. Zhang Jianfeng looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to suddenly tear his face so directly. "Don't you want to hear the price?" However, Zhang Jianfeng is worthy of being a master of negotiation. He was not angry at all. Instead, he looked at Jiang Chen and asked with a smile, "Oh, why don't you tell me?" Jiang Chen smiled. 1 billion. Zhang Jianfeng gave a conservative value lightly. "As a technician, do you think it's only worth 1 billion? Jiang Chen smiled and took a sip of tea, leaning back in his chair and smiled. "Mr. Jiang, although technology is one aspect, you and I are both businessmen. Don't you think we should discuss the commercial value?" As far as I know, you haven't even developed a profit channel for this free software. I'm afraid this month's financial report won't look good." Zhang Jianfeng laughed. "Our company has sufficient funds, so you don't need to worry about it. As for the profit channel, if you hope so, it may appear tomorrow." Jiang Chen showed a playful smile on his face. Zhang Jianfeng was stunned. According to his understanding, Jiang Chen's company with a registered capital of 500,000 yuan should not have any extra funds. Could it be that a venture capital has taken the lead? This cannot be blamed on Zhang Jianfeng for being out of touch with the news. After all, the initial capital of future technology is indeed 500,000 yuan, and the subsequent capital increase operation has not been included in the public information. Jiang Chen is the absolute controlling shareholder, and it is naturally up to him to decide whether the property is disclosed. Then Mr. Jiang is so confident, I guess we have nothing to talk about. Zhang Jianfeng sighed and stood up. This negotiation failed, although he had vaguely expected this before coming. Indeed, if your company really wants to cooperate with us, please come up with a reasonable plan, and we will also show equal sincerity. At this time, Zhao Xiaoyu, who had not spoken, pushed her glasses and handed a document to the table. This lists our proposals for possible cooperation. If Mr. Zhang is interested, you may take it back to study. Zhang Jianfeng was slightly stunned and then smiled. Is this the attitude of a small company facing a large company? Is Futureman Technology so confident? Although he thought so, he still picked up the document. Virus database sharing? Mobile phone security cooperation? Haha. It's simply arrogant. But at this moment, Zhang Jianfeng felt a little panic in his heart. What if they really have such strength? Artificial intelligence plus antivirus software? The imagination space is really too big. What else can artificial intelligence do? Since the negotiation has failed, can I ask your valuation of Futureman 1.0? I can also go back and report. Zhang Jianfeng stuffed the document into his briefcase and asked in a relaxed tone. From a programmer's perspective, what do you think the finished product of artificial intelligence is worth? Jiang Chen did not answer the question directly, but half-jokingly stuffed the question back. Zhang Jianfeng was stunned for a moment, then laughed. 1 trillion? Haha, that's about the price. However, even if it's 1 trillion, I won't sell it. Jiang Chen laughed and stood up and walked to Zhang Jianfeng. How about it? Are you interested in working in our company? I'll pay the penalty. Zhang Jianfeng was stunned again and laughed. Is there anyone who poaches people like you? I haven't asked you if you are interested in coming to 361, but you ask me if I want to work for you? After saying that, Zhang Jianfeng grinned and walked to the door. For a moment, his heart was moved. Before he had his current position, he was first a programmer. When he saw such amazing technology, how could he not be moved? However, being moved is not the same as taking action. After returning to the headquarters of 361, Zhang Jianfeng reported to Zhao Hongwei, the chairman of 361, truthfully, 1 trillion? Haha, you won't sell it for 1 trillion. It seems that the chairman has a high opinion of that future man technology. Zhang Jianfeng saw that Zhao Hongwei didn't seem angry and didn't blame him for his poor performance, so he asked tentatively in a relaxed tone, more than high. Zhao Hongwei shook his head and laughed, then took a sip of coffee. If any of you can develop artificial intelligence, I will give him 10% of the shares. So what? 10% of the shares? Zhang Jianfeng swallowed unconsciously. 361 is listed in the United States. According to its average price of $60 per share, its current market value has reached a shocking $10.7 billion. 10% of the shares is equivalent to more than $1 billion. The secretary standing by and listening also swallowed his saliva. His eyes widened. It seems that it's not possible to pick up a bargain. Zhao Hongwei shook his head and sighed. How about we do something on the download platform? The secretary standing by asked for advice in a low voice. Zhao Hongwei glanced at her and sneered. If 361 can't download Future Man 1.0, won't others go to the Android market to download it? If it can't download it from the Android market, won't it make its own official website? The secretary was speechless. Why don't we wait and see what Microsoft means? Zhang Jia and Feng frowned and said in a deep voice. Zhao Hongwei was silent for a moment, then nodded. That's what I plan to do. It's safer this way. It's no longer news that 361 and Microsoft are allies. The 3Q war was also initiated by Microsoft, who was far away on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. Otherwise, without a decent backer, Zhao Hongwei would not dare to fight with the big brother. Compared with Penguin, which occupies half of the internet, 361 is still too weak. Users can change antivirus software, but who can leave the inherent social circle? There was no suspense about the winner from the beginning of this battle. However, the fact that the number of MSN installations soared to 7 million that day actually revealed the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. As for the righteous words such as, we must return the right to know, and the right to choose to hundreds of millions of users, they are pure nonsense. All crows are black. What the hell is the right to know, and the right to choose in China? The current situation is the same. Zhao Hongwei can also choose to use 361 to report the virus to Future Man 1.0, and then hype it up, to suppress its survival space. After all, 361 antivirus still has a high market share on mobile phones. Even if he loses the lawsuit in the end, how much compensation can he get? 300,000? A drizzle. However, the concern is, what if Future Man technology is forced to go to internet giants such as Penguin or Baidu? Wouldn't 361's life be even more difficult? 361's concerns are also the common concerns of internet giants such as Questions and Baidu. The value of artificial intelligence is visible to everyone and everyone wants it. However, if the attitude is too domineering, and it is pushed to the opponent, I'm afraid that in the end, only he will not be pleased. Under the checks and balances, the best way at this moment is to cooperate. At least for now, Future Man 1.0 has not touched the cake of any party. The reason why Jiang Chen did not bring out all the functions of Xiaobei at the first time is precisely because of this consideration. If Xiaobei has a series of functions such as Questions, Baidu, 361, Taobao, etc. when it comes out, it may face the joint suppression of all vested interests in the entire internet platform. 8,000 words. Please vote 0.0. I'm so happy. The collection has exceeded 14,000, and it will be strongly recommended next week. Thank you for your support. Chapter 75 Press Conference. To be honest, suits are really uncomfortable to wear. Jiang Chen remembered that he only wore it once during his graduation defense and 2 or 3 times during job interviews. But Zhao Xiao, on the other hand, wore a beige and black professional suit with some style. Her black hair was tied up behind her head, and she still wore black framed glasses on her nose, and her face was painted with a little light makeup. To be honest, he actually thought she looked better with a ponytail, but it also gave her a mature and professional temperament. Are you ready? Zhao Xiao looked at his relaxed face with some concern. Jiang Chen shrugged and smiled. Don't worry. This didn't look very reassuring. Although Zhao Xiao wanted to complain like this, seeing Jiang Chen's relaxed look always made her feel more secure than being nervous. Thinking of this, she breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Come on. Of course. Jiang Chen smiled. Just kidding. What's there to be afraid of when being pointed at by a camera? I don't know how many guns I've been pointed at. Well, it doesn't seem to be something worth bragging about. The public meeting room on the first floor of Guanglu building was crowded with people. In the semi-arc-shaped stepped venue, reporters from the major, invited media had already taken their seats in advance, and the cameras were placed in the last row as usual. Since the seats were taken by number, the press conference venue seemed to be quite orderly. But the media's enthusiasm for Future Man 1.0 was obviously a little beyond Jiang Chen's expectations. The 100 square meter conference room still seemed a little crowded. The curtain opened, and flashes were projected over. Jiang Chen smiled kindly, and waved his hand. Looking at the symbols of CTV, Renren Daily, and even the overseas BBC and CNN, his heart was secretly beating. Oh my god, the feeling of being pointed at by a camera is really unusual. Even I started to get nervous. After calming down a little, Jiang Chen read out his opening remarks under the expectant eyes of the media. First of all, I would like to thank all the media for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend our Futureman Technology press conference. I believe that everyone has a certain understanding of Futureman 1.0. In order not to waste everyone's time, I will not elaborate on its functions here. The nature of today's press conference is mainly to clarify some rumors and misunderstandings about Futureman Technology Company in the market. So in the most efficient way, I choose to give all the time to all the media. Please speak one by one according to the order of your seats. In order to allow every media to have a chance to speak, each speech is limited to one question. Sun Jiao, who was standing in the backstage, almost stumbled and stared blankly in the direction of Jiang Chen, completely dumbfounded. How can you leave questions to the media without saying anything? If you don't make a simple and comprehensive explanation in advance, if someone asks an extremely tricky question, can you handle it? The media were also stunned. Jiang Chen did not play by the rules and went directly to the media question session, which made them feel unprepared. They have seen no media question session, but they have never seen the most important explanation session omitted. Moreover, speaking according to the seating order made them, who were used to asking questions first, a little uncomfortable. But Jiang Chen didn't care about so many rules and regulations. He would do whatever was most efficient. Moreover, it was easy to offend people if he was not thoughtful when calling on them, so he just asked them to line up, and I would answer. It's true that those local media reporters who often raised their hands for a class and were not called once were quite grateful for Jiang Chen's approach. It doesn't matter if you are in the back, as long as you don't miss the opportunity to speak. On the other hand, Jiang Chen looked calm, and there was a certain degree of consideration as to why he did this. Anyway, what you asked were nothing more than questions about security, privacy, etc. Even if I clarify it, you will find loopholes in my language and give good or bad reviews according to your own preferences. Well, I will let you ask first, and I will answer. A media only has one chance to ask questions. I won't speak first, you speak and then I will speak. Jiang Chen asked himself that, if he played by the rules, he would definitely lose to these old hands. No matter how capable Sun Jiao was, her articles would definitely be picked out for weaknesses. However, those media reporters were indeed experienced. Although they were surprised by Jiang Chen's approach, they had done their homework in advance and prepared a lot of questions. The media reporter in the first position stood up and asked the questions written in the notebook step by step. I'm a reporter from CTV. The safety of artificial intelligence has always been a controversial issue. The safety of Xiaobe is also the main focus of public opinion. So, Mr. Jiang Chen, will it really become a time bomb buried in the user's mobile phone as people worry, threatening the user's information security? The younger looking man asked quickly. That's a good question, but first I need to quote the commitment our company recently made. If a user suffers economic losses due to Xiaobe's programming errors, we will fully compensate them. Jiang Chen shrugged teasingly, and then continued. In addition, from the perspective of a designer, I can responsibly say that, as long as it is a program, it will follow the settings of the code. So you don't have to worry about Xiaobe doing anything to let the user down, because I won't allow it. There were bursts of discussion and the sound of notes being switched in the conference hall, and then the second person stood up immediately. I'm a reporter from Renren Daily. Mr. Jiang Chen, may I ask? In terms of artificial intelligence, our country's legislation is still at a blank stage. So for the Artificial Intelligence Management Act that may be brewing, what does Future Human Technology Company think about it? A middle-aged man stood up and looked at Jiang Chen and said, Renren Daily. This is a bit troublesome. Jiang Chen's mind turned quickly. As an official media, it is a mouthpiece of the government. The meaning of asking this question may not be that simple. Are you testing me? Or are you hinting at me? Of course, Futureman Technology adheres to the principle of strict compliance with laws and regulations, and unconditionally complies with and supports all bills issued by the government. According to the specific content of the Artificial Intelligence Management Act, to be issued at that time, Futureman Technology will cooperate with the government to adjust its artificial intelligence business in China. Jiang Chen's answer was very cautious, showing support and cooperation, but he did not say a word about his opinion on the proposal. He vaguely guessed that this might be a question instructed by the legislature, because how to regulate something like artificial intelligence is almost blank in the laws of any country in the world. After all, for now, the world's research on artificial intelligence is still in the exploratory stage. At least no one has truly reached primary artificial intelligence. After hearing Jiang Chen's answer, the middle-aged man sat down thoughtfully. Then another blonde beauty stood up. "I'm a BBC reporter. Mr. Jiang Chen, please tell me. As we all know, artificial intelligence needs powerful hardware to match it. Take IBM's Watson for example. It is driven by 90 IBM servers and 360 computer chips to maintain its operation. But your company's Future Man 1.0 can run on mobile phones. How is this possible?" The BBC raised questions from a technical perspective. Judging from the reactions on the scene, it seems that many reporters have also expressed their concerns. "I'm sorry that this design is a commercial secret, but I can reveal that the problem is mainly about the database. The core of the software artificial intelligence developed by our team is not hardware, and the demand for computing is not high. The key is only the database. It receives external information and then outputs the content in the database. As long as the compression of the huge database is handled properly, Future Man 1.0 can run on mobile phones. Obviously, we have done it." Jiang Chen confidently talked nonsense with Du Yankang's theory. Anyway, he didn't have to worry about experts being able to expose it, because at this moment, he is the only person in the world, or his team, who has achieved such a creative breakthrough in the field of artificial intelligence, and its significance is similar to that of Windows 1.0 launched by Bill Gates. Database? All the media reporters' eyes lit up, and they took notes quickly. "I'm a reporter from Sankei Shimbun. Mr. Jiang Chen, the scientific community is still in a difficult stage of exploration in the exploration of artificial intelligence. I wonder if Mr. Jiang Chen has the same magnanimity as Andy who developed Android back then, to open this magical artificial intelligence database to the world." A short man in a suit stood up and bowed first, then asked slowly. Jiang Chen raised a trace of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. "This is too shameless for the scientific community. Magnanimity? According to what you said, wouldn't it be more meaningful to make all the technology of your country public? However, for the Japanese right-wing media that are used to being shameless, it seems to be expected that they can ask such a brainless question. I think this has some practical significance. After all, it is for the sake of mankind. So, to show your sincerity, maybe you can first persuade your government to give up all weapons. This will be a historic step in promoting the peace process of mankind. I look forward to your generosity." There were bursts of laughter at the scene, and many Chinese reporters laughed at the devil for being so shameless. The short man looked at Jiang Chen hatefully, then sat back with a frustrated and embarrassed look on his face. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and motioned for the next reporter to speak. He didn't have much to say about the shameless person. "I'm a reporter from CNN. I would like to ask Mr. Jiang Chen, is your company's Future Man 1.0 really as confidential as you said about user privacy? After all, your company has made the encryption of this software as flawless as an egg, and no one can verify its security from the perspective of the program. If Xiao Bei can pass the information he has learned from the user to the computer in your office, of course this is just an analogy, but can you prove that it will not happen? This is a very sharp question, and it is estimated that many people are also worried about this issue. For a cold program, even if its backdoor is wide open, you may not think of questioning its security unless the problem is thoroughly exposed. But for a living program, even if the developer repeatedly declares that it is safe, you may still doubt it because it is too much like a human. I'm not the FBI. What's the point of me asking for user privacy? Jiang Chen laughed and spread his hands. Then I'll give you an example. According to the Washington Post, the CIA and the FBI directly access the central servers of 9 internet giants such as Microsoft, Google, and Facebook to track users' emails, calls, files, videos and other information in real time. What do you think of this? Does this have anything to do with today's question? The CNN reporter looked a little embarrassed. Of course there is. What I want to point out is that whether it violates privacy has nothing to do with the program itself. because even if it is artificial intelligence, it does not have any concept of interests. Even if you want to uninstall it, that has been with you for many days, it will smile and wave goodbye to you. The only one who would try to pry into the privacy of others is another human being. And I promise here that I will never do this. As long as I'm the chairman of the board, Futureman Technology will not do this. Jiang Chen looked directly into the eyes of the reporter and said in a sonorous and powerful voice. Applause broke out in the venue. Raising his hand to signal silence, Jiang Chen handed the time to the next reporter. Jiang Chen answered the following questions fluently. In short, he said what he could say, and talked about things he couldn't say, and talked about business secrets. The only thing that Jiang Chen was confident about was his acting skills. Later, the media asked a lot of questions such as when will the overseas version be launched? Will future people consider introducing venture capital? And even asked completely boring questions such as does Mr. Jiang have a girlfriend? But these questions were not bad, and Jiang Chen gave a series of answers such as we are studying the specific time, no, not yet, etc. Another interesting question is there any deep meaning behind the name Future Man? Jiang Chen also answered in a half-joking tone, because my team and I are as far-sighted as Future Man. Another sensitive question is, will artificial intelligence be used in the military field? Jiang Chen's answer is also relatively clear. Social artificial intelligence only has social functions. It cannot calculate the trajectory of artillery shells for you. That depends on high-performance computers and experts in related fields. Unless you are worried that your soldiers will be too bored lying in the trenches and want to find a companion to chat with them. It is precisely because of his unconcealed attitude that he has won the favor of most media reporters. Of course, there are media with the opposite attitude. For example, the dwarf from Sankei Shimbun was there with a sinister look in his eyes, thinking about crooked ideas, and he had thought about how to discredit Jiang Chen. But who cares? At least Jiang Chen doesn't care. Or, who would care about what a media that only distorts the facts says? In the final closing speech and applause, the first press conference of Future Man Technology came to a successful conclusion. I didn't expect you to be so good at improvisation. Xia Xiao nodded with satisfaction as she looked at Jiang Chen who was walking towards her. Haha, Jiang Chen smiled narcissistically, then raised his eyebrows at her proudly and said, did you just realize that this chairman has always been so awesome? Can you be more civilized? You are a public figure after all. Xia Xiao spat. Public figure? Jiang Chen realized this and smiled bitterly. Damn it, then I have to be careful about everything I do in the future? How can I enjoy my life then? I say, isn't it possible that I will be pointed at by cameras when I go out? Jiang Chen asked, scratching his head with a wry smile. Xia Xiao stared at Jiang Chen in silence for a while, then sighed and said, the public figure here means that your words and deeds represent the image of the company. If you make uncivilized behavior in public, it will directly affect the public's impression of our company. If it is photographed and posted online, it may further ferment. Why are you looking at me like that? I just think that you care about future human technology more than I do, and I'm very pleased. Jiang Chen looked at Xia Xiao with a smile. Xia Xiao fell into silence again. Only the cold look remained unchanged. Jiang Chen shrugged in boredom, and then prepared to change this awkward suit. By the way, when Jiang Chen was about to leave the backstage, Xia Xiao suddenly called him. Huh? Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Xia Xiao in confusion. Well, that's for the sake of the company's reputation. Of course, I don't mean to interfere with your private life, but do you really not have a girlfriend? Xia Xiao didn't look in Jiang Chen's direction, but stared straight at the empty space beside her, her right index finger unconsciously circling her temples, and asked in a flat tone. Jiang Chen was stunned, his expression was indescribably strange. What if there is? He poked her in a tentative tone. You're going to tear my temples off. But in fact, there isn't. Jiang Chen hurriedly added. Is this a smile on his face? At this moment, even if Jiang Chen was stupid, he understood. Ahem, if that's the case, then I'm relieved. But you should pay proper attention to your private life, because if the news of your singleness is reported as something serious, there may be some people with bad intentions trying to Well, anyway, just pay attention. Jiang Chen stared blankly at Sun Jiao's rare talkative appearance. His expression was indescribably strange. Could it be that you like me? The holiday is over, and I have to take the train back home. Here's a 5,000 word chapter. There's only one update today. After uploading this, I have to catch the train TT. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.